Hello, hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm, your nightly radio show to bring you the best NA/SA Dota we can muster.
Yep, that's not supposed to be there. I apologize. That's our work in progress logo that I apparently left in when we were playing around with the studio overnight, or if you're from Singapore, over day, because we're waking up at 1 in the morning to cast this Dota for you guys. So hopefully you can forgive that small production error. I do apologize about that, however. And you know what, Alvaro? It's gonna tick me off for the rest of the time it's here.
It's okay, you can just move it to this draft, right? And then you don't have it.
You know, I can. I can do that.
That's solved.
And you know what? We're
be
3
ticked off.
picks here into the game
4
for
picks,
fun. No, for fun are about to make their 4th pick, aren't they?
Yes, they
After all, they're called for fun, not 3 fun.
Anyway, so they for fun they start out with the Mirana, pretty popular because the pick doesn't reveal much on your draft, and straight up into the Sven Chen. These guys like to pick up their carry relatively early. They rather secure the mid lane and the off lane most of the time, and their carry rarely gets countered. Honestly, not going to lie. For fun, it now picks or counter picks that mid lane Ember with a Monkey King, and we already have a pretty solid draft from the American team. For unknown, there's a draft with synergy here, which is nice. The Snapfire has some small stuns to play around with, like the Slardar and like the Ember Spirit. The Crystal Maiden is decent to win the lanes, but there isn't anything too major by unknown at all. It just seems like 4 good heroes. The Crystal Maiden's kind of good against the Chen. All the heroes can kind of flex, but there isn't much synergy just yet, to be honest.
Interesting.
I guess because your carry defines your draft so much. I gotta see what the carry is, but picking up the carry last, it better be a really good counter here because they've already banned a fair amount of carries.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, though, you do have the Snap Slardar, which is a nice combo, a lane combo there.
The lane particularly is good, not against Sven though, because he can Warcry.
I see what you're saying. I think it'll just make a little bit more sense once you see the carry pick come out. Because to me, that's kind of what I get from for fun. To be honest, it's just 4 good heroes right now.
Well, it's the carry the Sven, of course, but there's also the beat the mid lane, for example, with the Monkey King. There's a little bit of a counter there. You do have little, really nice single target kill pickoffs, right? A good 4-1
Well, I
lineup.
mean, that's the idea, right? Have they banned the Bat Rider? Because you could always send, of course, an Ember into the safe lane. It's not the strangest thing in the world, right? To try and counter.
But I've never seen Unknown do it though. I don't think Berna plays the Ember, so they have to swap positions, which is difficult for a team that has not been together for that long. I don't think Robotheta would be able to play the
That's a fair point.
carry lane.
That's a fair point.
But that's why I was talking about, though, since the carry is kind of what your draft is pending on right now, and the carry is not being picked yet. They've banned all the good carries here, which does put you in a bit of a pickle. I think for fun is an easier time drafting as of now. That's one of the reasons why they picked their carry so early, because now they have a relatively strong carry to play around.
Speaking of the pickle, they could pick him as Viper's still in the pool.
Yeah, but what, for the off lane? Yeah. I mean, I guess you can, but I haven't seen for fun do it just yet, right? I mean, I guess you can. It's Brax's hero. They've taken away his bars and his Underlord. What is Brax going to play? Tidehunter.
Yeah, right. The watermelon or the pickle, it'll be neither.
I think Sanking is a pretty good offlaner where you're not really sure what is going to happen because you might need to tri-lane here with a Chen, Sven, Mirana, right? If the lane happens to be too difficult, Sven, Snapfire, or maybe they even tri-lane with with Slardar, Snapfire, and Crystal Maiden. So I can see why Sanking, because he's good as a solo laner, he's good as a dual laner, he's very good against melee cores. He kind of denies a lot of the melee core picks. It's a solid pickup by For Fun. I like it. I want to see what defines the draft for Unknown, though. You need a relatively strong carry that can work well with your team. Lifestealer was perfect, honestly.
Yeah, anyone who's melee is going to be a bit annoyed by the Sand King. Medusa isn't, just because she is going to be ranged at least, so she's going to have hopefully some space to not get constantly caustic finale'd, but yeah, it kind of makes sense. Let me see. Yeah, okay, it is going to be, of course, the Ember mid, most likely. Just waiting for them to lock it in.
It's a good core to play around, so
We'll
that
see, actually.
it does satisfy that.
It doesn't look like they're maybe the snap mid against the monkey.
Maybe actually, yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Ember 4.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. No, okay. They were just baiting us.
Maybe they were thinking about it, to be honest, but Robotheta might not know how to play the Snapfire, right? That's also a possibility. I've never seen him play that hero in mid lane. He does have a limited hero pool, much like Faker. Yeah, It's a tough one for unknown. I think that Medusa is not particularly the greatest pick here because you have 3 heroes that can get up close and personal with her. You have an easy diffusal blade carrier in the Monkey King, a fair amount of stuns.
All
Like, it's
three of
not
them
the
are
easiest.
cores, by the way.
What?
All 3 of these people that can get interface are the cores,
Yes.
by the way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even 4 actually if you count the Mirana as well. So, unknown. That's what I was saying. Like, if you're playing a format like the one with just good heroes, I think it's much easier to pick a carry early and pick a carry that's strong, like Sven, PA, Lifestealer, or whatever. Because if you reserve the carry to the last slot, yeah, it doesn't get countered, but might not need to because Medusa is just not the greatest carry in general, and you're already very conditioned by the draft. It's okay. I think For Fun has a slightly better draft just because they have much more synergy between them and stronger lanes, but unknown can take this. So they just need to take this rather late and hope Medusa carries them.
All right. Well, I made a boo-boo, and I kept up our overlay. It would be great if you gave us a follow so that you could
See us the
stick
next
around
day.
and stay. You cut me off. You gotta have some faith in me, man. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, my goodness. Day number 13, starting bright and early. And, oh, boy, it is a good one. As always, Alvaro, not in the TeamSpeak server. We'll see how long it... Oh, wow. Maybe they got, maybe they got the TeamSpeak lady to actually do the voices in this game, or at least the default announcer pack. But, as always, Alvo Plus here. Not yet in the call. He will be... joining us in just a bit, no doubt. Thank you guys for tuning in for our first of 4 matches of the day. Should be a really good day here overall. Lots of exciting matchups, and this is going to be our first For Fun versus Unknown. For Fun doing pretty decently in these games, to be honest. They are going to be overall real happy. There it is. This guy responds to a chat message before he joins the TeamSpeak server.
I thought I had connected. I thought I had connected already. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. I forgive you.
And I'm sorry that I'm interacting with our viewership, okay? They're the most important people.
I was
And
just,
also,
I was here asking you questions, and then I would get really sad when I realized, oh, he's not in the TeamSpeak server
But
yet.
why were you asking me any questions?
He must not care.
You are the all-knowing eye.
Well, you see, I didn't have the TeamSpeak bar
Oh,
open.
they end up running the... Oh, okay. They end up running the Snapfire as the... Oof. Okay, so one of I guess the Crystal Mating as a Chen makes sense, right? That lane does become weaker against the Sven, but I guess you can just trust your Keel to win that lane with a Slardar. Sure, I can see that, and the Snapfire really helps out your top lane, because now you have a hero that's really hard to kill on the top lane to get with Medusa, so
Yeah.
it's impossible.
Yeah, plus this combo is actually pretty scary, right, Brax? Because it gives the Snaking a very, very easy arrow lineup as well for a longer arrow duration if they want to try and line up an arrow for Berna, who is, of course, extremely immobile, especially without the ulti. So having a cookie might actually just save your life a little bit here from maybe a follow-up arrow. It's, yeah, I mean, I think still, Drakil is going to do just A-okay here versus Envy as well. Chen's going to do well to keep Envy healed up, and we'll see. There's a little bit of kill potential still. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a smart idea. I get it. It's a smart idea. I like it. Well played, Unknown.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to make your lanes a bit stronger, which is kind of what you needed this game.
Yeah.
Because your mid lane is going to go pretty badly no matter what. The Monkey King versus Ember matchup. It's not much that
first blood. Snake King is going to secure the kill onto... Oh, and they even get our courier. Oh my goodness, nice job there. Brax providing the vision. That's going to prevent a camp from being unblocked by the looks of it, or perhaps a camp from being blocked. Tango's... Oh yeah, they know that there's a ward in the lane, and they can't get rid of it now. That's incredibly annoying.
No, that kill is actually kind of unexpected. I really wasn't thinking that Snapfire would die so early. Honestly, I thought that was the whole point of the swap, because CM, of course, is food for this lane. But I thought Snapfire could stand her own a bit more. Unfortunately, that didn't really happen. At least in the bottom lane, I guess you're annoying the Sven a fair amount, right? Because he is behind Medusa slightly in terms of last hits, but Slaughter is not able to last it too much either, whereas Sanking is doing a pretty decent job himself. I wonder now with level 3 if Berna can start dominating the lane a bit more. That's what I would expect from a Medusa generally. That's usually their power peak.
Yeah,
and of course the mid lane.
Yeah, I was supposed to say that this mid lane, speaking of dominating, look at Gunnar, now 11 and 12
You
here.
mean Ryoya?
Yeah, I don't know why I said Gunnar, I'm sorry. I was thinking, I saw Ember Spirit and I was like, Gunnar. I don't know why. I apologize about that warm-up game, everyone. But yeah, Ryoya, I should say, is 12 and 13 here.
Berna could be in... Oh, no, man, sorry. No. He lost all his mana. I thought he was in trouble, but now with the cookie, attempting to go for Brax's life here. And Brax has no mana. Scatterblast will slow him down. He has a salve, though, we can use while he's in the shadows, but yeah, he has nowhere left to run, Brax. Oh, he's actually just going to fight, apparently. Yeah, no other option. Doesn't have Sandstorm, no Power Strike. He's done for. Goodbye, Brax. That is the slowest and most painful death I've watched in a while.
I think I've seen more painful, especially when there's a Veno just right-clicking you down and you go, my goodness, why, Ice Frog?
Well, but this is more painful because you realize you just messed up in your, like, you don't have mana and you went through this area and you were trying to gain time, but there was no chance of you escaping, right? So it's a slow realization that your life is going to end.
Let's see.
You know, there's a lot of existentialism happening there, a lot of desperation here for Brax. He comes back into the lane and he's wondering, what did I just do with the last 15 seconds of my life?
Indeed. Indeed. Oh, okay.
In the middle lane, Ryoya is now starting to really take the lead, though. Of course, we did mention here earlier, yeah, with the arrow. Nice, Roboceta. Is he going to go down, though? Not enough damage, apparently, from Ryoya. Yadomi actually joins the lane as well. But they do kill Mu in the bottom lane, so they create some space at the same time as Yadomi rotates, which means both carries are kind of being aggressed a fair amount here. And now they just have the freedom to actually rotate the supports here. They know that Slaughter's putting enough pressure, they can afford to put Yadomi here and help out Roboceta so he doesn't die. Sanking will get some farm, unfortunately, but there's not much you can do about that, because otherwise this Ember will not have a good game.
Yeah, that's kind of just what Sand does, right? He's mostly, if it's not a matchup he loses, he's always going to just get farm off the Virtue. He's just pretty strong in lane. Brax is not going for the Cosmic Finale build that we sometimes see. Still is going to prefer the Burrow Strike and the Sandstorm. So just, you know, continuing just sit in lane and hit on creep when they're about to die, that sort of thing. Maybe he's going to go for the Veil of Discord then. Veil, Blink, Boots, sort of traditional stuff there on him. But yeah, they're just going to keep on farming there. Ryoya, though, is just, my goodness. I mean, already booting the Ember out, basically. Here's Snaking, annoying Robo-Z. Might even have a kill here. Level 2 arrow. Shorter cooldown, more damage as well. Leap is going to be utilized, Robo-Z, with the Flame Guard. Oh, no, Snaking, you do not want to go underneath that Tier 2 tower, and he is actually going to die. Robo-Z gets the experience for that as well. Whoops. That's okay, though. Snaking's not too unhappy with that. I think he's probably pissed that he leaped in underneath a Tier 2 tower, you know, 5 minutes into the game, but he did it for the kill.
You force 2 rotations here from the supports, which liberates a lot of space for Eternal Envy, which is important, right? And the Sanky Medusa matchup is also not too bad for Brax. Like, he's not going to dominate this lane, but he's also going to survive nicely. As you can see, he's already putting a bit of pressure against Berna. And you did get the nice trade, as you mentioned, right? So I don't think it's too bad for fun here. As long as, even if he got the experience there. Drakeel in the bottom lane could now be aggressive. They're playing their lanes a bit more fluidly. And Drakeel realizes that there's everyone here. The arrow completely misses, whiffing through the tree, snaking. That's something I've never seen him do, actually. Nice Slithering Crush. Snaking could now be in trouble as he's out of leap charges. Yadomi even joins the fray. Scatterblast first. Kill off Mu with a cookie. And can he do any more? No, not for now, as they just rotate here to keep harassing this Sven. Now, this is pretty bad because, well, the Sven is now in a really difficult lane, and he won't be having any time to farm.
My apple rotation. Everybody's like, shit, they killed my wolf, dude. How am I gonna farm? I need my crit.
But yeah, this was not the... I mean, the rotation should have worked if they got the kill on the Slaughter. An unfortunate whiff on the arrow leads them to losing this lane pressure and this rotation overall. So it ended up being pretty bad for them, as now it's your carry who's starting to suffer while Medusa's starting to farm out of control.
Yeah, there's even a Sentry in the lane now for Brax, so Deuce is just always doing some passive damage. Of course, 2 points in the split.
Yep.
And it's the old split again, right? Where you can actually toggle it off and on. Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, there's actually a little trick when you're firing, by the way. You can actually toggle it on and off, and you actually get full damage but still split.
Ah,
that's a little fun trick if you want to try it. It takes a bit of skill to actually be able to do it consistently, but if you're farming particularly, you know, if you're already attack walking, a little more efficiency for pros. Drakeel could be in trouble. Scatterblast, here comes the cookie. Drakeel, we do have that boundless strike, but it's not going to be enough.
Unfortunately not. It's going to be a pretty easy kill there. Oh, sorry, not a pretty easy kill there for Gunnar, unfortunately. It's 2 Mud Golems. What is this? Epic League? Okay, 2 big old Mud Golems currently for Moo. And he's going to be just taking them around the map here for a little bit, looking for another Mud Golem. He's going to probably take his brother. No, he's going to kill his brother, looking for the Alpha Wolf. That's what he wants. There it is. The Chen creep efficiency. Speaking of efficiency, oh my goodness, Royoya, freaking 30 denies. What are you going for a record here? That's incredible. This poor Ember.
That's really good though. I like when you have a winning matchup in the mid lane. I think the better mid laner is always going to trend the denies over the last hits, right? Yeah, he has less lasses than he should have technically in this mid lane because he should have just dominated, but he's not concentrating on those. That's why.
It's going to be the epicenter. Great arrow for snaking. 3 TPs coming in. They do lack damage. The cookie coming out might just save his life as Brax has the Soul Ring, but not enough mana currently for the Burrow Strike. Now does have it, but getting stunned up cannot finish off Berna, who was quite low. Had the Mask of Madness as well, but I mean, 3 rotations up to save the Deuce, so that's what you got to be doing right now if you're Team Unknown.
Yeah, that's really good though, because you punish this overextension. I mean, I wouldn't even say it's overextension though, because that would imply that was a bad play, and it really wasn't. But the 3 TPs cancel them completely, allows you to do lane swaps as well. You get a kill on the lane swap, which is quite nice. Honestly, None is responding really well to everything For Fun is doing for now. They have stopped the Sven from farming, at least in the laning stage. They've managed to kind of stabilize this mid lane matchup, and they've also done a pretty decent job up top to defend it. So that's pretty good. But the mid game is still going to be a bit better for Fun, so let's see what happens then.
Yeah, and this Ember is I mean, he's trying. He's 2-1-1, which is actually really, really good for RoboZ. He's been managing to find farm in other lanes, I should say, but he's only got 50 CS, so his net worth is still going to be quite a bit further away. And actually not too bad off from Royoya. It's just about a 200 gold difference here, but Royoya is going to be still level 8, looking to gank, looking for a Midas as well on the mid laner.
Though the chat wheel message missing here. Favorite voice line of the game. So funny. You know, it's a reference to a coding thing.
Stack Overflow System .out.print ln hello world.
It's print
.exe. That's a reference for you coders out there. I'm a coder too.
I have no clue what you just said. Frostbite. We do stop him with a stun. Is that going to be enough? Do we have Searing Chains from Roteta? We do. And the arrow might just save Raoya. No, Crystal made an attack damage too high. Valve, please nerf. 71 attack damage, getting that kill. Of course, thanks for the cross of haze.
Please fix. Not a carry. Shouldn't have attack damage. Yeah, good kill there into Raoya.
You go Desolator at level 20. But yeah, that worked out nicely for them. It's a really good kill, actually, because you're stopping with a space creator for the enemy team. And now you actually take a tower. Yeah, it's looking pretty nice, actually, for Unknown. They are snowballing nicely off the lanes, which is their strongest suit in general, so they're utilizing at least their strengths for now. Let's see if they can take advantage of For Fun's weaknesses here in the mid game.
Oh boy, Envy with a shovel. Unfortunately, he's not playing the Mortling, but I expect him to keep this until he drops a better item. Unfortunately, he didn't get... I'm sure they were looking for the Iron Talent, didn't find it, unfortunately, for him, so he's going to go, whatever, the shovel's fine. Extra armor, extra HP, and if I dig up a Bounty Rune, that's pretty freaking sick.
Yep. Just a shovel. I think a lot of people would claim it to be the best tier 1 item. You know, I think it's up there, definitely up there with Royal Jelly. Yep. If we say Structure Shovel and Royal Jelly, they're up there in tier 1. Maybe Mango Tree. I've seen some good usage of Mango Tree, but I think it depends on the team. I think it's underrated. That little ward is pretty decent. Any consumable is pretty good. We're seeing Raoya actually trying to recover with a Midas this game, by the way. Or it seems like he wants to buy a Midas. I'm not really sure about this.
Yeah, that's what I was pointing out. I was kind of interested in that. His farm actually a little bit lackluster, considering how, I want to say, free of a lane overall that he's really gotten. So that's a little bit surprising.
So it's definitely recovering Midas, right? That's the point?
Yeah.
The kill Chen. I mean, not a big deal. Yeah, but that's odd because, I mean, you're right, right? Like, as Monkey King, I think there are better recovery items. I think that also help you fight a bit.
Oh
So
my
that's
goodness.
what?
Steam was just downloading a game in the background. I was wondering why. Don't worry about it. Steam was being silly.
Okay. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm not opposed to the Midas. It helps you fight or farm in between fights, right? And I guess they're taking advantage of the fact that Unknown will have a moment of just peace. We'll need to farm on Berna and they'll need to farm on Robotheta. So maybe that's why. Maybe that's the idea behind for fun. They think they'll have this, but Unknown could just surprise them by playing this a bit more aggressively than do so, you know?
Yeah, that's true, right? Especially with the Mask of Madness, it gives you a pretty versatile base. Going for, it looks like that's going to be the Yasha, then completed for Berna, and then into the Eye of Scotty. So just stats, right? Dukes is probably one of the better heroes with stats overall. I think maybe a close.
You mean to use stats? Like
Yeah, of course, right?
Yeah,
because it's, I mean, more mana is more effective HP, right? Maybe Spectre is just technically better because of dispersion.
Oh, sick. In trouble. Course of Haze. He has one more leap. Oh, they bash him though. That bash deals so much damage.
And he used
They
the leap
kill him
charge.
mid-air. I mean,
That sucked.
yeah, that's
Aurelia
really
just
bad.
doesn't have damage either here.
They took away their mango tree as well, dude.
Not
That's it.
Gunner. This is not Gunner. Oh, Envy's going to show up. Okay, Envy. What are you going to do?
Envy?
What's the plan?
There we go. That's the plan. Epicenter just onto the Crystal Maiden with Drakeel stuck in the Wukong's command. 2 kills. Nicely done. And defending this tower well. And this is why Unknown, like, they really excel at single target ganks, but their 5-on-5 during the mid game is just not good enough just yet. You need the Deuce to be a bit stronger.
Yeah, and
Yadomi
Brax
in trouble. The
with this
Cookie,
blink, making it happen.
not going to happen, Yadomi. I'm not really sure why he stayed there that long, though. Underestimating the Sand King. You just saw him get his blink dagger. You should have really just played it much safer here, but it's okay. Just a support kill. You lost the tower, though, which is much more important, and now they can invade your jungle. And now the game is toppled on its head, because now Unknown won't have the ease of farm anymore, despite the great early game they've been playing, and For Fun can just recover in the enemy jungle.
You're right. I mean, taking the mid with tier 1 is pretty significant. I think some people might hear that and go, what do you mean it toppled on its head? You know, it's just a Sand King with a blank dagger, and I go, well, you know, he's got a this does open up the map, and this is a good response from Unknown. They're gonna go ahead and smoke up as 4 immediately. They know that God's Strength is not going to be currently available. There's no Epicenter. There's no Wukongs. They're feeling strong, and they want this Monkey King. In fact, they even got a ward down watching him farm. Can they make the jump here appropriately timed? Look at this. Drakeel's even going to block the camp. Oh, no. Do they have detection for him, though, is the question? They do. Of course. Corrosive Haze is providing that one, and the Cookie to secure the kill.
Okay, that was really odd, because Monkey King had like some amazing sixth sense there to avoid the smoke gank. I guess because he didn't see them in the map, right? But then when Moonlight Shadow came back up, he went back in, which...
He was pulling. He was stacking.
Oh, that's what it was. Oh, okay, you're totally right. I was thinking, like, what, Monkey, why? Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I wasn't looking at the timer. You're totally right. Maybe he went back in for the bounty rune as well. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, really good kill then by Unknown. That's very important, you know, killing the enemy triangle, of course. I mean, if you cut the Svenda, that was great. If you catch the Monkey King, you stop him from recovering, because he just got his Midas, so not too bad. Yeah, but now they're going for the same counter kill here with the arrow. Robotheta avoids it. Unfortunately, a little bit mistimed. Really hard to catch an Ember, though, because you kind of have to use your opportunity.
It is, and unfortunately, having the Chen army there was not a good idea. In retrospect, hindsight 2020, of course, as that Sleight of Fist lasted way longer than I think any of them were expecting, just because he bounced off all the Chen creep. So yeah, he was going to be pretty okay there. That was Chen flashbacks to when you could block. Remember when there used to be stairs here? You could go ahead and block that off and make the Chen army, and then there was that Ember clip of someone with Battle Fury just farming up like 8 lanes of creep with one Sleight of Fist.
Oh yeah. The little Chen. It was near the stairs. It was in the stairs that you could block it.
Yeah, when there used to be stairs there.
Yeah, because there was different. Yeah.
When there was like a trench before high ground, that was an interesting. Yeah. Anyway.
No, okay. No, I just saw, Envy farming as Envy does, you know, as closer to the enemy as possible.
Yeah, he does need to get his farm up here, because Bednak still continues to lead. I think Bednak actually is going to double back, I presume.
Oh, he's going for Manta, yeah.
Yeah, for the Manta instead.
I like this build more. We did talk about this, right? You were saying, oh, Medusa's actually not that bad with the Mask of Madness, deal some damage, but you need the one item to actually boost you. If you go for Scotty, it's going to take you forever. Even though it's a really good item this game, Manta style is a much more immediate item this game, which you might need.
Envy,
Drakeel.
Maybe he doesn't.
No.
Okay. Just wanted to hit
maybe
creep.
he does. They had a stomp there. Brax misses Bar Strike, though. Unfortunately, the Centaur's coming from behind. not going to be able to find Drakeel in time. They're fighting in the river. Very difficult to find a Slaughter in the river. He's in his element. A nice war stomp, though, by the Centaur Conqueror. Sven, or Crystal Maiden will punish him.
Oh.
Now, the stomp from Ryoya, hoping for the arrow as well, but another missed arrow today. With the Mortimer Skisses now flying, they want to counter-initiate. Sinister Gaze has been activated. They're all looking away, but they're still being burnt up, and they managed to catch up Brex. Gets the Initiator gun. Mu as well, as you mentioned, destroyed immediately. And that should mean your Tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, he ended up having to look at the Fat Lady Sing as he was trying to run away there. It's turned into stone, and then will be turned to dust. As the rest of Team Unknown will go ahead and focus down on him there. And good damage out from their Dusa. This is what we're talking about. Can do some damage in team fights, actually, surprisingly early. Much like a Spectre here with this Radiance build. Mask of Madness does kind of allow you to fight early. And Better Knight even going to go ahead and steal a stack of the Ancients here, continuing to stay ahead in terms of Envy in his farm. Envy does have the BKB, but it's not really going to help him that much in that team fight. And yeah, another great fight. Top lane, Gunnar. Ryoya, why do I keep saying Gunnar? He's not playing yet. As Ryoya is going to end up dying here to the likes of bo2. And this is not how I expected this game to be playing out at all from the first 5 minutes, to be honest.
Nope, not at all. This game has gotten out for Unknown because they're taking more advantage of their single target ganking potential. You know, they've constantly divided these team fights. They're forcing for fun to go into bad engagements, and they're forcing them to retreat and catching heroes as they retreat because they have really good heroes to catch retreating. Even they have so much mobility, right?
Yeah.
On the Slardar and even the Snapfire.
Even Mu's mechanism is pretty late overall. I mean, he just got it.
Yeah, because they've been stopping you. Like the early game really allowed you to play your strategy because your early games, your lanes went so well for Unknown, or as well as it can go, honestly, considering what you had. And they now are able to have much more map pressure. We're able to put much more map pressure and utilize the single target killing potential much more effectively. Robotita also went for a really aggressive build with a Desolator first item. So he actually deals a lot of damage with a Slardar.
Yeah, and that helps the Dusa as well in these fights.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a
and
really good
has
item.
been kind of useful with the Stone Gaze. She has used Stone Gaze aggressively once or twice, which is nice.
Yeah, and that might be Roche here, actually. They can, with the Deso, do this. Oh, Deso as well as Corrosive Haze. It's a lot of minus armor. Roche chilling at just 6 armor. He's not a big fan of that. Envy and company at least pushing through bottom to try and force something. Snaking, hunting for a courier. He's going to find one. There he is. Hello.
Okay. At least they take advantage of this time to just farm a bit more and recover slightly, because Envy needs to be able to match up to the Dusa right now. But it's a bit tough to play the Sven versus Dusa matching to the Stone Gaze. You usually play with much more control from your team. They do have a bunch of control and for fun, but it's not been working until
They know where Ryoya is. Yeah, I mean, just walks up there. He's going to eat a stun out. Yeah, they do have the Moonlight Shadow. I think I heard an arrow coming on in. As now they're turning up to Ryoya. Look at this. They don't even give a darn. Brax is going to be turned to stone and then killed. He does get the Epicenter up, but doing no damage here. I think that's only a level 1. No, it's a level 2 Epicenter. Didn't do any damage, Avo.
It's a pretty bad skill.
Ooh.
I think the worst ultimates in the game are definitely, first it's Nether Strike, of course. That's the worst ultimate in the game. And then Epicenter is a close contender, though. It's only good for the first, like, 10 minutes of the game, and then the damage is just not enough. As you saw Medusa there tanking, and there was no problem. Now you can push up to the high ground. For fun is going to struggle this game to defend this. The arrow, again, just avoided. That arrow should actually have been for the catapult, maybe. Oh, they even catch Snaking here. The Yule Scepter from Snaking.
Yeah.
He's okay, he's okay. But the towers and the racks fall, which wouldn't matter. I mean, Snake and Kill is the least of your worries, right? If he dies there, it's whatever. As long as your racks survive, but unfortunately they cannot. I like how Berra is playing. I think he's playing a really nice aggressive Dusa and taking advantage of these early peaks. And now he'll be able to have Scotty thanks to all these skills. And that should put the Sven in a difficult situation.
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, that Ryoya decided to go for the Hand of Midas this game. I'd be curious as to what his thought process was in going for it. Just because you are against a Medusa who, yeah, it had a bit of a tough time top lane. You know, couldn't stick around as much as she wanted to, but was still going to farm just based off the virtue that she, as a ranged hero, the Sand King's not going to bother her that much. So I'm surprised he thought that the Midas was a good choice this game. We'll see here. I mean, he still is going to scale kind of nicely, but he's still actually trailing the pack of all cores. Actually, make that Brax is currently holding that, but he is trailing all the enemy cores at least.
Yeah, I don't know. I can understand the Midas choice is the safest choice when you're farming, when you're a bit desperate, right? The stats are not so bad for the Monkey King because the attack speed is pretty decent.
Yeah, of course.
So I can kind of see where he's coming from with the choice, but I do agree that in hindsight, now that we see it, hasn't been too impactful because you haven't been able to fight with the Monkey King too early. And the Sand King has not been really well utilized. But I think there were so many... we'll talk about this after the team fight, though, because I hear a God Strength. Sven wants to go in. He finds Roboteta. There's the break. Scotty stopping him, and Roboteta has to get away, but the Medusa's been left behind. She still has Aegis, though. Will she use Stone Gaze in the first life? For the second one, she can't use it in the first one. So it's got to be the second. Will this work? Yosender cancels the Mortimer, gets out with this back. They stun her. But Slithering Crush gives her enough time to Hurricane Pike away. Now with the Stone Gaze available, they have to retreat. They're actually going to counter-initiate this with Brax dying first. Now going for Eternal Envy. The 2 cores have died, together with a third one being finished off in a matter of seconds. Snaking has to run away, but it's impossible. And Roboteta will finish him off with a simple Desolator Slide of Fist.
Wow, what a counter-initiation there from the Slarder. That's why I said Dracula. I saw him lurking, waiting in the wings, ready to go in. Made a beautiful initiation there. I think a 2 or 3 man Slithering Crush. And from there, for fun, Envy's BKB is already over. And, oh no, Snaking is rooted. Forced to use the Yule Scepter. They do a good job there to burst through the Medusa on our first life, but she's honestly just as scary when she comes back, much like a Storm. Coming back with full HP and full mana is a very big deal on this hero, and she definitely puts that to use there, just kind of popping the ulti and fighting anyone that's remaining by the time that her team counter initiates, which as well with a nice freezing field, nothing to really cancel that. And the rest of for fun, then they've already lost their mid-tier 3 tower, the mid lane of Barracks, and the game gets harder from here. 5 to 19. We'll only have 5 kills this game.
Yeah, it's... what do you do right now, honestly? Like, you can't win these team fights, right? That was the one team for the UK. It kind of worked out for you, but the Stone Gaze completely canceled you. Not much you can do against that, right? She had Aegis. It was... You maybe had to force that. I'm not really sure if you had to force that, to be honest. I don't know if you couldn't wait out the Aegis there.
Wait, what?
They're going to try to go here for Ember. This is a good kill. If they can finish it, yeah, they should be able to. Oh, the arrow hits.
Nice. That's good. That is a very good smoke out of the base. And they're going to find a kill onto RoboZeeve. And it goes onto Royoya. It's a 7-time kill streak ended as well. That's going to be some decent money. I don't know what the next item is for our Monkey King to quote-unquote make the difference. Let's see, I'm trying to remember. They don't receive Basher or Abyssal, but they still do copy the Echo Saber's low, don't they?
The Wukong's Command Illusions. Now I'm starting to doubt it because I know that they
changed it.
They changed this. I think they don't anymore. I'm pretty sure they don't anymore.
Okay, that explains why that build is not the norm. That does explain it.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain. They do
Whoa,
copy,
Envy,
I think.
whoa, Envy, whoa. He's like, whoa, my God.
Whoa, BKB?
Yeah, he didn't want to be there. He ran right into Berna, and I think he got kind of spooked. And he's like, holy shit, he's probably got a team behind him or something, man. I don't know. I don't want to die. I'm going to BKB and run. 100% chance I live. Envy's like, I don't want to get 50-50'd right now. 100%
yeah, I mean, that's
chance
good.
he lives.
That's good. Envy, sometimes he acknowledges, right? I mean, he plays super safe sometimes. Like I said, he doesn't really doubt his movements, right? So if he makes a mess up like that, he always has something to protect himself with, which is nice. But still, the game is not going to go well for you just because Envy survived once, right? You need to be able to win a team fight. You're only down to the last lane of Rax, because let's be honest, that range Rax in the middle lane is just... It's really just decoration at this point. It literally has 0 HP. 0% HP. I think I can even ping it. Oh no, it's 1%. I lied. I'm sorry.
You did lie to me. How dare you?
Now we get the... Where's the Brazilian caster ping? No, not today? Wow.
Not today. Truly a professional. But that was just so farm, though. It's so farm. Yeah, Yadowin as well has got the Gobble Up at the ready. Probably not going to gobble up the Maiden. If anyone, it'll be Drakil, I would imagine. You could make a case for maybe the Ember, maybe even for Berna with a DD rune. Just kind of yeet him into the base. Eat and yeet. They're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're going to go for the Dusa.
Yeah, can they get it done? Envy just trying to do the damage now. Right onto Berna they go. There's going to be a hand of God, but oh my goodness, they're falling right back down. Royoya going to end up dying. Envy's going to go next. They simply don't have the damage. He can stand and deliver defeat. He is going to end up doing here for the side of For Fun. And I ain't talking no shoes, ladies and gentlemen. That is a big old W for Team Unknown.
Wow. I don't know what to say to that. I was actually surprised at how long Berna lasted without mana and still withstood literally the power of a steroided Sven to kill you. It was pretty impressive. Congratulations to Unknown. I think they played this game really well. Though I gotta say that for fun, uncharacteristically, I think they made a fair amount of execution errors here this game. I think it's pretty obvious for anyone that watched. A lot of missed arrows, ganks that didn't quite work out, the wrong objectives in ganks, these kind of small things that really amounted to them not being able to get the lead they should have. Again, not very common in for fun to do this, but it was, again, snaking, not the best Marana performance this game, to be honest.
Yeah, perhaps a bit early, right? A 1 p.m.
Yeah, first game of the day. I mean, it does happen. I'm not even joking. Like, first game of the day, you play a bit worse, so.
Yeah, I mean, Berna came out to freaking play some Dota, though, didn't he? 6-0-7. He did really fantastic from the get-go, right out of the gate.
Well, they asked him, you know, if you're asleep, what hero do you want to play? He's like, well, I'll play something that's just tanky and can hit shit. Medusa. Medusa's good.
I'll just something that can A-click the ground and still do damage in team fights.
Right?
All right, Medusa. Sniper? Yeah. Nah, sniper's garbage. Medusa. Okay, that works.
Yeah, that one works. Yeah.
Yeah, well, really good job and well executed by Unknown. It was a solid draft. RoboZ recognizes that he's going to lose that mid lane, doesn't give any kills there to Royoya. Royoya decides that Midas is the best option. He doesn't really get much use of it this game, as the game doesn't last quite as long as as For Fun perhaps thought it would here. Even Envy, he's not able to get the job done here on the Sven. And that'll be game number 1. Do stick around, guys. You're watching the Realms collide 2, the burning hotness. The burning coldness, the bitter cold. We'll go with bitter cold for now. You're watching it with Secret Strike and Avo Plus. We're going to be live.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm, your nightly Dota radio show that brings you the best in ASA Dota in the region,
In the realm. I
in the
would say.
realm
For the realms
of
collide.
Americas,
To
in the New World.
the new world. This guy's getting careful. Next time he's gonna come back with an iron helmet on. He's gonna be on his caballo.
Right, of course, because horse is too hard. In Spain, we have horse.
They have
Horses.
for el tercios.
Yes. And then sometimes we go, Jorge, get on the horse.
And then our neighbors report us for yelling at 2 in the morning.
Yes.
Anyway, we've got ourselves a
In
draft.
Spanish, particularly. That
Why
doesn't
don't we-
help.
Why don't we take a look here? Why don't we take a look-see at our draft? A beautiful, beautiful draft. It was all color coordinated until Unknown decided to pick the Void Spirit.
Ruin the draft, really.
Honestly-
Unknown should lose,
Honestly, I wasn't gonna say it,
but it's true.
but it's true.
In honesty, though, I think Unknown actually has a pretty solid draft to deal with IO Leshrac. IO Leshrac is a good combo because, you give movement speed to the Leshrac, a lot of healing, he becomes a relatively tanky hero, so that's good. The IO also pairs nicely with whatever carry you bring, because I'm assuming you're going to bring a carry that can use the IO, so you have 2 IO partners. That's usually the best use of the IO. And Leshrac is a bit of a flex, so even if you beat him in the mid lane, you can just flex him to the off lane if it's needed.
Yeah,
Ancient
one of-
Apparition, though, is a good one.
Well, I was going to say one of the better uses as well of the Wisp is pairing it with the Tusk. The Zoomers really like doing it. Unknown, they ban it. That's, I think, why the Tusk ban is there.
Yep.
Usually you pick it up as a 1-2 combo, and you're not too bothered by the AA because that combo is for the lane. When there is no Ice Blast, it's not relevant. And what is relevant is Overcharge and Tag Team. But I don't think that's what 4-1 want to run, so we'll see what they end up doing. So they're going to suffer a bit from this AA pick, like you're saying.
It wouldn't be a good pick either, to be honest with you. Because you already have AA, which is pretty decent against this combo in the lane. And if you just pick up a troll or something, you'd actually punish that lane really hard, like what was it, Omega did as well. So not the right ban. That's a bit of a waste of a ban, in my opinion, from Unknown. But
Yeah, that's why I was bringing it up.
that not doesn't really matter though. Ancient Apparition is good against the IO regardless. And now they pick up a Bloodseeker. Interesting choice. We don't see many teams still running the Bloodseeker offlane. I think it's mainly Omega and now Unknown, I guess. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, the Bloodseeker offlane is pretty decent against the IO because you take advantage, or against Leshrac because you take advantage of their movement speed, right? Which is how they usually get around. No blinks, no TPs. Usually, these guys just are fast heroes. That's the whole point. So Rupture really cancels them, which is nice. He's also a really good pipe carrier in general, so I also messed up with a Leshrac to some degree. It's okay. I mean, it's just a generic pick, though. He wins the lanes, which might punish an IO5, but I'm pretty sure once you see the Bloodseeker, you just put IO4 instead, and you pick up some strong offlaner. They did get rid of the strongest offlaners with Aya, though, which is the Slardar and the Mars.
Okay, they're just going to go ahead and pick the PA right now. Haven't seen Envy on PA before in a while. I think he's been mostly playing the Spectre and TFT, so it's good to see him back on a real Dota hero, you know? Yeah. He's played Sven this past game. What else have we seen him on? It's really just, I feel like, mostly been the Spectre and Sven.
Only been the Spectre and Sven, but he has played a couple other heroes.
He's afraid of any other. He only prefers to stick with the S's, doesn't he? As Unknown, are they going to pick up the Windrunner? That could be a core, is kind of what I'm thinking.
I'm thinking pos 4, because the Wind Ranger plus Bloodseeker lane is really strong. So, I mean, if you flex it as a core, you're flexing it as carry, which is not good. So I'm pretty sure it's 4.
Yeah, it's
because
just
Void Spirit mid, Bloodseeker as the... Because you already know the mid matchup, it's Leshrac versus Void Spirit. Void Spirit is fine against Leshrac. Hence why you pick it. The Bloodseeker is definitely your offlaner, so Wind Ranger also combines well with Bloodseeker. I like it. For fun, though, going for the Beastmaster. Yeah, I guess it's pretty decent because your support tier in the lane is Ancient Apparition, and he can't kill the board super... I don't know, because the Chilling Touch is pretty decent at dealing damage to the boards, though. I guess he doesn't have Burst like a Lich or like a maybe Venge would, but... You can still kill the boards with Chilling Touch. You just don't need to. You just don't pick a Lifestealer, and then you'll be fine. Oh, he's even banned, so. Yeah, not the biggest fan of this Beastmaster pick. I think Unknown has options to deal with a Beastmaster easily in lane.
I think they're just concerned that if they wait to pick it next, it's going to probably get banned. Because I think it's a bit weird that it looks like for fun you're going to last pick a support. Not in the draft, of course, so they don't have a last pick overall, but their last pick will be a support by the looks of it. They could maybe transition the Lush to a 4, wouldn't be too crazy. And then you'd be looking for a mid laner.
Because we haven't seen him playing the Lush being non-core in a long time, right?
Trying to think.
Like, not even in this patch. Like, I'm talking, like, long time. You know, back when Kyle used to play this hero.
I don't know. I'm trying to think. And I can't quite remember. I mean, like I said, it wouldn't be the craziest thing. It'd work a lot better than, you know, a PA 4 or a Beastmaster 4. Right? That's kind of the only thing I think see.
I think you need a 5 actually to be for fun. I don't think you can run the IO as the 5 here because your lane is too bad. Wind Ranger, Bloodseeker will destroy you, and IOPA is not good enough. I don't think. I would rather see it with a Beastmaster, where the lane is a bit more has more leeway. But I'm just saying that there's a lot of counters, or not counters necessarily, but heroes that can tank the Beastmaster nicely in lane. You still have the Drow, for example, which of course suffer against the PA. You still have the Troll, which is good against both of them as well. The Dusa, if you actually wanted to try that out again, not bad against the Beastmaster. And in general, not that bad against PA either. You know, there's a fair amount of heroes that can deal with this combo. I don't think you can ban all of them by for fun. You can maybe ban the worst ones, the ones that counter PA and Beastmaster, but I think Unknown will be able to get away with the lanes for now.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be probably the carry last pick then. Yeah, Windrunner, position 4, can still pick up an MKB, which is the only reason I liked it as a core, because it can tear through a PA real quick if you're able to get off a Windrun.
No, but you can also go for that MKB in the support position.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was
bad.
saying.
They're like, yeah, not worth it.
Interesting.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say to
Wow.
that. Usually you don't ban because you're both going for the same position, not usually when you're both going for different ones.
Yeah,
So maybe it is PA5 or PA4, and then we're running a carry here for fun. I don't know. Or maybe they just were
They're
lazy
going to
and
pick
they
an
wouldn't ban.
Ursa, and Schofield is going to, no.
No. It's not an Ursa. Ursa's terrible, even regardless of the draft. Like, I don't even care if it's Ursa carry. It would be really bad. We need a pause 5. Oh, pause 4. Oh, so ooh. The lane IOPA is going to be absolutely destroyed now. That's a tough lane to play against Bloodseeker Wind Ranger.
That's great.
But
I can't believe For Fun didn't ban a hero in the last phase.
Well, I guess Earth Spirit stops a lot of the ranged carries, like Drow, for example. I kind of like Troll a lot here.
What do you
Troll's
think?
pretty solid.
What do you think? They decide not to ban. Like, oh mate, well, let's go ahead and bait him into picking a ranged carry. I always feel like
No, I don't think that. I think they just forgot genuinely. Terrorblade. Oh yeah. Oh wow, I completely forgot he was still in the pool. Oh wow. I mean, he's bad against Leshrac, but he's really good against the PA. He should be able to deal with Beastmaster decently in lane.
I think Unknown are going to 2-0 here.
I want to side with For Fun because I really think they're the better team overall, but I don't think that they won this draft at all.
No, I don't know. I know they've made me a little bit of a fan. I don't know. I think I don't know what it was with For Fun last game. It just didn't come together. They might be able to outplay them here, but it's not going to be very easy. The TB pick's really solid for their safe lane. For Fun are just going to have to play around the Metamorphosis, and they kind of have no choice in the matter. Top lane, like you said, is not going to be a whole lot of fun. Mid, again, is still probably in favor of the Void Spirit here. They picked it into the Lesh anyway, so they're probably quite confident about it. I don't know. I think Unknown are just going to maybe snowball off this one out of the laning stage, to be honest with you. It's kind of crazy that I'm saying that with a TB on the field, but I just don't think Beastmaster can really provide the space necessary this game.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to reserve my judgment because last game, For Fun, their execution was a bit lacking. So if their execution is on point this game, I think that just because of how powerful the PA is as a pick, can work. I honestly think they do have counters, particularly Leshrac should win its lane. They should be able to dominate the Terrorblade. The PA is just a strong pick in general to elongate the game. If this game goes long, I would expect Leshrac to be able to more or less beat the Terrorblade. If it doesn't go too long, of course. But after last game, I kind of have to go Unknown, though.
All right. Well, we all know Envy has been playing a lot of TFT, but it would be great if you gave us a follow on our twitch.tv.
Core, the Iron Talon, Quelling Blade, and then the double GG branches for 4 GG branches, or for 4 Gs rather, I should say. I mean, I guess the good thing about the top lane is they're going to have nice vision for snaking to always be rolling. The A is a nice juicy target pretty much this entire game for this lane, but it's going to be still kind of difficult here for fun. I'm not too sure how well this bot lane at all is going to go for them is basically the biggest concern I have.
Yeah, the bottom lane is also my concern as well. I thought that the IO versus... That's why I was so certain the IO was going to go 4. I thought that the IO plus PA is not strong enough of a combo against the Bloodseeker, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. I think this game is also a pretty decent game where Bloodseeker can actually go for the Blade Mail. I think he's already considering it because of the Broadsword as an inventory. And the Blade Mail this game is just absolutely...
Wait, what? He's got a Broadsword in his inventory? Oh,
no, sorry,
okay.
the Quick Buy. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
Oh, he scared me. I was like,
if he goes for that... that build, both Leshrac and PA are going to struggle a lot. You don't really want to give him an easy lane this game. In fact, I would... You could even go for the cheap item, the cheap-ass Bloodseeker, where you go for the Blade Mail, Yule Scepter, Veil Discord, just a bunch of cheap items. Really impactful. Of course, Veil does not actually amplify your Blade Mail damage, of course, but it will help against the PA.
Oh, Moo blocks him and Envy. They both get hit by the blood, right? That's why he's laughing currently.
No, you can't. You shouldn't be able to block, though, with Tether.
I guess
they same movement speed.
They just walked into it. No, I mean, it's because Moo turned around.
Oh.
Yeah, Moo turned around and literally blocked him. I'm not sure why he turned around, but he decided to turn around.
He wanted to take that gank.
I'm not too sure. Mid is not a very fun time here early levels for RoboZ, simply because he can take a lot of damage off from Lightning Storm into the Split Earth. It's going to be early lane domination is the name of the game. As we see Snaking top lane, stealing the creep wave. He's going to let one creep through, but again, this is why AA does not too bad as well either in this matchup against against 2 melee heroes, simply because of the chilly fingers, which do a lot of damage early on. These things hurt.
Yeah, right. That's why I was saying that I'm not really sure about this matchup because I thought that Beastmaster is not actually that strong against him.
I thought Earth Spirit was going to kick him into the tower for sure, but he decided against it. And it's bottom lane, another great 2-man shackle there. Is going to set up for a good 2-man Blood Right again, but not dealing too much damage.
Oh, okay. Will die at this rate. Yep, he went for shackle level 1, and they punished him for that. Okay, these kind of mistakes that we saw last game as well from For Fun. If you go shackle level 1, you really got to keep your distance. Can't let yourself get Phantom Striked. And more importantly, once he hits level 2 on Envy, you gotta just stay near the tower. In the
Nice.
top lane, they also go for Yadomi. I think he could be in trouble. The cold feet will trigger on snaking, but maybe no, it won't trigger on snaking. Actually, Yadomi is just not fast enough to run away from these two beefy heroes.
Yep, Snaking took a good path there to make sure that he could break that and ran in a straight line. And then once he saw it break, was going to differ. I always forget that Wisp sings the what's it called? The Portal 1 theme song whenever he gets first blood with the Arcana. It's always super confusing because like, what the heck is he whistling? And then he finally gets to the melody. Good old first blood kill there, though, is going to give him a good advantage. Now we do have level 2, no second skill point quite yet. Another great Shackle is going to stun, too, and Envy's just dead. Moo's unable to get the overcharge in time, cannot get any healing off, and now has to get actually, he's going to have to use the healing salve, even Drakil looking to force him completely out of the lane. Well played. This is good aggression out of the bot lane here for a Team Unknown.
That's what I was expecting much more, of course, from the lane. And you can see that even despite the kills, the PA is struggling to find farm, whereas TP is finding some farm here. The lane control by Snake has been really good to stabilize this lane a bit, but now with the Metamorphosis, Brax could be in trouble. Chilling touch, his rolling Baldric help him get away, and Snaking will even push the Terrorblade back. Well played. But you still have the whole meta to deal with, where TB should have a free lane for the next like 40 seconds, which of course he loves, and should be able to kill the Boars relatively easily. And this mid lane, not that bad for Robotheta, considering you're up against a Leshrac. He's actually stabilized nicely with 18 last hits, which to me was the biggest issue. We'll see.
Whoa.
Snaking.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive up here. They really want to go for kill. That cold feet will certainly be hitting. Nope, just kidding. I was baiting you. As the thirst applied, and they will actually be able to fight Berna through the level 2. Yeah, level 2 Metamorphosis. They even kill him through. Now that's on cooldown for 2 minutes, and didn't really get too much utility out of that one either. 13 and 3. This is going to allow Brax to catch up nicely here in the CS department. And it's going to be a pretty happy top lane then, all things considered. For now, anyway.
Nope. 3-1 the score, but the net worth difference is not very high in favor of For Fun, which shows the strong lanes we were talking about. Bloodright in the bottom lane, easy to hit Envy with, but of course that healing really strong here to make sure that Envy can survive.
Sorry, no, I was noticing Envy. I was like, Envy, certainly you're clicking onto the kill with this increased attack speed, Envy. Of course not. Why would I ever do that? I'm not going to kill him. I don't have coup de grace. I'm just hitting creep even faster. That's what he was doing. He gets the last hit there, so it's absolutely worth it, but it's just hilarious.
That's what he needs right now. Drakil's beating him and last has a fair amount. I don't think a kill is really that worth it anymore unless you can... Because it's very difficult to get the kill now, I would say.
Yeah, and he's not getting that kill. Not without coup de grace. Yeah, it's not happening.
Because Wish has the level 3 now, so he has the wind run, of course, ready for him. It's very difficult now for the PA to do anything. And Bloodsucker should be a bit too tanky. He also has 20 charges of Magic Wand. So it's going to be a difficult game for now. Top lane, though, Beastmaster is also starting to stabilize as the Ancient Apparition has kind of been turned into food due to Earth Spirit's aggression. But the lane control is still in favor of Unknown.
Nice deny. Denying the bounty rune away from Ryoya there is Wish, ensuring that he's not able to actually refill his bottle because Snaking is going to capture both bounty runes top. So Ryoya with an empty bottle here for a bit. That's going to kind of suck, especially because RoboZ's got a full bottle for himself. But it will be then For Fun taking 2 bounty runes, Unknown only taking 1 there at 5 minutes. Small difference, not too major. Most important thing there is Ryoya not refilling the bottle. So it's going to be maybe our Lesh out of mana here quite quickly, as he's going to now maybe look to stack. I'm not... Okay. He's just taking a walk through the woods there. Yep. Bot lane, though, they're just anytime they're getting close to a kill here onto the Drakil, he simply just blood rights, and that's that. All right, close to a kill, I'm even daring to say here is quite a stretch, as there's just no kill, really, really low kill threat, to be honest. They did get first blood onto Wish. Now that he's got Wind Run, though, I don't really see how that's possible unless he's like diving a tier 1 tower here.
Waiting for Rupture. Top lane again, or sorry, mid lane is actually where Ryoya finds the kill on Yadomi. He was stacking, then went to the mid lane, tried to help out, did not. Instead, just dead. So that's just like Robohead is like, thank you, Yadomi. I really appreciate that. That's very nice of you. And at least he gets some space because the Earth Spirit is forced out of the lane, so he is helping out Terrorblade in a different way. But the meta might be wasted in this lane. He had to use it just to survive because he had no support, and that of course forced him to go right into the jungle after the Terrorblade is done with that meta.
Let's see, Brax. I think that's Power Treads here. No, Necrobook 1 already. Wow. Okay. Did not even go for the boots. I was wondering which one it was. Sometimes it's not too unusual to go for the Sage's Mask early for the Necro eventually, and then go back to the boots just for the mana regen. But no, straight Necro here, so he's actually going to be able to start knocking on the doors here of the structures, as that's going to be Snake King going a little bit too far, trying to harass Berna. There's going to be plenty of heroes in the jungle there to repel him and even kill him. And he's going to pay for that one here in blood.
Important kill. That's a pretty major kill here for Unknown, trying to stop the enemy. Trying to stop the enemy rotations, of course, on the Earth Spray. He's been quite an impactful hero in the top lane as well. Kind of denied this Ancient Apparition before being too impactful. Right now, we are also giving a lot of space back to Robozeta, so I'm wondering what Leshrac. I mean, he's from the jungle, Ryoya, but when is he going to start rotating this game? Because Void Spray is probably going to start to do it as soon as possible, as soon as he sees a viable kill. In fact, I would like him to go bottom lane once they hit 6 on the Bloodseeker. He's really close to it. I think the PA kill is not impossible in this lane. They don't have Relocate to save them just yet, and there we go. Robozeta's already rotating. They catch him with a ward, which means this rotation will be unsuccessful.
Yeah, but let's see here. If Ryoya doesn't rotate, he's going to be able to get this tower here relatively easily with level 3 Diabolic Edict. We'll see here. RoboZ can't just afford to gank a lane and not get a kill, because then he's going to lose his tower for sure, and with nothing in exchange, it's a really bad trade for him. Snake King is he's just absorbing experience. Brax is like, get the hell out of here, I want solo XP. Snake King's like, alright, I guess I'll steal XP from the TV then. They even send the Necrobook illusions into the jungle. RoboZ counter-initiating. They will roar him. Look at that, he might die even. Yeah. Ooh.
He still has Astral Step.
Whoa! Went for the kill on a Snake King, and he's going to pay for that one. Oh, we have the silence at the ready. We need to burst through that shield, and we will be able to do so. Snake King's still alive.
He didn't go for the kill. He was avoiding the Leshrac pull still because he would have died in the high ground.
Ryoya is going to be able to zone out the rest there and prevent them from getting the kill onto Snake King. We will lose, however, Moo down the bot lane and perhaps even Envy, as he's going to be trying to run for his life. Can't even get the Phantom Strike off, unfortunately. Moo responded a bit too late. Brax's TP is too late. Can they get a return kill? Likely not. We don't have a roar with the Necrobook ones. An overcharge almost. Whew. That was close.
But it still lost their mid laner, which is a big deal. Yeah, losing your carry. I guess your TB is actually getting some farm here, but obviously Berna's forced into the triangle as Yadomi's playing that dead lane for now with the Ancient Apparition. It's going to be a bit tough for Unknown to recover in this first early stage of the game. They haven't snowballed like they did last time, but I don't think that was expecting them to.
Yep,
either, to be
good
honest.
kill top. Onto the support. That one's basically free. Snake King decides the best way to break Cold Feet is to TP, but he's just going to get Cold Feeted. But they're going to bring Brax up top, and that tower is immediately killed. RoboZ looking to try and force some rotations over to the mid lane, as they will bring back Brax and Moo at bottom. How's our Envy doing? Oh, Envy's top now. He's going to be hoping to finish up the Battle Fury here, I would imagine. Yeah? Okay, we'll see. Unknown, they're in the meantime going to be looking to push bottom. Oh, they did actually use Rupture here for Moo, but they might be able to actually follow this one up. Oh, nice job tethering away. RoboZ's not going to be able to find anyone there for that one. And it's going to be Brax just left in the trees here. Not too many trees for him to hide underneath, but he finds a couple. And he's going to be safe and sound.
Okay, now they swap the lanes around. Brax goes to the bottom lane because, of course, they want to preserve the space here, and the Beastmaster is just much stronger. While PA goes to the safest lane, and they even invade the enemy jump on the process. This is good. They're closing the enemy map just by farming aggressively, which is very smart on Envy, but also on Brax, of course. And this rotation will prevent them from ideally taking this tower too easily, as Bloodseeker is not the best pusher in the world, especially for towers, right? We can already see a bit of a difference between the Bloodseeker and the Beastmaster. Bloodseeker's a good laner, but he doesn't snowball as hard as Beastmaster, especially in the early game stages. And we're seeing a smoke gank to see if they can take advantage of Brax's superiority.
They might be able to kill him.
They should be able to. Drakeel, oh, slow down by the board first. Actually body blocked himself. There's already boulder set up. Nice shackle shot, but it's not going to connect against anything, unfortunately. Yeah, Drakeel might just die here to the... Wow. The slow is too strong. Drakeel will just fall. Easy for them. And now Unknown has got a warning. If you stay in this lane, you are going to die to my Beastmaster. And if you don't, we'll take your tower. And they even defend against the catapult push.
Yeah. Envy just casually, perfectly CSing that wave right in front of RoboZ. Doesn't even care, doesn't even acknowledge his presence. Now he's going to move back into his triangle camp as we see Moo looking to finish up his mechanism. He's 700 gold off, making decent progress. It's interesting to see the whiffs go back now for the mechanism. That used to be the older builds, and now it's the very popular build again as well. Perhaps now maybe Holy Lock it actually worth it if they're continuing to chase down RoboZ. They're actually bringing in Envy as well, I think. Nope, just Moo. All right. Brax wants to get silenced there by the Bloodorite, so we'll go and stand in it, and that's going to be that kill attempt. Again, not too bad. It is fruitless, but it's not completely without merit, as they do kind of force Unknown out of their triangle. Brax is then going to go and steal this farm, so they're at least making the best out of a failed gank, and that's good. It is very good indeed. Ryo back to pushing mid, as it looks like they have no interest in defending this bottom tower versus 4 heroes anyway. Not with any cover to TP into anyway, so this should be the tower then for Unknown, their first one of the game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this should open up the enemy jungle a bit, but honestly, considering how you haven't been able to really fight them, I don't know how threatening this proposition is by Unknown. As you can see, in fact, For Fun is just gonna say, yeah, let's man fight, no problem. You want to invade our jungle, we'll fight you. And Ryoya is much stronger right now than the Void Spirit, as he's 2 levels ahead, has his Yule Scepter to both of that. He still has not completed his own. Ryoya coming in with an Invis Rune, they don't see him just yet. There's the Yule Scepter, Double Alkitic, Split Earth, Drakeel in trouble with the Rolling Boulder. Drakeel will fall. And
Brax
the bottom
might be
lane,
dead.
yeah, Domi will also die, but Brax does fall, shatters to the Ice Blast. Snaking, going for Roboteta, trying to kill his brother. He's out of Astral Step charges, but in comes Wish to help him out.
Nice.
Still silenced though. TB even joins the fray. That Shackle Shot might guarantee the... No, never mind. It doesn't guarantee anything. In fact, Roboteta might die to the Magnetize alone.
Yeah.
Is that enough damage? Is the Magnetize going to kill him?
Nah.
Dissimulate! So he doesn't go down to the last hits from the creeps and the Magnetize.
Yeah, well played there. Well played indeed. They're going to stay alive. They still lose 2. Brax with the Roar onto the AA to ensure that they don't get a good Ice Blast out. Instead, he's going to eat then the Shotgun Ice Blast himself. He'll go and sacrifice his life there. Ends up dying, but is the only one to actually die out of that engagement. On his team anyway, as they do pick up the kill there onto the position 5 and the position 3. That's going to be another kill then onto Drakeel. Envy, in the meantime, continuing to farm, nearly finished up with his Battle Fury, as Berna is looking to continue to amp his farm with the Manta style. I'd be curious if he's actually going to go for... I'm sorry, he's going to go actually for SNY, because I'm not sure if Manta's all that great this game. It's nice for the science, I guess, on the Earth Spirit. Might even be necessary, to be honest, I guess, now that I think about it a bit more. Yeah, okay. I wouldn't be too surprised, but I think the stats for now are just going to be good. I think this TB might be in farming mode for now.
And so, I mean, you can always assemble into the Heaven's Halberd, which is
Exactly,
pretty useful
yeah.
against the PA, so it's not too bad to get. But I agree that Manta style at some point would be nice. Because not just the... I wouldn't even say the sound's that important. I would say it's the Magnetize, actually. There's a lot of magical damage for the TB. They're going to go Brax, though, and
Yeah, he's dead.
extinguish his life. Yeah, that's easy. Unknown will take a nice little counter kill there, but this time they don't have the easy kill potential they had last time, so they have to be a bit more wary. They have to take advantage of Rothet a bit more, and I think For Fun has been utilizing this Leshek a bit more effectively. But of course, with a stronger lane, it does make sense. His rotations have been just much better.
They do have a nice item for themselves, especially against the Lesh. So Drakeel has now just finished up the
Nice.
Blade Mail, so that's going to be a good item for him. We're about to see Ryoya go bot and farm and finish up his Boots of Travel. That'll allow them to play a little bit more aggressively here against Unknown, perhaps even look to push some tier 2 towers here a little bit earlier, or just keep up with lane pressure as he'll be TPing home. No Aether Remnant. Well, the Aether Remnant will come out, but it's just a bit late. Ice Blast as well committed there, as Ryoya just getting out there in the nick of time, as we see the 14, close to 15-minute Battle Fury here for Envy, all finished up. Going into the BKB next, he is going to now be looking to accelerate his farm, and he's not actually too far off from Berna, so he's doing pretty decently here. Yeah, he could be probably pretty happy. Berna is in a little bit of a better position to fight here, as he will now have the SNY completed on himself, but we'll see. Envy will eventually begin to outfarm him pretty soon, especially with a Wisp.
Yeah, even TB, despite his good farming speed, is not good enough to, I don't think, match a PA and Wisp. And also, TB suffers from the same issue that the IO plus carry suffers from. So IO plus carry, because you're always 2, you actually divide the experience, you usually lack levels. TB farms illusions, it's the same thing, essentially. Which,
Boulder.
nice Yule Scepter there to set up for the Split Earth. I don't think he can make out of here alive. Too much magical damage, regardless if he had the Wind Run or not, he would have been dead. And they can't really counter-initiate. Oh, Ramotha's trying, though. Okay. No help from his team. Yeah, Snaking will just die in a matter of seconds. Never mind.
Yeah, that's the Yule Scepter for RoboZ being put to good use, obviously.
Yep.
He's able to stop his brother in the middle of his rolling boulder, because that's cool. Oh, Brax. Ice Blast will connect onto him as he was looking to get some damage onto the tier 2. DD as well for RoboZ, and they should have this kill. They're going to roar him as EE gets a kill then onto the AA, who was looking to rotate on over. He's like, E's are better than A's, and he kills him with a crit.
Okay. The ancient apparition is always going to be food for EE. Just going to slice and dice him, turn him into a smoothie. It's very, very easy with this ancient apparition. He might even want to start playing the game like ancient apparitions sometimes do, where you just stay really back. You're like, I'm an Ice Blast, guys. Like, that's all I could do. That's all I should be able to do.
Yeah, he's the long-range artillery piece here for Team Unknown. They do well to defend him here, especially against a Wisp. Early on, it's not too crucial, but later when the fights get close, and especially if Envy decides to go for a Satanic, it's going to be pretty important that he is not ever too much in a vulnerable position here, or at least that you show you're willing to defend him. Ice Blast. Yeah, on a Ryoya. Nice job there. They will dodge it, taking a little bit more damage. He still has the Yule Scepter from the Drakeel, as he's going to be able to walk him a little bit further away, but Ryoya will be able to stay alive. Thirst was given there for about a mere second, as Moo will be able to heal him up here relatively quickly and safely underneath the Tier 1 tower. Brax back to his usual shenanigans. The gang's back together in the top lane. He's looking to push top here with the Necrobook level 3, so this is even better now, because obviously they push even faster, but they also come with True Sight, which can allow them to get some more map control.
Snaking will get away for now, but now he joins the fray. He wants to kill the Ancient Apparition first. That's your Ice Blast gun! And they even get Wish as well in the process. 2 supports down. Unknown now starting to falter as they're losing map control here. And E already has his Battle Fury and he's ready to fight. The TB unfortunately cannot do that. Those lanes did not work well for Unknown this game.
Yep. They've also lost the Tier 2. Where the heck is the Tier 2 usually? It's right here. They've lost the Tier 2 tower. That has now gone down, and they're looking to fight for even more, actually.
Let's see. Rolling Boulder.
No. That's a good guess. Might as
Yeah,
well.
it was. Could have almost caught him, like if it was last play there.
Maybe scared him, even force out another Astral Step right now. He doesn't have one, can't counter-initiate very realistically. Ryoya is going to be able to easily run away from him now. Yeah, that makes a difference. Oh, they're going to go right back in for the AA. Shackle him into a tree, though. Snake going to be snaking right in the Ice Blast and the Blood Right he goes, as Yadamin will then die to the likes of Ryoya. Snaking will buy back. He's angry. He's ready to fight. I don't know if he's angry. But Brax is, because he can't move. He's been ruptured by the likes of Drakeel. Berna does have the Metamorphosis. Not really sure if he wants to fight here, though. They've already lost the AA, as the Wisp will then relocate back in. And it looks like they will be going for the Roshan here with the DD rune on Ryoya. I like what For Fun is doing here. They're kind of just killing the supports because that's what they're really, really good at. They'll kill a core if they can, but you can see they're not really too interested in doing that right now. As the core is here a little bit more slippery, a little bit tanky. And they're really only willing to go for those if the core's out of position and if they've already killed the supports there. Ice Blast coming in is going to be a bit late. Envy is walking back into it, but with the Aegis, he is okay here. He's about to have his BKB finished on up. That'll do nicely. Some more minus armor as well has been finished for Brax, who now has the medallion going next into the Solar Crest. So I think Brax is going to be looking now to stick around with the team a little bit more here and look to just be a big presence in these team fights, just be incredibly annoying here.
Yeah, and this was the kind of the win condition that we're going to talk about in the draft, right, for fun. Leshrac getting enough farm that he can just out-farm and beat the Terrorblade him alone, while the PA can deal with the rest of the heroes because she's also pretty farmed. And now it's becoming much more difficult for Unknown because the enemy team has reached their strongest point. Well, not really the strongest point, but one of their strong points here. They constantly kill Yadomi as well, making that Ice Blast a bit useless. He is just such an easy target. And with that, they lose their power against the Aya, which means EE becomes kind of immortal, which is a great thing to have for EE in general. They can even push towers down here in the bottom lane. It seems like For Fun has woken up. This game, they're playing, literally it's like night and day between this game and last one.
Yeah, I mean, this AA, this poor AA, I mean, literally so poor. He's got half the net worth of the position 5 Wisp, right? That's, ooh, ouch, right? That's not a lot of farm right there, and it's no surprise why he's got no farm. He's died 8 times already, not really any of those his fault. It's just the fact that he's played AA. He's literally made out of water, you know, and he ain't no Morphling either. Nice boulder smash there onto Robo-Z as they get the kill actually mid lane. Ryoya continue to just run at them here. Robo-Z continue to be chased down as there's going to be the roar. Ice Blast should connect. No, Brax able to outrun it in time. Robo-Z silenced up. Boulder smash as well, slowing down better now. He's going to have to purge that one off with the Yules. And for now, it just looks For Fun. Again, they don't really want to fight here. Okay, rolling.
No, they don't. Because they don't have the Leshrac in general, so how do you going to beat the TV right now? Right? You only have Earth Spirit, who also got silenced, by the way.
Yeah, and ruptured, so now he can actually run away. They will get him, at least snaking. Down he goes, dead for 69 seconds.
Yeah, so without a Leshrac, you don't really want to fight against the TB, obviously, right? I don't know if you want to try to split like that your engagement. I think you're giving the TB a fighting chance here, which you don't really want to do. Like I said, it's Ryoya really that's dealing with him. He already got his Ags now, soon the BKB. That should be enough damage to deal with the TB. We'll see. Ryoya wants to defend this tower. Nice Spirit, though, protecting the tower. And Drakeel, he forced us himself up to the high ground, and gaining some...
Ryoya's got X, by the way.
What? Yeah, I just mentioned it.
Yeah, he's really
The X is enough damage against the TB. Yeah,
a lot of Lushes really like that, as Envy's just going to pick up a quick kill on the AA. Scoop that one up.
And also, that's going to slow down the TB a bit, which is nice. TB just got Scotty, though, which is usually the item that you get to start beating the Leshrac. He was hoping to get this kill. Oh, Envy. Okay. While Leshrac was something the TB, Envy actually went and jumped into the backlines. Ayo's still around, has a relocate, should be able to save him. Moo! Yeah, the relocate will complete. They don't stun him in time.
And they can actually fight when they come back. The rest of the team is ready and nearby, full HP and mana. Wisp going to get to just heal him up. Envy's moving in the fountain. You can tell because he's got... Oh, no, he's back. He's farming Ancients. My bad. Oh, no, they're going to leave Moo. He doesn't have tether, but that's okay. Ryoya just... By the mere presence of him standing there is going to scare away the rest of Unknown. I was so concerned. I don't know why I was so concerned. I was like, Moo, no!
Siske lead for fun now as they completely take over the enemy map this time. I think the dividing was maybe a bit too early, right? Because you still wanted to fight 5-on-5 engagements ideally, but it did help you cover much more space. Allowed you to ward and de-ward a large part of the map. You can see there's just sentries all over, whereas Unknown doesn't really have a space to farm. Yeah. They're forced to go on these 5-on-5 engagements, hoping they go well. Let's see. Eternal Envy, the target, sell request, and oh, they surprise Roboteta. Can they kill him in time? Yes, they can. Roboteta's down for the count. EE doesn't really care about the Ice Blast. That's a second life anyway. Goes for Yadomi. Says, yeah, Ice Blast me. Let me destroy you. Without Yadomi, how are they supposed to fight? The TB is left all alone. Ryoya sets up for the kill. Split Earth is easy. And this TB is going to fall in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, he really is. He's actually, TB decided to pick up the Nether Shawl. I guess maybe for the magic resist, that'll do him some good, right? He doesn't really care about the minus armor that he gets because he's got so much of it anyway. And he's not really, is he dying to mostly magic damage? Let me see here. He is kind of mostly dying to magic damage by a little bit. So, of course, that's going to be always a nice pickup for him. So, I was curious when I saw his courier flying over with that. That makes a lot of sense, actually. But, unfortunately, he doesn't have a BKB, nor does he have a Manta style. So, once he's silenced, he really just... is really easy pickings here for the rest of For Fun. We'll then proceed up onto the high ground. Envy still with Aegis here for another 3 seconds, so it's about to be reclaimed. And with that For Fun, we'll just get a tier 3 and back off.
Okay, holding both to get the Earth Spirit away. That's going to be fine. And with this, For Fun will just retreat as they wait for the TB to come back. He does have meta, so it was wise to retreat. You don't want to try to force a fight here. You're trying to catch him with their pants down. Roboteta has committed a couple blunders here, always punished by the Beastmaster or the Leshrac, and that's really helped For Fun stop the Temple Setter in the game.
They're going to fight? Maybe?
Okay, I don't know. The Atos, interesting. They actually find Drakeel in the backline. Can they kill him in time? Drakeel, your playmail doesn't really matter anymore. And they even have a Basher, so not even the Rupture will matter here. And the concern going in despite the Rupture doesn't really matter to him, apparently, as Yadomi will fall. At the same time, he uses the Ice Blast. Here comes the TB with a Reflection. Are they going for MB? Wish is already dead. TB alone, trying to kill Moo, but he relocates in time. Yadomi in trouble because Snakey just wants to make sure this Ancient Apparition won't live to see the light of day. He tries to Rolling Boulder himself to safety, but unfortunately it's too late. He had to sacrifice himself for this dieback. Moo comes back. Envy's still here as well. And now, I mean, they have used the meta, but you do have a Leshrac.
And they've
you
used
did
BKB.
waste the Primal Roar, though.
Yeah, they're not a bad fight again for Fun. They are going to lose Snaking, who decides that he was put on this earth to do one thing, and that's kill position 5 supports, and he's going to achieve that goal. Gosh darn it. Really good reload up from Moo. It's just but a few mere steps away, but that's all you really need at this point in the game, right? You don't really need to bring Envy all the way back home. You just need to bring him away from the immediate danger, and TB from there really just can't do too much, unfortunately. So now they might even just continue to push. I mean, look at how much map control, look how much vision here For Fun have. You highlighted this earlier. It's just so hard to maintain vision against a Beastmaster when he does go for the Necro build, which is almost always these days, of course. But hey, this is the item I was going to point out before they started fighting. robo2 now does have the Aghanim Scepter, so the silence is going to be kind of nice for him. At this point, I don't know if it's going to make that much of a difference, but hey, you'll take anything you can get at this point, I think. Berna is looking to actually do some damage to PA now. He's going to be hoping to get the MKB next. Again, still no silence, no dispels for him either. No Lotus Orbs. Poor AA. I mean, his net worth has barely increased here, if at all, within the last 5-10 minutes since I've last pointed it out, as he is just so poor this game. There's not really much else he can do, to be honest. They need someone to buy sentries, and well, he's getting no close to this Ghost Scepter, and well, you could see why he wants it, as Envy's picking up another kill onto him there for pretty much free. And that's going to be now coup de grace level 3, so this should be for fun. Maybe make it a strong push here for the at least melee barracks.
Ryoya, here comes the shackle shot. Not going to do anything. They forced the glyph already. Do we have meta? No, in 15 seconds. That's why they can't fight here. Oh, it's a huge advantage now for 4-1. Rupture on Ryoya. He still has Ghost turn BKB.
Oh.
They forced him to deal more damage. He still has that BKB though. Doesn't activate it in time. He's going to be caught out by the Aether Remnant, and that's him dead.
Yeah, nice. And you can see the value that the Axe has there. Drakil, down to half HP just because he was standing right next to the Lesh. Even though there was plenty of other people there to absorb damage, he still takes half of his HP as damage. But yeah, a little bit maybe overconfident there. A good Force Staff. People always forget. I don't know, people forget, right? Force Staff has been nerfed. Force and Glimmer were nerfed a long time ago, back when basically every single support would build Force and Glimmer and then just save their cores all game. That was like the build on supports. It was like, who am I playing? It doesn't matter. Force Glimmer, just queue it up right now once you load in. But they have nerfed the cast range on Force Staff. This is what it is if you hover over it. That's what it is for a defensive Force Staff, either if you're casting it on a teammate. But offensively, actually, the cast range is still the same. It's for some reason they only nerfed the. They decided to keep it available for the aggressive options that you can use with it, and they just nerfed the defensive ones. Yeah.
Really? It's only on your teammate at 600. Sorry, it's only your teammates at the range is 550.
Yeah. You can
and
still
it's
you
same
can
offensively. Oh.
Yeah. It's not that much more, but it makes a difference.
It was like 750 or so.
Yeah.
Was the range before.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
So.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, you can still Force Staff from way further away than you can Force Staff. You can Force Staff enemies from way further away than you can Force Staff your allies. There's AA dying again. Abyssal Blade, by the way, reveal onto the Wisp. Or, sorry, onto the AA. Why not? Oh, no, they caught TB. They rolled him up.
We have the BKB on EE, so he's going to kill TB. No, that's Brax allows him to sunder, but EE is just coming into this kill. Berna in trouble, finally finished off by a rolling boulder that sets up for this kill. He has been ruptured there, not that it mattered because he was just mad fighting Berna. They're 1v1.
Was just running down as well to Drakil. There's no creep wave here even, but they don't even care. They're going to clear the enemy creep wave that's just freshly spawned in and go ahead and secure the mid lane up barracks. Envy, he's got the Abyssal Blade at the ready. Might consider it here for on Wiz to keep him locked down underneath his tier 4 towers. Now he's snaking, running on in. There's the Ice Blast, the buyback out of robo2 as well. They could actually kill Envy here, who does not have buyback locked down, and now silenced down he goes. See you later, Envy. The Drakil now with an 8-times kill streak pulled to himself. Snaking in the trees, isn't able to get away, kicks away the enemy. Mu, however, it will not be as lucky as he should be. No, he gets the tether off silence, but the chilly fingers from far are going to be able to kill him. Nice job there. Unknown with the buyback are going to be able to convert onto a kill onto Envy. They save even more destruction in the base. Ryoya still is going to be able to get the mid lane of barracks, but could have been way worse there. And a decent hold from Unknown.
Yeah, a decent hold. Yet, I mean, not enough just quite yet, but TP is still farmed enough that Unknown could potentially, 1v5 this late. Right? You just need to. The thing is, the TP is still behind the Lesh, right? Because something that 4Fun has done really well is that they have not put all their farm on the PA this game, and they've allowed Leshok to be also a really strong carry, more or less, who actually went for a high damage build as well, which allows them to deal with the TB relatively easily in these team fights. And the PA, as you can see, also has enough damage if TB can't meta in time. Although he has MKB right now, not a great item for TB, but a necessity this game against the PA and the Wind Ranger. Sorry, just against the PA. What am I saying? Let's see, the Roshan. It's a dangerous Roshan. I think either team who takes it. I mean, if Unknown goes for it, they're definitely going to get punished for sure. If 4Fun goes for it, I think they might be giving Unknown a fighting chance. We'll see. They're actually going for a smoke here, hoping for a kill that leads to Roshan most likely. Nice. I like this play.
There's a good job by Unknown, by the way, there to reclaim map control. You can see they've dewarded. They've got plenty of sentries. They even have a ward up, which is, again, not easy to do against a Beastmaster. So very well played. Here's a smokes will break by Yodomi. He is probably going to get exploded, however, as yep, down he goes. And that might be enough for them to just go for the Roche here, to be honest. I think the Ice Blast becomes a very, very big part of your Roche fight here that, unfortunately, you're not going to have for 30 seconds. And I don't think Roche has that long to live.
I got a question. I'm not going to lie. If That was the right play by the Ink. Like, we've seen this whole game where Ancient Apparition is playing the dead lane a bit, playing in the sacrificial position. And I don't really get that considering you have a Wind Ranger. I guess you don't want to lose the Wind Ranger, but Ice Blast has been so valuable, and you've lost it pretty much at the beginning of every single team fight. So, after the early game, we haven't really seen an effective Ice Blast. Here they go for Drakeel. He does have Rupture, so they could stop whoever's coming for him. There we go. Rupture onto the Earth Spray, but
he doesn't care.
Snaking is just going to go in. He still has the Yolcitor, saves himself from the damage. We have the BKB from Leshrac going for Drakeel and hoping for this easy kill on the Bloodseeker, and it's going to happen. Your offlaner's down for the count, and the Ice Blast again, right? Because he was dead. And he had to use it when they got killed. Way too late, and they didn't get the kill.
And it's not going to matter. Move, burst, heal, snaking, basically to full HP anyway. EE with the spider legs, Monka S underneath the tier 4 tower, immediately going for the AA. AA still, he's dreaming about this Ghost Scepter. And he's not going to have it quite yet. Envy, is he going to lose Aegis here? Nope, he's going to pop his BKB to make sure he doesn't get cold-feeded. Turning onto Burden, only for a second, just faking him out. Made you flinch, you know, sort of thing. Did you ever do that with your friends? Is that a thing outside of the U.S.? Made you flinch, 2 for flinching? It's a big thing with siblings, you know?
Yeah.
Kids being meanies to
Though
each other.
I like the game where you put the little, what was it, the circle, right?
Uh-huh.
You ever play the circle game? Where like if they look at the circle, they have to punch.
Nope.
Okay, I guess. I mean, I know it exists in America because Malcolm in the Middle did it, okay? So, you know, you can't fool me here. And you're just not a 90s kid like me. What can I say? Little zoomers like you. Oh, snaking. They stopped his escape. That was really nice.
Could be dead.
The Ice Blast, though, will hit perfectly. No, it just hits the IO and moves like, I come here to save you. Now I'm dead.
You baited
the
me,
life of a support. Poor Moo.
Yeah.
He was just shatter himself there.
It's a good kill there.
Like, I'd rather die to Bloodseeker than to any of you fools.
No, good kill. Drakeel there gonna continue chasing, looking for the kill onto Brax. Now Royoya's not here, but Envy is, and he is willing to fight, dropping the Abyssal onto 2. Really nice shackle shot though, should lock him down a bit longer, but Snaking still free to roll around, and that's the kill onto his brother. Rooted down will be Brax, still alive for now. Drakeel hoping for a kill onto anyone here, as they nearly have Snaking, but he's able to roll away to safety. Wiz there with a nice shackle shot again onto 2, and Envy! Oh my god, Envy's getting chunked here, they need it. They have uphill missed once, but it's not gonna matter. But now eventually will have the damage, as now Royoya joining the fight here, just way too much damage. There's the roar as Brax buys back. And there is now a big kill onto the TB. Envy then following up with a kill onto the offlane Drakeel. And that's 3 dead. Only the TB with buyback, but he's not going to have the Metamorphosis available. And it's going to be the rest of For Fun. Well, we're all at the barrel. Look at them go, as they're going to go right down mid. Oh my goodness. There was an AA there, by the way, for a second. Blink and you miss him.
They're going to try to burst the tower down. Oh, no, they're just going to go for the tier 4s, apparently. Yep. Yeah, the TV has come back, but without meta. So how powerful is the TV without meta? We'll see in a second. As Envy's like, yeah, guys, we can just beat him. Let's go. Basher, a Sunder's still available on TV. Remember that, but not with the Basher. Apparently, impossible to use. There's a GG. Easy.
Yeah, really good game out for fun. I didn't honestly think they were going to take it, to be completely honest with you. I really didn't think that they had it with this draft. I don't want to say... I mean, out from the lanes, I guess, I think I was willing to change my mind there. But, yeah, For Fun, they're going to take game number 2. Really impressive performance, good fights. Nice job sweeping the map. Brax was way more impactful in the early game than I thought he was going to be able to be. And even Drakeel plus Widge in this bottom lane didn't really get off to such a good start as I thought they would, to be honest.
No, I mean, the lanes were not played ideally by Unknown. They made a couple of mistakes, particularly in Yadomi. That Ancient Apparition did not really have the performance he was hoping for this game. I think the drafts really could have gone for anyone. I know that people now will go like, oh, one draft is better, one draft is better. It really could have gone for anyone, but it was more because For Fun actually executed properly this game, much, much better than last game. And they didn't drop the ball at all, right? They continued putting the pressure. There's a chance that you play these kind of drafts, that you propose first, that you're a bit more aggressive, that Leshrac falls behind. We've seen it many times, that PA doesn't have the impact she wants to against the TB. But it didn't happen this game because they played so well, so consistently. So, well deserved by For Fun. And unfortunately, Unknown will only be able to get one win. But as always, For Fun continuing the streaks of just ties all over this argument, all over this tournament.
They got a lot of draws. I think Envy doesn't allow himself to play TFT if he loses a series or something, because whenever they lose the first game, he tries so hard in the second game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But, I mean, just a really good game, though. Good recovery out from Royoya and Envy, who kind of, I don't want to say were lackluster game one, but just didn't really show up like they sometimes usually do, like in this game. And they played really well. They played really, really well in the second game, so they're going to be able to take the draw, like you said. That's it,
That's
though.
it, guys.
Yeah, it's series number 1 of 4 of the day. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Avo, coming up next. Do you know? I mean, I know. I don't know why I'm testing you here. It's Omega versus Eagle Boys. I got the schedule open here. I even got the overlay set up. I was just curious if you remembered or not. I didn't. I had to check. So Omega versus Eagle Boys will be our next match. That'll be starting here in about 15 minutes. Actually, a short series here, relatively speaking, running on time. So you got a bit of time. Stretch your legs, grab some water, get a snack, but make sure your butts are in that seat for our next game here, starting about 10 minutes from now, considering the delay. We'll see you then.
Hello, hello, and welcome to the Voice of the Realm. We welcome you, wandering vagrants of the night, lost souls, people that have nothing to do on a Tuesday
Tuesday.
afternoon. Thank you.
Tuesday, the
I-
24th.
I'm glad you knew. I didn't know what day I lived in.
I knew. I knew. I've got
have
you,
no
Oliver.
clue.
Oliver, I lived with you for about a little bit less than a year and a half. What, August is the 8th month of the year, isn't it? We're currently in the 11th month, so a year and 3 months.
And how many days out of that year have I known what day we were living in?
Oliver, I'm surprised you even remember the word day. Here we are now, live in a draft.
It's Omega versus Ego Boys. Quite an exciting matchup, as the Spanish people would say. Está picante la cancha, perro. So it's quite exciting because Ego Boys, I think they're kind of a hit or miss team very often, right? They've gotten a lot of ties, kind of remind me of For Fun. Sometimes they have a great draft and really good performance. Sometimes they falter, especially against the top teams. They can really easily beat them, but at the same time, really easily lose to them, right? Because it really depends on their day. And Omega Gaming, as people are calling it, the OG of South America, have been doing a pretty decent job in this tournament so far. Already profiling themselves for probably upper bracket, if not for short playoffs.
You can tell this one is really spicy because I had to lower Alvaro's microphone
sorry,
level.
I
'cause
apologize.
It is 4 a.m. This is normally when we do start, and he's got the energy back, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm very excited. This is a good match.
It is a good match. No, I don't mean to say that to this kind of thing you said, because you're completely right. Omega Gaming, even though it is an Omega and not an O, people, they don't respect the Greek alphabet, even though that means resistance, So I'm going to give a lot of resistance here. Omega is the
Oh,
resistance
right. It is
symbol.
the symbol for resistance.
So,
electrical engineering.
Yeah. And so it's a very strong roster, though. They've been really, really impressive. They 2-0'd Quincy, probably, and then that kind of led to, I don't know if that led to, but following that, Quincy then spiraled and lost 3 more games in a row before they finally found a win.
But for South American OG, that gave them a huge confidence boost,
Yeah.
which they even spoke about, and they felt like they could eat the world, right? And it was, we're seeing this now. Omega starting with a classic opening for them. It's going to be the Crystal Maiden and the Timber Saw. But this time they actually picked this not having last pick, which means the Timber Saw has one here that can counter him, and Eagle Boys will immediately pick it up, and it's the Viper. The issue here is that Viper's good against Timbersaw most points of the game, but you're not going to be able to lane against them, or it'd be really awkward lane composition for you to put Viper against Timbersaw. You'd have to either run an aggressive try with a Viper, or maybe safe lane Viper with your carry an aggressive try or something like that. And it's a bit awkward, but still it's a good pick against Timbersaw. I wouldn't say it's a complete counter. I still want to see what carry they pick up. But that also saves them from another issue, which is that Crystal Maiden, Omega Gaming usually pick it up because it counters the Beastmaster in lane. But, well, you already have an off-lane Viper, so it's easy.
The Viper as well isn't... it's a good counter to the Timber, you're absolutely right, but it's not that hard of a counter. Much like applying a break to an SF will not remove his stacks of souls, his stack of souls. It will not remove Timbersaw's stacks of reactive armor. It just prevents him from getting any new ones. So it can be really useful if you get the jump.
Yep.
On a Viper, it's not impossible with Rod of Atos, especially because that's a very common build. Right? So it's definitely very possible, but it's not like you cut through them, and it's still probably a really good Vessel game as well, to be honest, regardless. But yeah, like you're saying, it would be really weird to see it. It's nice to have, certainly sane, especially because it's a nice offlaner, tanky naturally, who builds a Rod of Atos, which is even also pretty strong against a Tusk as well, to prevent him from snowballing. It's a pretty good lineup here. That's a pretty mean offlane, I want to say. Timber with the Tusk. As well, tag team, of course, but also just a lot of gap close already. This poor Ench is not going to live very long in this game at all.
And a good combo of physical and magical damage. Okay, Morphling pick. Morphling tends to not be picked against Timbersaw because, the burst damage is really high against the Morphling and immediately countered by Drow Ranger.
Yeah.
The burst damage is really high against Morphling, but this game, I think they're just confident that the Timbersaw won't have the easiest game, and hence why they're picking this. I will say, though, another point in the quote-unquote counter, not so much in the hero versus hero matchup, but there is the point that if you play Viper offlane, the chances of the enemy carry... I mean, now you know there's a Drow Ranger, so actually... The point is moot, but they were so confident in this pick because Viper tends to beat most carries in the meta, right? So the pressure Timbersaw offlane can provide, Viper provides it too, and they fulfill very similar roles. One more DPS, one more tanky, but very similar, right? They just walk in, hope that you hit them, and draw aggro. But the Drow Ranger beats the Viper pick, very smart in the lane, or at least ties. I don't know if beats it, because Viper's really strong, but it does tie with it.
It's a very good draw pick, yeah.
And it's a really good against Morphling because of the high armor.
It's a really, really good draw pick,
and this doesn't make me love the Eagle Voice draft now.
I will say the only thing is that Morph does have not a lot of magic damage to contend with. I mean, the Maiden does at the very least, right?
There's no burst magic.
There's no burst magic, right? So, because I mean, let's be honest.
But isn't marksmanship the same thing in this case?
It's not magic damage, right? Because
it pierces through your base armor.
It pierces through your base armor. That's correct, but Morph still has a shit ton of bonus armor as well.
From what?
From usually his items, doesn't he?
I'm thinking of... Does he ever get items that go armor? I don't think so. I think he just gets stats. Mostly. I mean, on the traditional
I'm trying to think.
Because like Manta style, Scotty, E-Blade, right? Do you ever get armor items? I don't think so. I mean, you might get auras.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, I see what you're saying on that, but I don't know. I just...
to your point, it's not burst, because you have to rely on marksmanship procs, which is not reliable.
Yeah, and it's not like the Drow is going to like blink, gust, Morphling, and then start clicking them,
I mean, imagine.
I mean, this game, maybe.
Honestly, not crazy.
I agree with you. I mean, we still have 2 picks to contend with here, but like...
Oh, they think it's a Viper mid for sure.
It ain't going to be like an instant silence, right? So I would expect some of the attribute shift. I completely understand your point, though. You're right. Do you need magic burst damage if you have marksmanship? That's kind of unreliable, though. I'd rather take, like...
It is unreliable.
Obviously,
that's the point I would make.
Obviously not a lion, right? Because he's just bad, but, like, Finger of Death, maybe. Echo Slam, maybe.
I mean, you have some options in the mid lane still. Lina has been banned. There are options of, like, for example, Queen of Pain, which is also decent against Viper.
Good pure damage.
Actually, not really true. Depends. The Zeus. But the thing is, if you go for magical damage in the mid lane, then you just put Viper in the mid lane, you give him another use, because you just counter Viper in the lane. So I don't think you want to give Viper an easy lane mid. But now I'm thinking, what do you pick mid? Right? To not give Viper an easy lane. What are the heroes that can deal with him? Genuinely, I don't know. Pugna is the only one that comes to mind that's really good against Viper. And even now, not so much because he has Nether Toxin.
Yeah, actually. That's pretty decent.
Pugna's okay, but I think Pugna against Morphling is a pretty bad matchup. There's the Queen of Pain ban. Okay, if you ban the Queen of Pain, maybe you yourself are thinking of... maybe they're thinking of something like a Razor or something like, really old school. No, it's Dark Mago. Dark Mago doesn't play that many heroes. It's either Kunkka, Void Spirit, Ember... Invoker.
Who's banned? Along with
also,
Kunkka.
So is the
Kunkka, yeah. Void Spirit's
so Void Spirit, Ember is the ones they have right now. Tough matchups against Viper, both of them.
Yeah, well, they're not very fun.
Because I think Eagle Boys, I mean, there's not really an offlaner that beats Drow, but Eagle Boys would benefit from running the Viper mid, so he has a bit more impact this game, I would say. Because the lane against Drow, it's just going to be free farming for both of you, maybe, and Drow might even actually beat you in that lane. Especially because, you know what Omega could do is they could run the Tusk against the Viper here and run the Crystal Maiden versus the Enchantress, because that would completely crush Enchantress, and the Tusk with the Drow Rangers is a nice combo.
Not to be too off topic, but it's just because we're having good Dota conversation, but I just looked behind me because I thought I hung up the little Venomancer poster backwards, because when I cover it, it's completely white. And I was like, did I really hang a poster up backwards yesterday? Okay, the Storm.
Okay, because yeah, Viper doesn't have pushing power in terms of towers. So when
Yeah.
Storm goes to the jungle, Viper can't really take advantage of this. And Storm is a hero that can recover nicely. I don't mind this. The lane is still tough. The lane is still
Yeah,
tough.
that's my concern. Storm, of course, he will recover.
He's good
right?
against
So,
Morphling though. Burst magical damage like you wanted
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
And a stun.
and
so.
a stun, and maybe even an Orchid, right?
Yep.
Could be potentially extremely strong, especially against the likes of the
Yeah.
Enanche, or Rubik, or Morphling. Yeah, I mean, I like it. Again, Storm will recover in the jungle. We'll see here. Is there any way you could punish the Storm pick by sending the offlane, sending the Viper offlane, rather? That's what
I mean,
meant to say.
like if you pick the Light Shark, for example, that's one of the biggest counters to Storm.
Yeah.
Both in lane and because he can push tower.
Yeah,
quickly.
is the Lesh actually available? That'd be
Yeah,
a,
he would.
Yeah, that would be an amazing pick
Because
for
then you
Ego
counter
Boys.
Timber Saw.
You
But
counter
then-
Timbersaw. You have amazing push as well to boot. Yeah, the Lesh here would be amazing, to be honest.
We'll see though. I don't know if Ego Boys are.
I love that suggestion, Alvaro. Are they gonna do it?
No.
Little bit of a different pick.
Interesting. Is that?
A core shaker.
Yeah, I mean,
Or a
I
mid
think it's
Rubik?
a core shaker. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, right. Now I'm getting you excited. Mid Rubik.
Oh,
Could
it's
be.
a mid Rubik.
You know what, Alvaro? I'll let
Oh.
you look at this screen here.
Oh my goodness, it is actually a mid Rubik.
Mm. Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
No. It's an
It's
offlane.
an offlane Rubik.
Fascinating.
That's even more weird.
It is.
You know,
That's really weird, Alvaro.
I can kind of see
I agree.
because his lane against Drow is not too bad. If you're gonna trade farm, you might as well put Viper mid.
And
You don't.
this-
You still don't punish the Storm pick too much because, like I said, he could just go jungle and avoid you. But your lane is still good, so Viper can pop off. I don't know how to judge an offlane Rubik though.
Actually, I really like this game, to be honest with you. Right, because Fade Bolt is fantastic, especially if you can get Fade Bolt steals damage.
Yeah, but I don't know if you have the. I guess I like the Earthshaker pick though. I will say that what I like about this experiment is that you put the Earthshaker as the off or quote unquote. He can play the 3 to some degree, right? Because he has the initiation that you need. So Rubik can kind of get away with not being the traditional initiator. I'm just very fascinated by the offlane Rubik. I would be hard pressed to go for a team that picked up offlane Rubik. I already made my mistake with 4 Ursa. I am not going to make that mistake again. But I am a bit biased here. Not necessarily for a team or the other.
He said it, guys. He said it. Clip it and ship it. Post it.
I
Post
am a bit biased because I got very
post it
ashamed
to,
with that
post
4
it
Ursa.
to Reddit.
Oh my goodness. I'm not biased
Clip
for a
it
team.
and ship it. Honestly, I really want the offlane Rubik to work.
Me too.
I think it could. I think it has its strengths. I think it.
I see its logic this game. It's not a dumb pick.
I do. I'm kind of excited to see it.
Yeah, me
and,
too.
And they
Me
have
too.
really strong supports to back it. So we'll see as we get underway with game number 1. Do you have a rhyme? I did the first 2.
Okay. No.
Okay. Well, while we come up with a rhyme, why don't you give us a follow on Twitch?
To make sure you're always here on time.
Yeah, there you go. And don't be. Great balls of fire, everyone. We are live. And of course, in pause, is Dark Mago already hitting on. Oh, he's singing some. What is he? What's this genre of music? It's not bachata, is it?
Reggaeton?
Reggaeton, yeah. He's singing a song right now.
Well, he's he's just posted the lyrics. Apparently, he loves it, and it's like something that he does a lot, and everyone's like, oh, okay, that come out, like sure, mate.
He's just always so nice to everyone.
People at first just started just went along with it, and now they're starting to ignore him because they're like, "Ay, Dark we've heard your reggaeton too much."
Yeah.
Luckily, though, he's not posting the super sexist lyrics though, because reggaeton has some awful lyrics.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's really awful. There was sometimes I'm kind of afraid of like the songs that become very popular because occasionally I'll listen to them by accident, and I'll be like, oh my goodness. There was a song a long time ago that was very popular in Spain that was reggaeton about how a man found a girl on the beach stranded, and he decided instead of helping her that he had to have sex with her. I'm like, why? Like she's drowning. Please don't do this. This is horrendous.
It's a really good one.
Yeah, that's really like, it's really awful.
Not
It's
to mention
absolutely awful.
the most popular reggaeton song, Gasolina, which led, of course, to the increased use of gasoline in the United States and
Actually?
Mexico. I mean, no. I mean, that's
Oh,
that's
okay.
that's like saying, you know, global warming rises because pirates are stopping, you know.
Well, I was wondering if it was like, you know, people thought that the Boy Más Gasolina, because I know that song, refers to drink more gasoline as
30
opposed to like
seconds to
a symbolic thing about how you're hot, right?
Or gas. Yeah, you got to drink it.
I mean, people are really stupid, so I wouldn't be surprised if someone's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, this song tells me to drink more gasoline. Let's go."
Oh, they're doing a little bit of sneaky lane swapping here. They've already scouted Timalo top. They have not scouted anyone down bottom. Oscar is just cutting down trees here. He's doing, you know, lore-friendly timber saw. We'll see here. This Timalo not showing yet. This offlane Rubik probably looking for the drow, I would suspect.
The
But
battle
also, yeah, I would suspect just because Oscar is going to be able to timber chain over a fissure, right? So there's no kill potential here. I wonder what's going to happen. I wonder if Eagle Boys are going to go ahead and try and swap the lanes here a little bit on them.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what the Rubik offlane matchup has looked like, so I really don't have anything to say here.
I think you definitely want the Rubik offlane against the Drow because she's a very squishy hero. I mean,
Oh, right, because Drow's much better against Morph. Yeah,
Yeah.
because Drow's a strong laner, and like Timbersaw doesn't care as much about the offlane Rubik.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that's a good idea. And Panda's showing himself in the top lane. He's like, look, I'm going against the Enchanters.
Again, we still haven't not scouted Mingate, however. Oscar will now show on the map, so I'm pretty sure Mingate is happy to be top. Otherwise, I think he would have already been running down bottom, or rather Frank is showing here. All right, we'll see here. We'll see. Boots on the position 4 Shaker as Frank getting the last hits there. Support going on carry. And they will be swapping lanes. Okay.
Okay. But now you can just TP back, right? That's what I
Yeah,
don't understand.
yeah, that's the problem. If you TP first, you lose. And there goes
Exactly,
Mingate. Yeah. They have no stun here as well for Ench, so you can just TP freely in the lane.
Yeah.
Kind of a I guess for Eagle Boys, they wouldn't know, right? They didn't know they were going to lane swap, obviously. Otherwise, they probably would have sent Rubik in one lane and Shaker in the other to ensure you always have at least a stun, but they're going to look for a kill now into Mingate. Can they get it? Panda with a really big Crystal Nova. Is it going to be
Wow,
big
that was
enough?
really good.
Nope.
That was amazing. So what they did there was they faked out the lane swap by TPing Morphlin but not getting rid of Rubik. So that allowed them to punish Mingate with just TPing into the
Oh,
lane.
now he's got to walk. Now
Yeah,
he's the
exactly.
loser.
Yeah, that's really smart. That was really smart. That's why it wasn't a mistake. And that gives Morphling, or should give Morphling closer to level
Also,
3. That's why they're all leaving now, giving Morphling
Faker's-
free experience.
Faker forcing Dark Mago behind the tier 2.
That was a really impressive play. Oh, my goodness. Why? Why that just happened? Slavin is also in trouble as the Frostbite plus tag team hurting him a lot. Panda has nowhere to run. Finally found an escape in the trees as Slavin is being aggressed by this Tusk. Telekinesis,
Slavin,
is that going
run
to be
away.
enough? Slavin can still run. We run out of momentum on INS. Oh, we do. But Slavin was just really too quick because of those boots. And those boots are better. Frank showing the power of offlane Rubik, a bit too tanky. How do you deal with this man? Too strong. The Fabled's available. He can get the kill with a Fabled.
Yeah, he can.
There we go.
Fable level 1 is pretty bad, and its damage force reduced by 25 as Mingate will return to the lane. It's like, why are you all dying? What's going on? But not Mal, though, as well. He's actually does have a TP, but he's just going to go ahead and walk to the lane because he hates experience, I guess. Faker and Dark Mago. Oh, you hit level 3 here on Dark Mago. Be careful, Faker. Be careful, Faker. I think you are dead. Yeah, big power spike there for the Storm, of course. It's the easiest combo in the world. I'm surprised that Viper was standing that close by with that in mind, you know, because, I mean, Dark Mago should not be too much of a stranger to a Storm Spirit, right?
No, and look at the build for Viper as well, right? He has not gone for a single point across the skin, so there's no way he was tanking that either, which would have been maybe my supposition that he might think he could tank that. Viper's actually quite flimsy if he doesn't get the cross of skin, so yeah. Small misplay there, but because the play down, I mean, Tima's down bottom, right? They make the best play in the world, and then Timada proceeds to just die afterward. It wasn't like the greatest thing. But Timada does get the lanes that he wanted now because they can't really TP again, or they don't seem to want to, and it'll be Dry Ranger versus Rubik. So at least Eagle Boys wins the lanes matchup, and they even get a kill out of it. I think Eagle Boys played this laning quite well, but now we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see, right? But now it's up to the offlane Rubik to work. I agree with you, but now we'll see what the offlane Rubik can bring to the table.
Dire's structures are fortified.
We shall see indeed.
We shall see indeed.
Oh, who's this getting bullied? It's Oscar. By the likes of Aretes. Has another impetus shot ready. Daring him to Timber Chain away. He says, I dare you. I'm going to have so much damage.
Yeah. You can't really kill the Timbersaw lane. It's not like Timbersaw loses the lane against a Morphling either. You know, this lane's got to fight for Timbersaw. You just don't harass Morphling out of lane, especially once he hits level 3, but besides that, not too sad at lane.
Yeah,
In the middle lane, INS.
Yeah.
Yep. One impetus. Oh, nice little Fissure there to keep him in place, and you can start pushing it. This is what you want to do, though, as a Storm, right? Storm leaves the lane, and if Faker was another hero like DK, or a hero like Leshrac, or whatever, you could push the lane. But as you're a Viper, you can't really do it as effectively. You do have a double damage rune, because Ice Frog wants to help you out, so let's see if this can turn into a tower.
This Frog's like, this lane is not hard enough for you. Have a DD rune.
Right? And then the Storm Spirit's like, alright, I guess I have to come back, Ice Frog, if you asked me to.
Kind of a bait, as we do.
He
Oh,
is.
just kidding. It's sliding here, ready to go onto one. But they do have the tag team now, at least onto him. Faker with the damage, though.
He's still alive.
Eventually will kill him with the poison. Does get the experience at the very least. Is out at this still nearby. Fighting versus Faker here. Has a bottle sip. Oh, nice snowball there onto 2. Out at this might even die here as well. As the Wild Wind Ripper actually getting the last hit there onto INS. Just killing him with his beak. And uh-oh, it's Tornado Alley in the mid lane. EF5 Tornado chasing down Panda. Where can she go? Look at this.
She's too slow because she's a CM. He's
Too
like, oh
slow,
my god,
dude.
I'm going to die to the tornado, dude.
Swift of the Wolves of Ice Rack.
Yeah, so I don't know. Omega, I think, got duped a bit with these lanes. That little mid lane play, though, odd because Viper tanked so many hits from the tower.
Bottom?
Mingate now in
Mingate?
the bottom lane. He's struggling. Yeah, the TP, but
No
they don't
aftershock.
have the
Yeah.
aftershock just yet.
Level 2 on sliding.
Level
Whoops.
2 on sliding. Top lane, they also harass Oscar. They have the Viper here with Viper Strike. Oscar could actually be in trouble. He's out of mana, has Magic Wand charges though for one last Timber Chain. Gonna use him. Oscar gets away for now, but they're still chasing after him. The Viper Strike doing too much damage.
Nice.
And with a waveform, they'll guarantee the kill. Honestly, Eagle is playing these lanes really, really well.
Yeah, they are.
They're playing this lane matchup incredibly well. They forced out the lanes that they wanted. They got kills in the process. They didn't lose much time. That's what I mean when Eagle Boys some days they just pop off and play incredibly well, and this is it. Now we'll see how impactful their draft is though in the mid game because they've gotten the
Yeah.
early game they wanted. Let's see
Yeah.
what happens mid.
Sliding as well, stealing away the rune from Dark Mago is going to be very, very nice for him. They might even be able to get a kill onto Tusk. There's nothing for him to snowball across the fissure, so instead he's going to go onto Aretes, and that's going to turn into a kill. So we do have a level 6 on the Storm. Dumalo's sitting on low HP here, but he doesn't really care that much. He doesn't care that much. Frank now getting ganked. Frank the gank. Or Frank the tank. We'll see here. Level 5 has now only 1 stick charge. Mingate beginning to lay into him. Still has the multi-shot. I don't believe he's going to live here, and he will not. He's going to die to the 63 auto-attack damage out from Panda.
Well played. Okay, that's a nice little kill down bottom, killing off Frank and getting rid of this off-lane Rubik's threat, of course. But Frank has accomplished, I think, what they picked him for, which is Dry Ranger did not have the easiest lane or a good lane at all. They're going to have to rely a bit more on the Storm, and we'll see how they can play around Dark Mago in the early mid-game. While Oscar is also being crushed thanks to Faker rotating super early. And I like this, right? Morphling is one of the few carries that can safely go into the mid lane and just farm it. They swap lanes with Faker because they know they want this Timbersaw matchup.
Yeah.
This is what I said in the draft, right? You want this lane match between Viper and Timbersaw, but how do you get it without it being awkward? Well, this is a really good solution for it. Their flexible lanes are allowing them to get the lane matchups and take advantage of the picks completely. I am really impressed with Ego Boys, honestly.
Yep, Timber is just looking basically for experience. Now another enhanced Vegeta scale 5 Tornado here. The Tempest running at them. However, there, speaking of the Tempest, the Storm, and it's the Spirit, and he's got a lot of it now turning onto Faker. We'll be able to kill him off. Now Aretes is going to be next. Fissure only stopping 2. Dark Mago with not enough mana here to actually Fissure on over, but it's okay because Oscar can just Timber Chain over. That's going to be 2 kills then for Oscar. Very, very good rotation from the Storm Spirit. Nicely done.
That was a good segue, by the way.
I know, right?
I'm pulling with that one.
Yeah, it's kinda worked
That was
out.
one of your best ones. Anyway, that was a nice little kill here as they punish the Viper for that aggression. This is how they should be responding as much as possible, right? The Storm does get a small peak around level 6, and you see the best players like Gunner or CCNC, they always play around that Storm level 6 peak and then proceed to go farm again until they get their big item, which is usually Orchid, sometimes Bloodstone. So, in this game, Dark Mago is doing exactly as he should. He's creating some space for his cores. Let's see how this works out for them, though.
And now
as they
Frank
still
the
need
tank is
Mingate.
going to go top lane on the Rubik. So it's a good rotation.
I'm
as you're
assuming you
saying.
just play Rubik like normal, right? There's nothing special you play because he's offlane.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have any stats, like a null talisman or anything like that.
INS?
Yeah,
He's
he's
gonna die?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really easy. Okay, even giving
Oh!
Oh no!
Well, use impetus.
They got overconfident.
Come on.
They didn't want to waste any mana, and he's gonna make it out. This Tuskar, this
He is,
deceiver,
actually. What the heck?
this absolute thief.
How are you faster than an inch?
Because he has the power of friendship boosting him forward,
He's actually going to live.
and also a wind lace, which is more than a power of friendship.
Plus 20 move speed. Yeah. Otherwise, the Lynch would have been faster. That
I
was a little.
cannot believe he got away from that.
That
dude.
was a little bit silly. That was a little bit silly. Well, you get one, right? You get away for free for once, and that'll be
Yes,
that.
yes.
So my main concern, however, with Frank the Tank is that he's only level 6. Wow, that short Timber Chain is actually just might save his life. He's got another one to use, and he will be able to get off to safety, forcing all the mana out from Storm. They could punish the rotation. Frank is not able to tank much longer, though, and he will be able to get the kill there. That's going to be a little bit unfortunate. Oh, he does have 2 null talismans, pardon me. Yeah, I guess you do just then kind of build like normal, except it's just
I actually wouldn't
fast.
mind the blink this game a bit earlier than the Ether Lens.
Yeah.
Because I can see that a bit more impactful. Faker, okay, Oscar does the trick. I cut down the trees first, and I can't Timber Chain to the combo, guys.
Is that not the count? Me when I play Puck and I don't know how to, because I watch a bunch of pro games, you know.
Yeah, because they make it look easy, and then you play it once, you're like, oh, my fingers are
You're like,
so
"Yeah,
fat.
it's like, how do you do this? What? Excuse me.
Nah, but that play by Oscar, yeah, he's just memeing around. I mean, Omega ends up taking the better advantage out of these lanes, despite what Ego Boys did. I think Ego Boys play this lanes really nicely, but at the end, Storm and Drow are good heroes for recovery, so of course that's why they have the advantage now. And they're playing this defensively quite smart. They're playing on Oscar in the beginning as Storm farms his items. They're giving a lot of space to the Drow, and they haven't broken their lanes just yet. Because they've noticed that Ego Boys is playing around the enemy triangle a lot, trying to deny that. So instead, Drow just stays bottom and goes to her jungle and helps herself out with some farm there. And this is difficult for Ego Boys to contest. Always stay in the side lanes if you don't want to die, with the supports always protecting you nearby.
Always stay in the side lanes if you don't want to die. I think that's some good advice.
Well, because the mid lane is just 10 times easier to gank, and the jungle to some degree as well, so if you stay at the farther end of the map and the support blocks you, say on the left side like Tusk is doing here, it makes it really, really difficult to gank this Drow Ranger, because she's going to run.
By the way, both of these teams' push is ass. You can see no towers down already 10 minutes in.
Oh, you mean like, yeah, because the Drow actually does have
Not
push,
yet.
it's just that
Not yet.
she has not yet, that's a good point.
Yeah. So soon. I mean, she did actually now has a dragon line, so here she goes onto the tier 1 tower. So
Top lane, they also take a tower here.
Eventually. Look, they can't even be the last hit here between Frank and Vipers, and they're going
Oh, there's a catapult, dude. Well, you gotta respect the catapult's damage.
I
We got
agree.
it, though. Oh, they left him this time. The
Oh, good
TP is not
silence.
going to be enough. That was a silence.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a perfect silence.
Nice job.
He will just barely survive, by the way. Because he had Echo Slam. He could have canceled that TP the second he got off silence.
I think it was going to live there, to be honest. Gus level 1, 3 seconds silence, pretty much TP'd right away. It was pretty close. You're right,
But
maybe.
TP's also 3 seconds. That's why I was so impressed by that.
Maybe.
Like, he had to be right on point with that TP as the Gus came out to make sure that Sladding could not get the Echo. So
Gus
well played.
knockback, you know, very important. Very important.
I don't think that... Oh, okay.
Yeah, knockback. You know, he's knocked back a little bit. Can't get in there for the enchant totem. I don't think
Oh,
he
like
wanted
he couldn't deal the extra damage as well. That's true. That's true. But again, it was just the Echo. Like the Echo's 0 cast point. They could have gotten off if the silence wasn't in time.
I think he
things
just-
that happen.
He didn't really want to commit it there, unfortunately.
No. He didn't get the silence off in time. That's why he didn't use it. I was checking.
Oh,
He
okay.
TP'd right. He TP'd right as the silence was about to go off. So I don't know if he was just pressing R like a madman, but it didn't seem to work. INS finds Timado. Timado's like, out of my jungle. Fissure just in case.
Yep.
And Timbersaw, the fastest pusher in this team, is like, I'll
again,
tank the tower.
Yeah, pretty much at this point. Like that's what I'm saying. Both these teams don't push very fast.
Yeah.
It's gonna be. I mean, I guess really, who does that benefit? I would say Omega, right? Because they have the Drow, they've got the Storm, and those heroes are going to scale a lot better than Frank the Tank will here on the offlane Rubik.
Frank the tank.
We'll see. We'll see. Smoked up
I mean,
here.
we can't really call him that when he's playing Rubik, can we? Until he gets a pipe. I'm not calling him Frank the Tank this game because he's more of a Frank the Initiator.
Hyper Aeon Disc maybe even might be really useful this game as well. To actually be useful. Otherwise, you know, you're kind of just another target for Storm.
Maybe. Oh, that's true. Oh, silence up top. Did he activate shift? He did
Nope.
not. But he was nicely morphed. I think he activated shift now. They even commit the freezing field, which Frank
gonna be
steals
stolen.
immediately. Freezing
Oh.
field by Frank. Doesn't have
Oh.
enough damage. They can't cancel his. INS in trouble. Yeah, he Walrus punches finally, but it took him a second there. Missed the first Walrus punch somehow.
Okay, Slathine, by the way, solo Echo Slams the Drow Ranger, and she's like, Mingata's like, okay, and walks away.
Did not even stun him or what?
I probably did, but without anything to bounce to, it doesn't, you know.
How do you miss the Walrus punch, by the way, on the Rubik?
I think, I don't really know, actually. I mean, there is an attack slow, so maybe just the animation glitched out, right?
Oh, okay. But you could
Right, because Freezing Field gives you a 60 attack slow, which is not insignificant early on.
No, it's huge actually.
Yeah,
It's
because
like
that's what.
a Hyperstone less.
Yeah, that's almost half of the Tusk's attack speed, so I think the animation was just being weird, right?
It's a consumed Moonshard less. That's how much less it is.
Yeah, so it's no joke. So I think that's going to be why. It's
yeah,
not
it's just animation mess up. Okay.
because your Walrus punch, much like anything else, that's a I think an attack modifier is based off of your own attack, right? So yeah, that's why I think, obviously you know that, I'm just explaining it for everyone else.
I am aware, I'm aware. I know you're not trying to.
Oh, Oscar, he's going to buy boots now, finally, after he's going to complete pipe. Pipe done. This is a little pro tip for you in your pubs, by the way. When you get a pipe, go ahead and lock that Hood of Defiance. Keep the recipe in your backpack. And then when you're about to enter a big team fight, go ahead and give yourself that Hood buff. Because then it will stack actually with the pipe buff. They're two different barriers for some reason. In they go now. You might need to use that buff now as good science on Timado. He will die. Nice job indeed.
And that's the Drow versus Morphling matchup we were talking about, right? Yeah. One arrow, one lucky marksmanship, and Morph is down for the count. Because when Morph is starting to actually shift away from strength to agility, you're still relying to some degree on your armor to protect you during that time, right?
I mean, to be honest there, looking at the damage breakdown, that was all Storm. Drow
was it all Storm?
Drow got one hit of damage in for 125.
So never mind. That was the Orc that bursted him. Okay, yeah, I didn't see the soul burn. Yeah, okay. That's I saw the silence on Gust and I didn't notice the soul burn.
I just want to make sure you're telling that rant when it actually happens, because it will happen this game. I can almost foresee it here. It's Faker is going to end up dropping. Spell stolen. His Chakram, not a bad one. Let's see if they can counter initiate. No, Echo Slam, however. Walrus Punch this time a lot faster to come out of Slavin. There's a Doornail there. Again, the stolen Chakram. Okay, but not going to be helping out too much.
I think that Omega's playing this mid game really well, particularly that Mago. I want to stand at his performance. You know, he played around the little peak around level 6. Now he's playing around the peak with Orchid. He just got 2 kills with Orchid, with almost a surprise, right? Even to me, that's how surprising it was. And Omega now is back in the driver's seat for this game, honestly. Especially because Eagle Boys just has 2 heroes that kind of rely a bit on snowballing, I would argue. Both Rubik Core, regardless of what position, and the Viper kind of rely on getting good lanes and snowballing from there. And because they've been killed a couple of times, very similar to Alina, they're starting to fall behind. Whereas Omega, they had cores that could recover super easily. All 3 of the cores actually recover super easily because they farm really well. Even the Timbersaw. Most likely not seen that way, but it is true that he is a good farmer.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the core Rubik, right? Unfortunately, he just doesn't farm too quickly. He kind of thrives on fighting, stealing lots of good spells here and there, and poking and prodding. The problem is Eagle Boys, they can't really propose fights too well because their push is ass, right? So there's really no reason for Omega to need to fight them, to be honest.
Is that the phrase of the day?
I mean, the push is so bad.
For Eco Boys, I mean, Morphling, when he gets enough items, can just solo push, right? But you're completely right.
Yes, for now, you're right.
Core.
I should add a qualifier. For the first 30 minutes, their push is ass.
Yeah, whereas Omega, in this case, their push is starting to become kind of nice just because of the Drow Ranger existence, right? We already see how they push the tower. And they can always push with Timbersaw, which is slow, but it's consistent, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's not forget about that. But you're totally right that the Eagle Boys are struggling to get map control. They also, I don't think they can force team fights too early because they kind of rely on the Blink Dagger and Earthshaker this game. Otherwise, you don't really have an initiator.
Exactly. Yeah, and right now, I mean, you need all 5 heroes for Eagle Boys here to push safely. Here's Team Aldo actually doing some damage, but let's be honest, it's mostly this Catapult MVP. But here's the thing, Omega can just go, yeah, that's cool. We know you're over there. We're just going to go farm your side of the map and push your tower now.
Exactly, right? And because their push is slightly faster, they can also take advantage of this. Just because the Drow Ranger, though, Mingate is like, nah, it's farming time, boys. I don't care. I don't care what towers.
Agreed. And then with the exception of the Panda, of course, switch with the Wolves of Ice Rack, haha. Everyone on this team is incredibly mobile, especially when compared to the Eagle Boys, so they can just disengage at will, to be honest. That's actually going to be a really big concern here for Timado in team fights, especially if this ends up going a little bit later. His team is not mobile. They're very item dependent, whereas Omega, they got a bunch of skills that they can use to go ahead and move themselves around a little bit more efficiently. So that is going to be some concern here if we do end up reaching a later stage of this game where that does become relevant. Because for right now, it's just going to be both teams kind of playing their own side of the map, kind of playing their own game, kind of doing their own push. But we can already see Omega pushing with the Drow is a bit better already here with the Yasha and the Hurricane Pike.
Exactly. They're pushing it more advantageous. They also have Roche potential, right? Not now, obviously, but in general, because tag team, Drow, and Radiant.
Yeah.
So you have a bit easier time from Omega turning this let's call it, downtime into objectives, right? Which is what you're looking for after all, because just solo farming is not really going to help. The Morphling is decent against Drow. We'll have to see this in the mid game though, because Drow can also counter him. There's the snowball. Let's see the poor Tusk in trouble. But we see the Storm from behind actually orchiding the Earthshaker. He wants to get the kill. I don't think the Soulburn's going to be enough. Sladin barely survives.
One charge, just sick charge, just keeping him alive.
Arethis though will fall.
Yep. Oscar goes, yep, don't worry guys, I got it. Still secured.
That was still a good play by Storm. Obviously, he didn't get the kill, but just stopping the Echo Slam from existing is important. They know that's the biggest threat in the team fight for Eagle Boys, and they're just concentrating on that. I think Storm can either find that or the Rubik. Rubik, though, this steal... Oh, no, sorry. I thought he stole Ball Lightning. He stole Timber Chain. Okay.
Nope.
That's pretty decent though. Good mobility.
Surprised that I'm not too surprised actually. As an offlane Rubik, you do need a max telekinesis. I think mid lane Rubik, you're probably gonna end up maxing Arcane Supremacy first and going more for the magic damage. But I think it makes a lot of sense there to go to differ from this build. Again, offlane Rubik, I think I'm on the fence about it. Maybe it can be good, but this game I think is gonna be probably suffering a bit, especially because this is a hero, again, that does not farm. Maybe, like we were talking about, perhaps a Lesh last pick here instead of the Earthshaker, and then maybe if you still want to play him in the offlane, go for it. I think that gives you a little bit better of a chance here to be looking to team fight and perhaps get some better spell steals here. For right now, Rubik, he's going to farm as fast as he can with this Fade Bolt, but it's kind of expensive to use here for his mana, and we'll see. We'll see how well he can do. As we're going to have Flapjack and Avo ping themselves a little love letter here between the two.
I was casting him with the other day, and it was very enjoyable to do the little pigs things when I was with him. Particularly, it was very funny because people in the stream asked us what the triangle was. And you can actually see in the broadcast that there's a whole, 3 minutes that Flapjack was explaining how the triangle works. And then Flapjack, look at that! Oh, he's doing it! Oh, Flapjack, we have a connection. Ah, beautiful.
Wait, he's doing what?
He just explained the triangles in the stream. He just drew them on the stream like that.
Mate, I hate to break it to you.
No. I know what's happened. I don't care. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Okay? I don't want to know. I realize that I'm an idiot. I don't care. Let me have this. Thank you. Anyway, going back to the game. Sorry, little memeing. But going back to the game, I think that Ego Boys can still take this if this goes long enough for the 25-30 minutes and they can stabilize there, because of course you still have the Morph Shaker combo that's particularly good against Drow. I would say it's even better than the traditional Morph for the E-Blade, and Drow does struggle a bit more against that. I think that the Morph Shaker this game is mostly going to be stopped by the Storm, with the Orchid here, which is why Storm has also been preventing the Echo Slam from happening in general and just going against the Earthshaker overall. Then they go here for the Enchantress, Aditys will die.
Free kills.
So it's still not over for Ego Boys. Mostly when you play a Morph Shaker combination like this, you're just kind of hoping for the power spike of the Morph Shaker, and then once you get that, you just dominate the game, ideally.
To be honest, though, I don't really know if Timilo's is building into it, though, however. He's going for the E-Blade next after the Manta style. Looks like he's...
I would say you do Manta style, E-Blade, and then Aghanim's this game.
Yeah. I mean, and of course, the explanation there is before, when TNC used to run it every single freaking game, they could. It used to be viable right at level 18, even level 15. It was pretty close to pretty darn good enough, right? But now you need level 20 because they've shifted around some of the talents, they've nerfed it, so you need permanent uptime to really have it be super, super useful. So you need that level 3 morph, and then you need the level 20 talent of the cooldown reduction. So that's why I think that's going to explain the intermediary item. I think it's a good adjustment. We'll see, because I think, like I've said before, Frank here trying to play the dead lane, has the Timber Chain stolen. What the heck? Did that Fade Bolt not bounce? What was that?
There's another point to this, though, as to why he's building this way. Because this game, the Morph Shaker does have... It's very hard to execute this game, particularly because the existence of the Gust. Let's not forget that you can actually get Gust in the middle of your jump right now. So if you don't have a good initiation from the Earthshaker and a particularly good distraction from the Viper and Rubik, you're not going to be able to land that combo properly against the Drow. You have Timbersaw to tank the front lines, Tusk to save the Drow, the CM which can Frostbite you, because Brutes now stop that, of course, and also the Storm to silence you in the middle of the jump. So there's a lot of ways that Omega can cancel it, especially now that the 2 health bars are not shared. That means that if you get stuck in the Earthshaker health bar, you're most likely going to die really early if you can't morph, right? So there's a lot of consideration to be had of that combo. It's not an insta-win this game, because Omega was prepared for it. Well, I mean, I don't think they were prepared for it necessarily, but they are prepared for it according to their draft.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good one. We have, oh man, unfortunately Slathen could not have that Blink Dagger a little bit early. Maybe then they would have contested the Roche with the Blink Echo Slam reveal. That's going to be a little bit too late for them, unfortunately. Getting delivered probably right as they heard that all too familiar jingle of Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Ooh, and that's a bit tough. But maybe they can still catch Omega off guard here if they're a bit too aggressive. You can already see they're not going to be willing to show too much on the map here. They don't have information about the Shaker. 20 minutes is usually around the time for a decent position for Blink Dagger timing, I would say. Or like one big item, Sometimes if it's a hero like a Snapfire that's farming like crazy, it might be an Ags. Usually it's about 2,000 gold item here, plus boots for a position 4. and that it kind of explains it. For the position 5, usually it's a little bit something more like one decent item and maybe upgraded boots, and you can see that reflected quite nicely here for Aretes. Who's his name? What's his name? March, who's now coaching, actually. You know, like all the Koreans do, I guess. They just end up coaching. He always said something that I always like to quote, which is, oh, usually on position 5, I like to have one item that I decide is going to be the most efficient. That's less than 2,000 gold. And for this one, Aretes has decided it is going to be Medallion.
Yeah, I agree with your point. Yeah, I think that's something I remember that. It's a really, really good comment by March. I think a lot of pause 5s they will try like to build themselves up, and that's just not the way to play. Most likely get pause 5. Panda does the same thing, right? Like you see an item as Glimmer Cape, is like, yep, Glimmer Cape is the best thing I can muster this game. Maybe later your eyes can turn to dollar signs, could be a bit greedier, but for now you just have to agree with that.
For now, it ain't happening. Whirling Death stolen. Not too bad here.
Yeah, but see, because he has no Blink Dagger, it's so difficult for him to even utilize this.
Yeah, and Rubik doesn't want to be out in front anyway. There's the Echo Slime, though. They want to try and get Mingate here. Can they actually jump him? Oh. Ooh, he actually Ghost-Sceptered himself.
Survive.
Stay alive for now. Mingate, unbelievable. Now trying to turn here on the freezing field as well, being dropped onto Aretes, as well as Timado, who is just rooted down permanently. Tanked a 10-second freezing field, but eventually not enough HP, and now Faker is going to be stuck between a rock and a dead place. So Oscar will whirling death him down, and that's it. They're going to call it.
Let me just say, by the way, that wasn't the Ghost Scepter. That was the E-Blade from Morph.
Oh, no.
Yes. I think that might be why. Because they knew they had to get a good team fight here to allow them to actually go back into the game. Otherwise, that would push 2 racks, essentially, and they couldn't take it. Yeah, I think they were testing out things here. They had to kill the Drought. It was a really good initiation, but unfortunately, they miscalculated how much damage that E-Blade plus that After Strike combo would do, and that E-Blade ended up saving the Drought. Even I was confused. I was like, wait, Ghost Scepter? And then I realized, oh no, Morphling really, really blundered this one.
Unfortunately, I mean, I think they might have had that kill if Frank was a higher level, because he didn't have even the Arcane Supremacy max at that point.
Or if he had stolen something else, right?
Yeah, the Whirling Death not super useful there.
Like if he had stolen Timber Chain, if he had stolen
Chakra
Snowball, Chakra, whatever it was, at the beginning of the fight, you could have used 2 spells there and could probably kill the Drought, but unfortunately it lacked that. I actually gotta say though, I think it's the right decision by Ego Boys. I don't think this game was entirely lost just yet, but I know their players. I know their players sometimes get a bit tilted per se, right? And sometimes it's wise to just know, if you get tilted by a game like this and then you're going to play your game too much worse, it's not really worth even playing, even if there's a chance. There's a much bigger chance like game number 2. You know your draft was experimental. You know it didn't really work out as you expected, and now you're in a really difficult position. Rather than play this game till the end, which might get you even more tilted for game number 2, let it go, surrender, and let Omega take the win. Because it's a best of 2, it doesn't really matter.
And I think the lesson that Eagle Boys can learn here is that if you are going to be looking to pick a hero normally played as a support, typically speaking, and has therefore a really, really early power spike compared to other heroes that you could pick in the position, make sure that you can at least force fights or punish the other team for not fighting you, right? In this scenario, Ego Boys unfortunately drafted themselves neither, and they couldn't really propose fights. They couldn't really push as well either, and then I think the position 3 Rubik unfortunately just doesn't really get to shine whatsoever.
Yep, it's unfortunate to see because I was really excited about the Rubik offlane, but I don't think that was the best of picks here for Ego Boys. I think they tried to adapt as best they could, and it just didn't work out. These things happen. We still have a game number 2. Let's see if Ego Boys can recover against Omega Gaming, and they can take game number 2, or if Omega will continue their streak and beat them 2-0.
Yeah, we'll see you then, guys.
Welcome back to The Voice of the Realm.
That was a really sing-song way to do that intro, Alvaro.
I'm very proud of myself.
That was super sing-songy.
I'm happy. It's a good day.
It's a good day. He feels like a very modern major general.
Ooh, I am a very modern major general.
There we
I
go.
know all information.
Both animal and mineral.
Now you know the song.
Yeah,
I'm a
of
poet
course.
too.
I don't know the next one. Unfortunately.
Hello, and welcome to The Voice of the Realm. I'm getting a bit of deja vu here. I feel like I've
Yes.
already done this intro before.
Yes, we might have in an alternate universe.
An alternate universe where internet was working properly, but unfortunately in our universe it is not.
You know, I'm actually not too sure what happened there. To
But
be
it
honest.
does not matter. It is the IP's fault.
Sure, we'll just blame it. Just
It is entirely
blame.
up to you. Time.
Gracias a Robistar.
It's time, actually.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's time for our draft.
Ah.
Because here we are.
Time is a provider, actually, though, guys. So it was
Sorry,
not like-
sorry about no free advertising.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's not free advertising.
Free advertising.
If you have you ever considered having a stream that cuts a bunch of times? Higher time. Anyway, Omega Gang versus Ego Boys. A draft is there as Richie tests his own coffee on stream. Nice.
Decent cold
Omega
brew,
Gaming,
decent
they're
cold
going to
brew.
be picking up a combo that we have seen them actually run before, which is the Klink's Tusk combo. We actually saw Four Zoomers also try something similar as well. Well, they did run the IO Tusk in that combination, but still. The Klink's Tusk combination, quite nice, of course, because the tag team takes advantage of your strafe. It's really, really good. And it's a really good answer, actually, to what Omega is running. Klink's is fantastic against the Lifestealer, really, really good. Traditionally, it was always a counter because the Searing Arrows, ever since the Searing Arrows pierced Magic Immunity, which, I mean, I'm so old, I can't believe I actually remember that change. But that made Klink's a hard counter to heroes like Gyrocopter, Lifestealer, Juggernaut, because he just burst them while they're Magic Immune. And really, in general, a solid pickup these days, especially in the American region. I also like him against the Ember Spirit for similar reasons, because you can even go Orchid on Clinks if you think that you need that extra catch. And Clockwork is the only real issue that Eagle Boys has against this Clinks, because the hookshot can be really annoying. But let's not forget that Clinks is quite a tanky hero. So once he eats a creep, of course. So even if the Clockwork does catch him, there's ways to save him very easily. You can even go Hurricane like this game.
Yep, he should be able to eat a creep, especially if Ench is hoping to use any creep aggressively. He's going to go, oh, thank you for the snack, Enchantress, eat the creep, and then can proceed to then eat Enchantress.
Yeah, and yeah, he will definitely eat Enchantress. It's a really, really good Clinks game. I like the draft by Omega. I like the Bloodseeker as well against the Lifestealer. It's interesting that they actually picked the Lifestealer against the Bloodseeker. I mean, he's good against him in lane. He holds his own in lane, but the Rupture is always very annoying. So you always have to fight with Infest essentially off cooldown, because otherwise you just can't fight.
And it's not like Rage TP is free either, because they have a Tusk to cancel you as soon as he's level 6.
It's true. They have a lot of good answers to what Eagle Boys is running. Eagle Boys is trying to draft their own draft, and they've kind of forgone what the enemy team is running, because Crystal Maiden is great against Enchanters as well.
Yeah.
That's why they first picked Crystal Maiden.
That's true. The Ember's pretty decent against the Clinks, though, because you can kind of just poke and prod at him from a range that Clinks can't.
Yeah, but the
can't
second they
back
stun
from.
you, you die in a matter of seconds.
That's true, sure, but that's kind of always true for any spirit, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. I like Void Spirit here a lot. Oh, Death Prophet. Okay. No, don't like her as much, but I do understand the point.
I think it's now because Eagle Boys they have their safe laner and they have their mid laner, and now they need an off laner, and they have actually no answer to the push right now, in my opinion.
That's a good point.
Right,
Actually.
I mean,
yeah, because Clink's Death Prophet is a huge push.
Right, and then
Yeah,
Ember is not ready to do much against that, right? Because he needs to poke and prod from a distance, but guess what? He doesn't have any items that early on.
And you don't really have a good lane to gank as Ember. You can really only kill a Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, and you need to address this now with your off laner.
And the Ghosts are really good in combination with Clink's Dezo, because of course that boosts your damage. Well, I like it. Yeah, I see.
I like how Omega, by the way, they're like, what do they need? An off laner? Let's ban Rubik.
I think it's a good answer to the Clinks. That's the thing as well. Very few offlaners beat Clinks in lane, and most of them tie, and that's fine. But they don't beat him. They don't stop him from farming because he's a ranged hero. That's just a natural advantage. We'll see what Eagle Boys decide to go for. Slardar is not in the pool, is it?
We're about to see. Unfortunately, the bans just disappear.
Wind Ranger. Okay, not a bad answer against the Clinks, but usually rather weak pick against both Death Prophet and Bloodseeker, because the Ghosts ignore your evasion, and Bloodseeker can rupture you, and Death Prophet is a natural Yules builder, so she's not... she's just okay. Oh, okay, they're going to run an off-lane Clockwork. Okay, that makes sense. Because position 4 Wind Ranger will help you harass in the lane. It's very strong against Crystal Main. I like that better. And the Clockwork, like I said, is very good against Clink. So you give him much more importance this game. In fact, Clockwork could go for a Blade Mill since he's +3 now. Yeah. Which is really good against Clinks.
I'd really like Omega, though, to kind of abuse the early push advantage that they have. Because even the Clockwork is not going to be... Now that it is in position 3, is not really going to be able to do much until he gets that Blade Mail. Then he can actually present a bit of a danger to Dark Mago. Even then, I was about to say, right? You literally stole the words right out of my mouth, because Spirit Siphon is so strong against him as well. It's a really good draft from Omega. It's really, really darn good. I think they have some very, very serious, pardon the pun here, no pun intended, some snowball potential straight out of the gates. Like, it's looking real dire. Yeah. No pun intended for the Eagle Boys.
I think that Eagle Boys answered as best as they could to this draft, but that Clinks pick was... That's why, honestly, when I was talking to Panda, they said that they think first pick is better, particularly because of that 4th pick, or 8th pick, or 16th, depending on what the draft notation is. And the Clinks there was really well utilized. Surprised them completely. They didn't really have an answer for that. Again, I think Eagle Boys, they had to solve their draft last pick. They tried their best.
Yeah.
I think it's okay and acceptable, but I would still side with the Omega Gaming draft.
I agree. Last time I went for the novelty. This time I think I'm going to go for the Omega Gaming draft, because I think they're going to have it in the bag.
Last time I went for OG. This time I will also go for the same. Remember to follow us on Twitch. Don't be lame.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 now underway as Omega Gaming are leading versus the Eagle Boys. You can strike an Alpha Plus here on the call. Thank you for joining us. Had some technical difficulties there during the draft, but glad to see you guys stuck around with us here And yeah, that's never happened before, so I guess now we get to say that.
There was a really funny comment on Twitch making fun of the some of the match fixing conspiracies. Thank you, LEMTMT, for the good laugh.
The battle begins.
In we go then to our match. They have revealed that Timalo has now taken, Timalo has taken
The point of
Rage. Yeah, level
You
one.
have to against Bloodseeker
Yeah.
in this lane, because otherwise the Bloodseeker is, I wouldn't say strongest, but it's easiest to hit the Blood Rights, right, when you're level 1, because the enemy team doesn't have enough movement speed. If you don't go for Windlace or Boots, the best thing to prevent this is getting the extra movement speed from Rage, or it just allows you to last it in many cases, right? It does make your level 1 trading harder, but against a Bloodseeker, you shouldn't be trading to begin with. He has so much armor.
You got this like, where's the creep wave? Where's the creep wave? Where's the creep wave? Where the heck is the creep
Do they
wave?
go Cogs level 1?
Yep,
Alright.
Frank the tank, Cogs level 1. He's going to be able to double
Nice.
block it and get as much of an advantage as he can.
That's good, because Klink is one of the few ranged heroes that likes playing near his tower. He's a very vulnerable hero in the lane, because you don't usually go for Skeleton Walk in the lane, but at the same time, he can last in their tower because of Searing Arrows.
Yep.
And in this case, that's why the lane control is so important, but that's not going to work out because, well, the lane
Yep.
gets pushed anyway.
Yeah, and Frank has really just an amazing animation, and of course as a melee hero, it's going to have an advantage because he can actually benefit more from the Quelling Blade. So yeah, you're completely correct. Yeah,
Even
you're-
if Clock hits like a wet blanket, to be honest.
Yep. He does. He doesn't have damage really until a little bit later. Nice deny out from Oscar there, battling Timado underneath the tier 1 tower. Just making sure you can get, just generally be as annoying as possible. We'll now attempt to drag a second creep wave away from Team Malo. He's going to, yep, indeed, make sure he sticks around to aggro it. I imagine he's going to bring that one over, or out at this currently already has, is currently battled, rather, with INS. How's Clock's strength gain? It's pretty good, 3.5. He's a strength hero.
That's
but
good.
it was-
One of
it
the
was
better
checking.
ones, actually, in
Mhm.
the game. Considering that the upper level of this is like 4.6, I believe that is Centaur.
Yep.
So usually strength gain is the mostly lower for most heroes, while agility gain is kind of high for a lot of other agility carries. Like for example, just look at Clicks alone, right, or even Bloodseeker. Strength is just so valuable that it's
Yep.
very useful. Clock actually tanks up really nicely, which is why I don't mind him as a pause 3. I don't love him because he's not very item dependent, but I think with the new Ags, it's kind of fixed the Clock pause 3. It's not like a necessity, or it's not something I like to run, but in this particular game, because you have a good counter to Clinks, I think it's a good idea.
I think we're actually seeing Dark Mago opt for maxing the Spirit Siphon now. We'll
Yeah.
see.
I like this build better against melee heroes.
Okay. We'll see. Flame Guard is going to be, of course, going to be the choice further than Faker, but
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
unable to really get too close. Sipping on the bottle now, might be able to make another effort here to contest the creep a little bit more.
Yeah, what sucks about this lane if they go for the Spirit Siphon is that usually Sleight of Fist is not good enough to break it, right? You have to just run away like he did there. And, I mean, running away is always a great tactic, but you can continue to do this all the time in the lane.
Yeah, I will say I think it's going to be a bit better for Dire side. No, probably for Radiant, right? Because if you can get vision on this camp, right? Because then you can kind of just walk up here and go ahead and slight the camp if you're on Radiant side and you put the ward like here. It's kind of a stupid spot, but it allows you, if it allows you to break Spirit Siphon, it's really good. For
That's a good
Faker,
idea.
though, he's got to walk much further.
Are fortified.
Yeah.
They get the first blood out of this. Really good getting the first blood out of the Bloodseeker, and this time they're playing the lane a bit better. Compare this to the 4 Fun game where no one's playing the Bloodseeker. This time Oscar knows exactly what the target is. You have to go for the support. In that lane, I remember thinking, okay, a bit weak that they're not killing the Ayo and they keep going for the PA. Here they understand Lifestealer is pretty much unkillable. We're not going to go for him. It's much easier to just hunt the Enchanters down and reduce the lane a bit. After all, Oscar understands he's not going to stop the Lifestealer from farming. He's only here to gain farm himself and hopefully get the creeps he loves so much.
Yep. At this then, after dying, Faker will summon a mid for a bottle refill here at the 3-minute mark. Hopefully we can now get a fight here. Faker does kind of need a good rune here. Haste rune would be ideal for him. Regen's not bad. Illusion would actually do the trick too. We'll see. As he will be heading into the river. Okay, they're going to gamble for bottom. It will be bottom. Illusion, not bad. He'll take it. So I see out at this then with a Stompy Boy scaring away INS, healing South. They're considering trying for a gank here onto Dark Maga, but I think they're going to go instead return to the side lanes.
We'll see now because the advantage is already pretty heavily in Omega's side right now. All the lanes, I think they're pretty much waiting. Maybe the top lane not so much, but considering the first blood on Oscar, I think it's fine, even if you're only 2 last hits behind. And he's also getting a fair amount of denies Oscar because he's playing with the lane equilibrium nicely. I think they're playing this top lane really well. This shows the difference, right? It's actually a very similar lane to what we saw earlier for Unknown, but it shows the skill differential between Unknown and Omega. And Omega is playing this lane really, really well.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, I think level 6 is going to be a really, really big turning point here for Dark Mago as well, because he's going to be able to pop
Bottom.
Exorcism pretty much right away.
Panda is in trouble. They get the shackle shot. I don't think he'll be able to survive. Mingate does what he can to protect the support, but he's like, oh, you're a Crystal Mania. What am I going to do? Meanwhile, on the top lane, the Snowball from the Tusk giving him some space. He's hoping to steal that Pound Dude. Instead, going for Aretes towards the end, just trying to pile on as much damage as possible because he knew he was dead there. Okay, supports die. This is good for Eagle Boys. You gotta find kills somewhere, but you haven't really threatened their carries whatsoever, right? These supports are dying, but the lane carries are so strong in the lane particularly that they don't really care as much about their supports falling.
And now we've got level 6 on Dark Mago to boot. He does need the mana for it.
Yeah.
We'll see. Faker's doing a really great job of pushing the wave here because he knows what's coming. He needs to get level 6
Yeah.
as well because he needs to be able to escape should the worst come. As there's the bottle refill for Dark Mago, courtesy of INS. Snowball could be coming, but there go the creep. They will scout him out, and I think Faker is gonna know no CS here to achieve. So there's no point of him being there. He's gonna go and back off and go to the jungle for a bit. Yeah, top. Dimado was fighting versus Oscar, but Oscar now trying to fight through the rage, maybe getting baited here. Has the blood right down. Dimado with no rage currently available. Oscar getting a decent amount of HP back, and with the movement speed, he will be able to outrun him.
He wanted to play around the fairy fire there. It's like, oh, I'm baiting you with the fairy. I'm baiting you with the fairy. But it was just, he realized that he was just dumb.
They're calling gank stop as well.
They are. Is that going to be succeed against Oscar? He's close to level 6. Maybe they're hoping that he's going to rupture to initiate, but you're still a bit far off.
Yeah,
right?
that's the thing, right? Dark Mago, he's not interested if you're waiting for level 6. He's going, nah, fam. I'm a ticking time bomb. I got Exorcism. I got to use this thing, right?
Yeah,
That's what he's concerned about.
I think he rotated a bit early, to be honest.
Yeah, agreed. I think they were just kind of getting a little hopeful. Dimado now, he's in falling low yet again. Tag team is at the ready, but you got to wait to use that one. Now Snowball onto Aretes, as they will be able to zone the 2 out using the blood right. And INS now turning back, has the tag team now. They get the kill onto Clinks down bottom, but Oscar quite low, can't afford to fight. Look how fast he is, though. Can he outrun them, however, is the question. The answer is yes, as Frank owning it down bottom lane. He's going to get a double kill. We do see a rotation now from Dark Mago, as he's going to go on over. Just kill a courier. Frank's courier. Oh, the impetus did a billion
Bottom, they're
damage.
still fighting here. Dark Mago is forced to use Exorcism, but they have a Clogger nearby. He's starting to heal back up thanks to Spirit Siphon. Is it going to be enough? Battery Assault is chunking him, but in the end, the Spirit Siphon keeps him alive. He's fighting against 3, though. What are you doing, Dark Mago? You madman. He knows. He wants to bait Faker away from the creep wave, so he gets the full brunt of those spirits. And Dark Mago actually managed to survive and keeps them at bay, so they can't really push with this lineup, but they did get the kills they were looking for, which is already quite nice for them. Oscar, taking advantage of the extra speed, will come back into the lane to harass the lifestealer.
Just see him run around casually, 700 move speed here. You'll love to see it here. Phase Boots active, 751. Good stuff. Yeah, good luck trying. He can basically, Oscar at this point can literally run in, auto attack, run back out, and probably dodge an auto attack out from Lifestealer with the Phase Boots active. Dark Mago is going to be A-okay. He's going to get healed up plenty from the Ghosts. But man, Frank the Tank getting 2 kills there, huh? Didn't even have the hook shot. Now he does. Might consider maybe trying to punish Dark Mago for 1v3ing him, but very, very impressive stuff in that bot lane.
Yes, that was a really good rotation, and they're taking advantage of Clockwork's early peak. After all, there's a reason why he keeps getting played as a support, right? He's useful with just a few levels. Imagine if you give him the full experience of an offlaner, and that's why they managed to stop Mingate's farm to some degree. He's still leading in net worth, right? And Clockwork is still far behind. One of the issues of Clockwork offlane is his inability to farm, so he has to keep finding kills. Ice Shards, they want to go against Dimado. Faker joins in. They even use the Rupture here. And with a Snowball, gain some more space. INS will still die. And yes, Rupture onto Faker. So there was no chance of finding that. Clockwork even finds Mingate in the bottom lane. These are the kills he's looking for. Skeleton Walk, not available. He still dusted anyway, so Mingate will fall against Frank.
Wow,
okay,
Eagle
they're
Boys,
playing this map really well.
This is a great start. They had a great start last game as well, it should be noted, right? But we'll see Omega this time. They are definitely at a big disadvantage here. I was expecting, I think, the the DP to be a little bit more explosive out of the gates. Same thing here with this top lane. They did get 1 kill on the support, but I did this is very wisely, not sticking around too much as Oscar. Nice job there, dodging it with Searing Chains. I mean, with Sleight of Fist as well as the Rage. Oscar continuing to run quite fast, but not fast enough to outrun the auto attacks of Dimado. So now INS will return to lane. It's only level 3 on this Tusk is a bit of an issue here. It's actually not really looking too good here whatsoever for the side of Omega. 8-1 is whatever, sure. Oh, we do have Clinks at least with the Midas. Okay, that's not too bad. You can look to try and recover with that one. My biggest concern, though, is going to be the levels here currently on the support here for INS. It's a bit weak. You need to give him some solo XP here for a little bit of time, but honestly, I don't think you can really afford to give too much space to your supports at this stage.
No.
Bloodseeker will be heading mid. That's nice and all. We'll see. Maybe he can kill Slathin. He's about to have level 6 and has 1 point in the wind run. We'll see.
Like, especially with the Clinks, you can't afford to get that space, right? Because the hero needs skills to really farm here, or a lot of space. 1-2, Slathin. Okay, wind run, extinguished, snowball. Slathin keep on running. Slathin, you're bleeding. Slathin, you need to go see a doctor. Oh, the hook shot from Frank misses. Yeah, that was not good. Panda doesn't have enough mana for the freezing field, but it doesn't seem to matter as they destroy Frank the tank. And again, all these kills have still not made sure that Frank is above the Bloodseeker net worth. So overall, I don't think Omega's too threatened by this. Yeah, they stopped you a little bit, but it wasn't that important.
Dumb question, but you don't take additional damage from the ghosts due to tag team, right?
No, they don't work with tag team.
Okay.
That's not that dumb a question.
Because the ghosts are physical and this is physical, so I wasn't sure. Anyway, let's get physical. They all say they're going to go for a team fight. Good silence will cancel that freezing field. Dark Mago now in trouble with the ghost. Filling up stack to full HP. Oh my goodness, just way too much damage. However, even with 3 Spirit Siphons down, unfortunately could not get that one to stick. They did, however, get the Tier 1 tower at the very least, but it looks like they're set to lose INS here as well, wasting plenty of time as they will now shackle him to the trees and shoot him on down. Nice job there. Good fight for Hugo Boys yet again.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake by Omega. I think they're trying to create space in the middle lane, but sacrificing your Death Prophet is not the way to do it, right? If Tusker CM died there, that would have been like, yeah, who cares? But if they lose the DP, that matters a bit more, especially doing one of her Exos. Again, she's still well farmed, but they're starting to lose this advantage early, and Ember's starting to come back up. Luckily, though, Mingate does take advantage of this to farm as much as he can, and he is trading evenly with a Lifestealer. Respectful, honestly. Lifestealer has a much better farming speed than Clinks, but Clinks is a Midas, so.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a concern of mine. Like I was saying earlier, I was kind of convinced that they had this kind of early game sort of push lineup, not like a Drow strat or anything like that, right, of the olden days. But they do have some serious, strong early push, so I wasn't really expecting the Midas. Like you're saying, the Lifestealer, I would expect to outfarm him, especially here. Actually, he's gone for the Armlet first, then into the AC next. So I do expect him to continue to outfarm him to some degree, even with the Midas up. So I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll see how it works out for them. They're going to go for a little bit of a different approach. I'm not sure, to be honest, given how the lanes went, that they could really afford to go for an early aggressive sort of build. Yep. But so maybe this is the best adjustment that he's thinking they can make, and I'm eager to see how it plays out here instead.
I mean, right now, the Midas versus a Lifestealer, there is a point to be made that Midas just doesn't help you farm the more you farm, right? It's whenever it's off cooldown. So if you're not able to get kills when it's on cooldown, then it's not really that great.
They're going to get the Oscar.
Yeah. You're taking away the space. Nice freezing field there by Panda. Will that actually net them a second kill against Frank? That would be too bad, yeah, because they actually rotate with Dark Mago here even. With the Exorcism, there's no more rage on this Lifestealer, but he does the Armlet and the Infest. They silence it and immediately destroy him with the Crypt Storm. I think he might have the Armlet toggled there. Trying to save himself, but got surprised with the Crypt Sword. Slathin also dying to the Exo. There's a nice little shackle shot here by Slathin to stop Dark Mago's onslaught. And the Ghost's going to come back to him relatively soon. Doesn't have enough mana though for the silence. He input Treads to Intelligence. He needs the silence off. Dark Mago almost got it, but Ember was looking for that animation and avoided it, making sure he wasted all the mana he could. Still though, Eagle Boys is putting everyone up top for this fight, whereas Omega only is playing with 4 heroes, and Mingate is still getting his farm. That's a huge advantage.
And then a small thing there as well, right? They don't really force, but they get Dark Mago to then use Exorcism when it's level 1, when he's level 11. So he's probably going to hit level 12 here pretty soon, and not having that level 2 Exo sucks a little bit, right, to use immediately. Not the biggest thing in the world, just a tiny bit of less efficiency. But, yeah, that's something that is... Yeah, small things going to the favor here of the side of Infamous. That they're happy that's working out. Eagle Boys, yes, thank you.
It makes sense that you think they were Infamous because every single player in this team, maybe besides Frank, has played an Infamous at one point.
Yep.
As has all of South America. I hear even my mother has played an Infamous at one point.
Ah, very nice.
He was very good at it. Yeah. No, but seriously though, no surprise you mistake it because Infamous also has recruited Team Mado like 15 times as well. He's been out and in the team
And
a bunch of
last
times
as well today.
What?
Oh,
Oh,
playing for our last match.
they are playing for our last match.
kinda have
He's
him
just
in my
really
mind.
excited for Mr. Jeans.
Yeah, it's Mr. Jeans versus Quinn. You know, the calm, cool, and collected himself.
I'm actually interested to see how Mr. Jeans fares. I don't think he's better than Quinn by any means. No offense to Mr. Jeans, but Quinn's just pretty good. But it's going to be a little bit of a test.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm looking forward to. Looking forward to the push top here is going to be Omega, however, as Namin got this set into work. Should be able to get this one relatively easy. They'll trade the mid-tier 1 for this one. Okay.
Now let's see if this tower falls here for Omega. We're going to be taking an objective relatively easily thanks to the Clinks. And that's true, right? Eagle Boys have been able to get some kills and map control to a decent degree, but they haven't stopped the Clinks from farming, which is concerning. The Lifestealer is starting to beat him in terms of farm. I'm going to go for Heaven's Tower build. Old build, but very good this game particularly. However, I think Clinks should actually really consider an MKB this game. Regardless, because you're up against Wind Ranger already. It already deals a lot of damage for Clinks. It gives you mixed damage. It's great against Lifestealer, because he also has the evasion talent at level 20, so MKB is a good idea here. Either MKB or BKB should be the next item. Some sort of king buff.
Faker for now has Blade Mail on the way. They're going to look to fight just before he gets delivered, though. It's going to be a really great time. We have EXO level 2 at the ready as well. This Faker still ruptured as a standstill for a while longer. Yule Scepter buys a little bit more time, and he will be able to remnant back away to safety. Nothing to lock him down. Root is unable to come in, as that's a pretty long cast animation. Frank, though, the tank, quite tanky indeed, with a friend inside of him, as they're going to be looking for the Infest Bomb. The re-engage onto this mid lane. Dark Mago, good target. They're going to catch a beautiful hook shot into the cock. Push back, no chance to get anything off there. Frisian Field, however, will come off. Timado with the attack speed here, doing some pretty good work. Is he going to be able to nuke through Panda? The rest of the team falling quite low. No, Maiden just too strong.
Yeah, that last magic wand surprised them, and now with the silence, they might be able to find Faker.
Wow.
They hit him with the Blood Rite as well. The silences have chained each other, and Bloodseeker is just looking for the skill, but Faker survives enough. In fact, Oscar will actually commit suicide there by going a bit too far. Dark Mago trying to cancel his TP. Everyone's trying to kill this Ember Spirit, but nobody's going to succeed. They kill everything around the Ember, but in the end, Faker will survive. Clinks was not part of that engagement. I don't know if they should have fought it that hard, honestly. I think they might have gotten a bit too cocky. As you mentioned, Dark Mago bought back there to dive back. Not too great.
Yeah, he made a bit of a mistake there, to be certain. And they don't even get the kill into Faker. That is a little bit unfortunate for them. Omega, I think it's starting to slowly roll away from them here at this point. They can still turn it around, but that steering wheel is definitely pointing off the cliff here at this point. They need to start turning that wheel back to down the road of victory here. As we get more and more big items here coming the way of Infamous. There's now the Heaven's Halberd completed for Timado. That's going to really allow him to fight very effectively versus the Clinks. Blade Mail being put to pretty decent use there on that second half of the engagement there by Faker. Well played to him. In fact, probably contributing not insignificantly there to the death of Dark Mago, who ends up just Crypt Swarming himself really with that damage. Oh no, Roche has to be left on about 2/3 HP here because honestly they just really can't do it without the DP around them, especially without the DP ulti. The game's pretty difficult here for Omega, especially if they lose this Roche.
Dark Mago silences the Ember in the bottom lane to make sure he can't keep on pushing. Okay, at least now they're starting to play a bit more defensively, it seems like, from Omega. They're trying to keep the map control that they still have. The tier 2 particularly is very important. They don't lose the bottom tier 2 or in the middle tier 2. And they're going to go for BKB on Clinks as well to fight as soon as possible.
Can't believe he did that. He stole the last that Panda worked so hard to get. Panda had that thing frostbitten. He right-clicked it like maybe 10 times.
Panda doesn't deserve farm. He's a position 5. Oscar. Ooh, that did not work out for Oscar.
Karma.
Yule Scepter. He has a magic wand. I don't think that's going to be enough, though. They should be able to kill him. Shackle Shot doesn't hit, but it's okay. They have so much mobility. Now Omega is starting to crumble because Eagle Boys have reached the first power spike. This is what they wanted to play around, right? Lifestealer has the 2 items. The Ember has actually Playmail, which is very smart this game as well. And we even have Clockwork that should be farming.
Oh, they seem to got that.
They have 2 Playmails actually. One on Clockwork, one on the Ember. Yeah, that Ember Playmail is a bit too strong. Panda freezing field might just kill himself. Power shot. There we go, Panda. ceases to exist. But he does save the Clinks. To some
Yeah,
degree.
sure. Clinks is probably going to live, but now we can feel...
Space crate.
Space created, exactly. Space created. Let's take a look here. Any big items now for the side of OG? Yules on TP, we've already had that. BKB in, I think we need another 1,400 gold for that, so we're over halfway there, but still have a little bit to go. Poor Panda without a neutral item, and maybe can now begin to put some things in. Okay, Nether Soul is actually not that bad for Dark Mago. That's pretty darn good this game.
Yeah.
Essence Ring instead, sure, okay, that makes sense. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I like another Shawl more on the Bloodseeker if I'm honest with you, but we'll see if they give it to him. Oh, Clumsy Net. Oh no, that's not Clumsy Net, sorry, that's the Dark Pearl Summoner. Stopping Oscar, and Panda's like, guys, they're killing me. I'm dead. It's not your fault. They're going for the Clockwork though, and that's one of the advantages, of course, of Blade Mail, which is that it does not return. Sorry, one advantage extra does not get returned by Blade Mail, of course.
Of Exo, right?
The Blade Mail, sorry.
Wait, what?
The Blade Mail does not return the ghost damage.
Yes, okay, good.
Yeah. Sorry, I meant to say that's one of the advantages.
You're right, yeah.
Oh, at least an accent, yeah.
Axel, no.
And the strength there, I would say, I think that teamfight actually goes for Omega slightly. I wouldn't say that Ego Boys does too well there. I mean, they do get a support, but that's pretty much it.
I think they should have just...
But you did force Exo, maybe?
That's what I was going to say. Maybe if they got that kill and then, proceeded directly to Roche, do not pass go, do not pass, do not collect $200. Maybe then, because you do have Deso up, but I think they're scared to fight without BKBs. Maybe not scared is the right word. I think they are not interested in fighting without BKBs, right? Yeah. That might be the wise decision. It's definitely the safe decision, I will say. But with Exo, with of course Deso, maybe it's possible. But again, they're gonna make the prudent decision not to fight, and sometimes that pays off. But for now, Frank with a beautiful hookshot, the counter initiation, he got a dead Panda, dead. And maybe even Dark Mago, who is going to be able to at least dodge the slow of open wounds, but maybe not the Searing Chains. INS nearby has a snowball at the ready, trying to do his best to save the life of the DP, who actually is sucking off everybody. Everyone. Frank the Tank is giving her a lot of HP, but now, beautiful Shackle, only onto one. Dark Mago, though, onto his high ground, is still going to die.
Yeah. He starts the match sucking, and will end the fight sucking as well. Unfortunately. They lose the Death Prophet there,
Frank,
in addition to the 2 cores.
No, Oscar.
Frank. Oh no, Oscar was a bit too hasty here. They wanted to kill Frank. He doesn't have a TP though, so he can't get away just yet. The Blade Mail will not help him here. He still goes down. INS, thinking the Bloodline would protect him, forgot about the Lifestealer's existence, and will just get chunked down by a Lifestealer. Can't really do much to prevent that.
Yep, they Yules up Faker. Thought it was his own Yules. It's not yet. He does have one that will be on the way. Courier on its way to the secret shop. Could be in some trouble. Probably not, though. Yeah, they need to land a Frostbite onto him. Easier said than done. Not quite as generous as a cast range as Crystal Nova does. So it's, a little bit deceptive. Oh, you Crystal Nova'd him. Why didn't he Frostbite him? Not how it works, unfortunately.
Yep. In the end, Ego Boys is playing to their powers like really, really well, and Omega's starting to falter because they don't know how to engage properly. Yeah, Panda dies. And that, honestly, what really changed the matchup here, I would say, is the moving of Clockwork from 4 to 3. That was a really smart flex, sorry. As the Clinks have struggled this whole game to deal with this Clockwork, especially now that they have the Infest initiation, which they want to do, right? We almost have this Hulk Ras committed on the Lifestealer. That's going to make the matchup between Lifestealer and Clinks much more difficult for Lifestealer.
Yeah, we are really close to these BKBs. We're really close to this BKB. Well, kind of, right? Still 800 gold for the DP. I think Clinks is actually just about the same distance away.
Yeah, they should get it at the same time, and that should be their first big engagement. Those Blade Mills have also crushed the Clinks a lot.
Oh, here you go, speaking of the Clinks. Oh,
yeah, I don't think it's enough damage, though. Yeah, Faker gets away. That was close. That was close, but that Blade Mill gave him enough time.
He's got a regen rune, too. Oh, man.
The hook shot counter initiation. They go for the Clinks straight up. Clinks is down for the count. Oscar will also fall.
No.
And Panda is trying to get away, but he's been slowed down by the enchant. So goodbye to Panda as well. Omega, because they feel the pressure so much, are starting to go for initiations that might not be the best, and they're starting to falter against Ego Boys.
Yeah, you can see them. They're definitely feeling the pressure here a little bit, and Ego Boys are doing a great job of pressuring they're putting pressure on the pain points here, and it's hurt. They're putting the hurt on here. 10k net worth lead, 11-32, 23 minutes in. They're going to go ahead and back off. Maybe now consider to go for Roche. Good vision surrounding Roche here. Is about to expire for the side of Omega, so it might lead them astray as there goes one ward, and this one will be expiring in but a mere second, just out of sentry range, so they're going to get the full utility out of that one at the least. And now we get a pause as I get this Needing a second here.
So much blood.
Again, just real close. Someone says OG versus EG Latin America edition. Pretty funny.
Yeah, it is pretty close, right? It's very true. But Ego Boys, I don't know if you could say that. It would be EB, right? I don't think it would be EG.
Well, you know, you take the first 2 letters, right?
Yeah, I see that. I like as well. My favorite thing about the name Ego Boys, Egorco, by the way, which is the guy who owns this team, he made his name Ego, right? Because of his initials, right? It's EGO. Actually, I forgot what his full name is, but that's the initials of his name. But the fact that he called his name after himself really adds to the other definition of Ego Boys. And it's impossible to make memes out of this name. Like, if this team does well and they start to be really cocky about it, you're going to just laugh at them. They're called Ego Boys, for God's sake, you know?
Yeah.
It's also funny because his son plays in this team, so he's literally Little Ego, so you would call him Ego Boy, right? There's so many puns.
There's a lot of levels. There's a lot of
a
levels.
lot of
here.
levels on this. This name is, I think, the cleverest name in esports. I dare say.
The cleverest name in esports.
No, I'm kidding. I don't think it's the cleverest name, but it's up there. I think it's quite a funny name.
To
I mean, a lot of the
you know
team
what
names
that
are
sounds
very-
like, Avo? Sounds like a
What?
biased cat. I'm just kidding.
A biased caster. Did this caster just dare say the Peruvian team at the cleverest name? He clearly wants them to win.
Biased cast.
I don't need to want them to win, boys. They're gonna win regardless at this rate, honestly.
Yeah, Eagle Boys, they're looking pretty darn good. That's a good point to bring up, right? We have Blade Mail, Solar Crest soon for the Clockwork. I do really like this item on offlaners. If there's no like real good item to buy, like a pipe, it's nice to have, not necessary this game. Crimson Guard is pretty hot garbage, although it's actually really good against the Exorcism Ghost. That's a point to be made. But generally speaking, it's just a
That
bad
still gets
item.
blocked by the Crimson, right? Much like Swarm. Yeah.
Yep.
They're very unique units in that sense for some strange reason.
Very, very true. Very true. But that's really expensive. And for now, he's just like, you know what? Our lifesteal is a bit of a boss right now. He's got AC.
Yep.
He's got Armlet. He's got Heaven's Halberd, even so a bit of evasion. Basher next. He'll have that Basher by the time I finish up the Solar Crest. Why not buff him even more, right? Do more damage. I like that.
Yeah,
I
I
like
think
that.
the Assault Crest was a really smart pickup, though, on this lifesteal. I think that's giving them a lot more leeway when it comes to this making. Because usually, you use your explosive power spike, and then all of a sudden, Omega has their own BKBs, and you're no longer as strong, you're still trying to fight, and you can't push fast enough, and then the game goes, and it's over. Because the natural matchup of Klinkster's Lifestealer is tough for Lifestealer. But with the Assault Crest, it gives you so much more leeway, not just to yourself, but also to the rest of your teammates, making that Dezo not seem like such a smart pickup, and reducing the Klink's damage considerably. It actually also reduces Death Prophet's damage a lot, actually, because that's also physical damage, mostly from Exo. So it was a smart pickup here that gave Ego Boys a stronger fighting chance.
Radiant's top
I also
tower
like
is
the
under
Ego
attack.
experiment so much. I think a lot of the quote-unquote not so great teams now, not tier 1 teams in each region, they tend to just copy the tier 1 teams, and that just makes them a worse version of them. Whereas Ego Boys, much like Omega, the reason why they're rising so much is because they propose their own ideas of the draft, and that's a very unique take, which makes you much more valuable as a team. Because it makes you a team, right? Rather than just a cheap copy of someone else.
INS is hoping to Walrus Punch someone to hell with this DD room, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to find anyone because the entirety of Ego Boys are currently positioned basically very, very aggressively. OG will then start to kind of filter out of their base here. Panda's looking for a little something. Maybe
we're now officially calling them OG.
Yeah, they're officially OG. I would
officially
agree.
OG.
I would agree.
Wait till they buy him, right? Because from the org. Oh, INS.
Oh, you found someone?
Oh,
no, they
yeah.
found
No, he
him.
didn't find someone. They found him. And this is a classic hunter becomes the hunted. But I'm starting to doubt if he was ever the hunter in the first place, right?
Good
It's
shot.
like
He's
when a
fine.
cat tries to chase like a really big rat and realizes halfway through the chase that the rat is stronger than him.
I hate when that happens.
Have you seen that though? Like the rats in Malaysia, which are pretty much dogs, you can put a leash on them.
I have not.
Oh, they're very scary, dude. I mean,
No.
they're not scary, I would say. They're just massive, and if they carry rabies, there's no way you're not dying to
I
them.
was just really scared of rabies.
I am really scared. Well, how should I not be?
You know, if it's
Who's not scared of rabies?
50-50 chance you die of rabies. Either you do or you don't, Alvaro. Don't worry about it too much. Slavian here could be in trouble. They're going to drop a Rupture on him. But Slavian with so much damage. Panda trying to slow that down with the freezing field. Get that bonus armor. Not going to help very much, unfortunately. Oh my goodness. Oscar struggling to even get the kill there. Eventually will. That's a 7-time kill streak on a position 4. By the way, Mingate is sitting underneath a Sentry Ward, however, will be scouted. He's got a BKB now, so I think Faker makes the right play and just goes and backs out. Speaking of BKB, Dark Mago's got one as well, not to be left out of that party.
Yeah, that was not the best initiation. I guess you got support for support. just wasting time for Ego Boys to wait for your BKBs. Just hoping that the BKBs will be enough. Let's see if they are, because they're both 10 seconds now. I mean, got this taking a nice hot bath here at the Flame Guard. The Illusion Rune surprises them, and of course, I guess they didn't check his bottle. He also had Yule Scepter, though. It was really difficult to kill him. Maybe they just wanted to force back. Now with a...
I don't think they were
South
expecting him
American
to have another rune, because he actually just had another illusion rune in his inventory previously to this fight. Although, interesting position here from OG. They can actually go ahead and maybe go for a little bit of a pincer maneuver. It's only Ember as well as +1 on the other side of the river. Oh, Clinks walking into the enemies. Frank the Tank silenced up. Does get the Blade Mail off. Might be going down, as indeed he does. Looking for the... Oh, Aretes actually just hoping to go invis and ignore the rest of this team fight. Will be killed as well, as they do dust him up.
He just crosses his fingers. He goes, I hope they don't have sentries today. Ah, shit. Well, I'm dead.
Well, I guess I'm dead.
I guess I'm dead. Not much to do about it. They catch the Ember too. Can they silence him? Faker. Oh, what?
I guess he got the
Sleight of fist right as he went down, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's ready.
I guess you can't even perfectly... Like, even pro players can't do the silence exactly on point. I don't even know if that's possible, actually. Is it possible to silence him exactly as he goes down so he can Sleight of Fist?
To be honest?
Or do you depend on the ping of the server?
I am not sure. I imagine with phase boots it's extra hard.
The ping,
right?
Sorry, not the ping.
Because Faker can... Do you need to turn to where you're going to Searing, or to where you're going to Sleight of
Oh, yeah, you
Fist?
do. That's a good point, actually.
I don't play a lot of Ember, so I guess
No,
if you, as long as you have phase boots, I imagine it's a little easy, but I have no clue.
Oh, but I was saying more like, I don't know if it's possible to silence him is the question. Like, is it even possible to silence him as he goes down before he gets a Sleight of Fist? Like, say he's facing you, right? I'm not sure. I don't know if you can get that pitch perfect. Because I know the only thing that does prevent that are things like Arrow or Spear of Mars, right? Where you get caught in the middle and, like, you literally go down onto that, right? We've even seen sometimes where BKB doesn't even work to protect you from those, theoretically. Because the server's supposed to give you one ping between once you go down for the Yule Scepter, like one ping of invulnerability where you're actually down and can commit an action. So I don't know if Sleight of Fist can pierce that. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, this is a small interaction. Anyway, sorry guys. I really like the mats in this game. I mean, got to went for a Crystalist, now going for the NKB afterwards. Okay, yeah, I guess he's waiting for the level 20 talent already on Lifestealer. I don't know about this Crystalist then. Maybe it's just cheap damage.
We can't contest to see that this Surf's already down. That's going to be Aegis now. Oh, Frank the Tank is looking immediately for a fight, and he's found a good target. It's just Panda. I guess that'll have to do for now. Oscar could be in some danger. Great Ice Shards, though, just will save his life. But Faker from behind. He doesn't have Searing Chains quite yet, so I think Oscar should be good to go. Searing Chains are going to miss. He connects them onto the two melee creep MVPs. And that should be able to then be them escaping for now. But with an Aegis, it's looking pretty bad here for the sides of OG. Dark Mago, then he's going to have to nuke this mid wave, but they already have a wave top lane, and they could just go through top.
Okay, it's tough for Clinks to deal damage to a Lifestealer because of the build he went for both of these heroes, right? Lifestealer went for Evasion and you went for Crystalist. It doesn't deal enough damage just yet.
They're TPing back
They're all
for Dark
gonna
Mago.
TP. I think because Dark Mago did a good job of cutting the lanes, but unfortunately doesn't have the escape to do this. BKB's available though.
Faker's
He
on
doesn't want to die. They might still be able to fight this, by the way.
That's position 4.
That's a lot of damage on the Wind Ranger. What do you do against this? You can't even Spirit Siphon. You have the Magic Wand though. BKB may be up to the high ground. He still has Exo. Dark Mago will just die. That's right to the Wind Ranger alone.
What a hero.
That is not the team fight to take, right? I mean, Gato still goes in, hopes to kill Frank. They frostbite the Lifestealer. He's out of rage, but they do have an Aegis on him. Slavin has the Wind Run, will save himself with it because of that, but the Freezing Field will cancel Timado. That's his first life down, but there's no more BKB on this Clinks, which means Mingate is vulnerable to Faker. He does get the kill on Slavin, has to now run away. Skeleton Walk not used in time, and they still manage to kill him. That's 2 cores down, and a third hero will fall, which will be the support here for INS. Just creating some time.
And he's going to make him work for it. Maybe get a Walrus Punch off? Hell yeah, brother.
Oh, actually no.
Nice.
Yeah,
he is Omega dead for sure, unfortunately. But yeah, wasted some time.
Yeah, that's not too great. I mean, I think that was not the engagement to take for Omega. I understand why they were hasty to take that, because Dark Mago was doing the right choice of cutting the lanes, I'd argue. But, of course, he overstayed there. And then afterwards, the mistake is to still fight, despite the fact that Omega was, or that Dark Mago was dead. And Dark Mago only really forced you to use Focus Fire. So it's not like Ego Boys were starting with the ultimate less or something like that.
And it's a position 4, right?
Exactly, right? Like,
Who,
it doesn't matter.
Granted, I believe now has MKB. Yeah, full MKB and a Blink, so, you know, pretty much a somewhat core at this point in the game, right? With that item alone and Focus Fire.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I mean, it is just that. We do, however, have, speaking of position 4s and items, we do have now the Lotus Orb completed, at least on Oscar. That's going to be a good item indeed here. Another Dispel for himself or a teammate could always make the difference, especially for the Searing Chains, right? It's very annoying. There's one thing Bloodseekers in general hate, and therefore Oscar this game, is not being able to move, right? That's why if you rupture Bloodseeker, he gets very sad. Also sad is Panda, because he dies. Frank the Tank is going to find him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Right now, I'm struggling to think what Omega should be doing here in the mid game to cover this game.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Because I don't think turtling is the right option necessarily, and getting solo kills like this one might be actually, this is really good. But you're wasting a lot of the BKB charges, and Clinks is a hero that needs those BKB charges longer.
Oh, and they have vision.
Wind Ranger alone is going to kill them. Man, that's really bad. That's why I was saying, like, I don't know if these kills were the right choice. I thought it was going to be easy, not with a Wind Ranger. Oscar also
they're
falls.
also in the base.
Yeah, I know. I think this game is starting to really crumble.
Cancel
for them.
one TP. They
It
silence
did.
him? Oh, all right.
Interesting. Okay, that was super easy. I guess the buybacks did surprise Ego Boys a bit, and they throw Hero down.
Not sure why Mingate buys back, to be honest.
Radiant's bottom
Wait.
tower
Oh,
is
no,
under
I do know
attack.
why Mingate buys back.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm not sure why the Tusk buys back is what I meant to say. But whatever, it's just a support, right? If we do have a quick disconnect. Blaming the lag.
Oh no, Ego Boys. Sorry, I don't know Omega Gaming. These kills they keep getting, they don't turn into good engagements because of the existence of the Wind Ranger and to some degree also the Clocker, right? So this one was the ideal kill, right? You kill the Clocker so you can't hookshot you in, and you still lose your life to the Wind Ranger, which is not ideal for Omega. Turtling, like I said, is not the option, but you do need to play it just safely. I mean, I've seen a couple kills when Mingate has gone in and just wasted the BKB, completely died. I think they've taken a couple bad engagements because they know that this game continues this way, Clinks will never find the farm. Lifestealer is just out farming him because he has 10 times the space and 10 times the farming speed as well. Thank God for the Midas this game, honestly, because otherwise Mingate would be really poor.
Yeah, I guess it was a good decision overall, right? I mean, as best as one he can make. You can even see he's gone for the Crystallis here as an intermediary item. Just have a little bit more damage, right? The crate is pretty darn good, to be honest, and plus 32 doesn't hurt to have. We'll see if they can find the kill here onto Aretes, who is going to go invis. Do they have detection to cancel this TP? Nope, not in time, unfortunately. Panda is a bit late. Swift to the walls of Ice Rack, as they say. Sladian then now, of course, a support hero on this Windrunner. Oh my goodness, actually, the Greater Fair Fire is actually just so good. Look at this. Oh my goodness gracious. Snowball is probably just going to end up killing him here, unfortunately. Dragged away further from the helping hands of his team. Sladian, though, with another power shot, might try for the snipe, is going to attempt it. INS with a good juke there. That would have ended his life, I believe. How much damage does the power shot do? Oh yeah, that would have ended his life for sure. A little bit of a dicey position for him to be in, but he's going to live for now. And a kill on the Faker might be enough for Omega to rally against. They are down 18 to 42 here. 15K is the net worth lead. I should say the deficit, I suppose, that they are up against. Ranger and Rune in the battle for our DP. Still having that 10-second BKB, and then next going for the Heaven's Halberd. That is going to be a good one indeed. I mean, Gate hoping for an MKB at some point this game. Still has a 9-second BKB on his own. We'll see here. We'll see. Problem is, of course, Lifestealer can kind of just choose to not care and just Abyssal you to do your BKB anyway and then just eat you. We don't have a Desolator up, which is at least good news, but the AC does make at least a decent amount of minus armor that the Desolator would have otherwise provided here.
Exactly, and it also helps you. It helps you push buildings. It's much safer as a pick than the Desolator. So that's why I like it. Team tends to actually forgo a Desolator very often because it's much safer to go for the AC. Desolator is good for the power spike, but it's not so good in the late game as an item because it just provides damage. And
man, poor Oscar here, more poor than Sladian, who by the way is got a friend inside. Hookshot there will connect onto Clinks. They're going to try now. BKB is going to be forced out. Panda as well at the freezing field might actually get the kill here on Sladian, but the Abyssal Blade onto Mingate will seal his fate. A bash onto Panda will shut her up. No more letting it go. Clinks is still well dead actually as Team Ala there with a triple kill. And yep, there's the GG call.
They realized they couldn't deal with the Lifestealer. Clinks fell too far behind. They couldn't let that happen. I'm not gonna lie, I think that this game is played really well by Eagle Boys. Here we see again that their prowess, especially in the early to mid game, is incredible. Their laning stage is really smart. They do a lot of good moves in the laning stage. They're in a experimental team. They tried to cloak into 3, which worked really nicely for this game. I think that was the nicest counter by Eagle Boys. I really thought it wouldn't be enough, and I was wrong about that when I predicted that in the draft. I thought the draft was much more Omega favorite than I expected, so, you know, live and learn. TIL today, but I also find that Omega did not play this the best of their performance, to be honest. A couple fights that they shouldn't have taken, not really taking advantage of Klink's early power spike because he was super farmed and yet not fighting with his team. Some people even mentioned in the chat, like, Klink's was AFK for half the game, right, which wasn't too great. So, yeah, I don't know. Partially the draft because Eagle Boys didn't deal with the Klinks well with it, but also partially the execution of Eagle Boys was considerably better than Omega Gaming this whole game.
Yeah, I agree, and that'll be then a 1-1 draw here. As Eagle Boys, they GG out a little bit early, maybe, some would say, of that first game, but they do strike back here in game number 2 to take a draw. Coming up next, guys, is going to be Thunder Predator versus Team Brazil. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, it is. I don't know why I doubted myself. I prepared all this yesterday. And we'll be back with that in a draft here for in 5 minutes, guys. So do stick around. We're really going to a short break. Stretch your legs, get some water, but make sure you guys are back for game number 2 here in just a little bit. Or match series number 3 in just a bit, I should say. We'll see you then.
Oh, hello, and welcome back, everyone. You may notice there's a chair empty here. What happened? We like that guy. He talks really loud during the draft, even though it's supposed to be a radio show and I have to lower his levels. Where did he go? He's dead. I'm sorry to tell you. He died. He's on the Spanish stream. He'll be back for our next series, so don't worry, guys. If you're primarily here for Avo, first of all, I apologize. You're going to be stuck with this guy. But don't worry, he's going to be back for our next series. He's just joining the Spanish stream for now. So yeah, you can go watch him over there. But for now, you're stuck with me. So let's get underway here with our draft for game number 1 between Thunder Predator and Team Brazil. Already we see Tiny and Io, the very, very classic Wisp combo. Used to actually be comboed with CK back when Wisp used to be... Tether used to stun. It used to have like 100% move slow, like for like half a second or something, and I think it used to be a stun at some point. And CK always used to be the counter because you would always just drag people in between the Tether and you, and then that would be another stun, Reality Rift, and then you would just start beating them to death with all the horses you would spawn in. No longer the case, though. Tiny and Io along similar notes when Tiny used to actually be played in the safe lane. Now he's got 0 agility gains. Not too useful, generally speaking. You might see a Wisp Tether at Tiny if he's pushing high ground with a True Grab active, but usually there's going to be a better target. The question is who this game? And because we already have the Tiny, you could maybe go for the Tusk. If you've watched a lot of this tournament, you'll notice that whenever the Zoomers can, they will often open up with the Wisp and the Tusk just to be able to get that, usually the offlane 1, usually Tusk 3, Wisp 4, overcharge level 1, tag team level 1, usually equals a lot of dead supports, and sometimes even some dead safe laners depending on how that matchup is going for them. Already this time it's not looking too good against the Lifestealer, so it's probably going to be the Tiny for Wisp 5. You can always, of course, run the Tiny Smid. You can kind of get away with it in the off lane to some degree. It's not that good, but it's not also just the worst thing in the world, right? So that's going to be also potentially very pickable as well. So don't ignore that possibility here. But for now, I would be, putting it on the support. Just checking something here on my side just to make sure I don't tell lies live on stream. Indeed, Thunder Predator 3, 1, and 2. Team Brazil 1, 3, and 1. It's both teams currently still kind of contesting. Usually 4 losses and beyond puts you in a pretty bad position, but Team Brazil tying more than not. They're currently 5 and 5 overall, so they have 5 points, whereas Thunder Predator are 7 and 5, so 1 more victory here. So Team Brazil actually could tie with a 2-0 victory. Would be a little bit difficult here for them, but certainly not out of the question by any means. Should be fun as well. We got Minos, Leo Style as well up in the mid lane in this Peruvian stack of Thunder Predator. Team Brazil, of course, ADR, Costabil, and our favorite, Sir Francis Lee. Probably going to be playing the Lina this game. They can always opt to send it mid, the Furion as well. It can be an off lane. There's no Pepita here in this game, so it's definitely not the off laner here for certain. We'll have to see where Brazil want to run it. Wouldn't be too crazy in the mid lane, depending on the matchup, although given that you already have the Lina, if a Furion wins the lane against someone, the Lina probably is going to win it too. Safe lane Lifestealer as well. It's not too revealing. Let's see, Thunder Predator, they're going to have to reveal a little bit of something here with this pick. Depends what they want to open with here. I'd expect perhaps an offlaner or another very vague pick here. Nope, they're just going to go with their safe lane Juggernaut. Very safe pick overall. Omni Slash, quite strong. Does decent against the Furion. Because he has that healing ward, but it's actually, I think, a little bit weak here. And they're going to pair it with an Axe. So even if it's a, well, it's probably a Furion 5 then, right, is what I would expect. Or maybe a Lina 5. Not really seeing how the Furion fits into this draft yet, but the Axe is a pretty strong pick against the Juggernaut. You can cancel spin TPs, of course, because the Axe call does go through the taunts goes through the magic community, which is very, very strong counter initiation here for the side of Team Brazil. Oh, Thunder Predator with the Beastmaster. Yeah, it's a pretty solid pick against the Lifestealer. Neither of the supports really deal with the Boars too well either. I guess the Furion's not too bad because he's got decent auto attack damage and a decent attack speed. Lina, I think he might want to throw top with this Axe. I got some concerns about this bottom lane, though, especially if it's the Tiny down there. Tiny Beastmaster is pretty brutal, even though it is dual melee against a Furion. It's actually not that bad, just because of the boars primarily. Given the attack speed slow, that can allow Tiny to get off a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, our set does look so good today here with the acoustic panels. What a lovely thing indeed. Anyway. The last picks, then, we need probably mid laners for both sides. Team Brazil, of course, with last pick, actually have a really, really good decisions for themselves to be making here. Do we want this Furion to be mid? Do we want him to be a position 5? Same thing with Alina, position 4, mid. To be honest, mid Lina here is not as strong as it could be during some other drafts, right? Normally you want to pair against something that you can actually nuke through quite quickly. The Juggernaut, not really one of those targets. It would require an Aghanim Scepter out from our mid Lina. And I feel like ADRs plays a bit more of the right-clicking style here than the magic damage dealers. With Thunder Predator, they do think it might be a mid Lina. They reckon it's at least one of these two heroes here, Lina and Furion, is going to be a core. So they are opting to ban supports out. I think the Ench is a safe ban, though, just because obviously that deals with the Beastmaster boars extremely well. And kind of just completely turns that lane on its head for the Beastmaster, as he is really bad if he's slowed. Little known fact. Actually, very well-known fact here. Team Brazil are banning mid laners. They're banning the safe maids overall, so maybe... Who else is a safe mid right now? Storm. Void Spirit's still in the pool. Actually, not too many mid laners banned out overall. The Kunkka is banned. This is the Alchemist. Yeah, so let's see. Void Spirits. The thing is, the Spirits are always susceptible if you can get a call onto them, right? Especially because we were not going to have a Dispel here for Thunder Predator. That's out of the question. Wisp relocate, maybe. But with Alina on the playing field, if you get caught by a call, the chances of you dying after, even during that relocate channel, or not channel time, during the cast animation, cast point, I believe it is technically, there's a very real possibility you can die just because you get blown up so quickly here. So I'm not really... Yeah, the Invoker might not have been bad for a Quas Wex Invoker versus an Axe. Absolutely destroys him. Radiance builders in the middle lane don't really exist. A Veno? Veno's weird. Don't really like it. We could use maybe a little bit of early push. Less Shrek always a real possibility here as well. I feel like Lilina kind of owns him, though, is the problem there. We'll see. Thunder Predator, not going to random. We'll go with the Magnus instead. Okay, there we go. So the Empower buff as well for the Juggernaut. A little bit more team fight, some tower push as well, just because he pushes well on his own. Very clear-cut draft out from Thunder Predator. There's really no room for, well, I guess tiny mag if you want to run the tiny mid. I think the tiny mid would really suffer here, though. We'll see what Team Brazil want to go for here. They got a whole 1 minute of extra reserve time for them to think about. And think about this, they will indeed. I think, okay, so they're either between a position 5 or a mid. Thunder Predator are pretty darn convinced that it is going to be a Lina mid, so they ban supports. Supports here, that would wreck a mag. Yeah, the Ench is real good for that Dispel. Chan would have just generally been real annoying as well, so they really want to secure this Beastmaster lane is what these two blast bans out from Thunder Predator tell me. Their off lane is, or yeah, rather their safe lane for Thunder Predator is kind of difficult though here with the Axe. Wisp doesn't do a whole lot to bother an Axe. Usually you can pick something like a Lich to really screw with an Axe, right? Not only, of course, the Sinister Gaze, but and the Frost Shield, which are both really good. But Frost Blast is amazing at dealing with Axe. You kind of just slowly but surely destroy him with that, and he doesn't really have the HP region to deal with you. Okay, so they're going to pick a mid-storm. That's a real good pick here, because no matter what, you're going to have a melee in the mid lane. In fact, we have 4 melee heroes with Thunder Predator. Not too many strength, 2 strength heroes, so I'm a bit surprised to not see the Timber. It could have been banned. I didn't actually get to see. And I don't remember. I'm not going to lie. Mama didn't raise no lie, but Team Brazil, they raised themselves up here. A really nice draft. ADR is going to have a very, very fun time in the mid lane, no matter who he faces here, to be honest with you. It will be the Magnus mid, as it's going to be the position 4 Lina. King Jungle's position 5 on the Furion. That's the thing, is that the supports are a little weak here for Team Brazil. Their offlaner is real strong, though. It brings a real commanding presence to these team fights, and potentially could be used for a follow or for a setup stun. Well, lockdown, I should say, not really a stun, as it's just a taunt for our Lina, for Furion as well. Yeah, it's not bad. I just have some concerns about if the cores don't get off to such a great start here for Team Brazil. The supports are not really much to fall back on here, unfortunately. Wisp, of course, is always going to give you a regen, so he's a little bit of kind of an exception to that sort of rule of sort of power spikes. Is, yeah, you can relocate gank with him. This game, I think it's going to be used almost certainly defensively up until Thunder Predator if they end up getting a commanding lead. Whereas Matthew, you know, he's going to depend a lot on that, getting that Blink Dagger. With a Wisp, though, you can almost be guaranteed to kind of get a little bit of farm for free here on Matthew. You do have yourself a Beastmaster who at some point should be able to kind of just dismiss the position for Tiny to go top, to go mid, to maybe even jungle and stack a little bit and farm some stacks to get that fast Blink Dagger. Team Brazil overall, though, they've got a really strong mid lane matchup, though, which is going to be my major concern for Thunder Predator. Yeah, given that the mid lane, I really have to prefer the Team Brazil lineup. I'm gonna go ahead and predict Team Brazil is gonna win this first match, but we'll have to see as we're about to get underway. And while we are waiting, why don't you go ahead and drop us a follow at that ePulse channel. I don't have Alvaro here to make fun of me for not failing to rhyme. You know what? I'm not ashamed of it. I don't have to rhyme. It's not in my contract. So go ahead and just enjoy this ad. A little bit of a Futurama line there for President Nixon. Welcome back, everyone. Second Strike here, just on the call with you. Alvaro Plus is dead. He is on the Spanish stream. He'll be returned for us for our next series. For now, you're stuck with me, so I apologize, or you're welcome, I guess. It depends really on how you view it, isn't it? Well, we are going to be getting underway here after we get some disconnects out of the way. Of course, Brazil, Peru, this is kind of to be expected. Game 1 server is in Peru. Game 2 server is in Brazil. That's the last time I'm going to repeat it. No one else ask. Once again, Game 1 Peru, Game 2 Brazil. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So just keep that in mind. Waiting for some reconnections here, so we're about to get underway. Woo with some pretty standard items here for the Wisp. Matthew starting off with boots. It's a little bit Leo style. Again, not going to really have too great of a time here. The early 2 levels are not bad. They still kind of suck. They're not bad, though, for the Magnus. But as soon as you get level 3, and then especially again at level 4, those 2 levels actually end up really starting to hurt here, as you have the pretty easy, and against the Magnus especially, a reliable combo of Static Remnant, Overload, Vortex Overload Attack, Static Remnant, Overload Attack, and then that's something close to like 300 damage already just at level 3, which is a lot if you do the math. So that's going to be of some concern here for Leo Style, who is a tanky hero, at least on the Magnus, but we'll see. We'll see how he decides to build this one up, as we will be now getting underway. Hopefully. You never know. Stabile heading top. Again, that's going to be my really only major concern here with King Jungles on the position find period. You do at least synergize quite nicely here with Stabile, right? Because you will be able to give a little bit of minus armor, right? Really only physical damage being dealt by Lifestealer, at least in the lane, right? Infest is going to be magic damage in terms of the Infest Bomb that you're able to do, but that's going to at least synergize pretty nicely here. So at least they can have themselves a good little bit of extra damage there to try and contend with in the lane. Again, it's not really that easy, but hopefully they can at least get some damage done in the lane. Not a whole lot of kill potential, though. In fact, it's going to be a little bit probably more defensively, unless we see some poor positioning out from the side of Thunder Predator, as we see a little bit of a high 5.
being given out.
30 seconds to battle.
And they do like doing this. Whenever you have a Wisp, generally cutting down these trees is always real nice, so that Lina, with her great attack range, which kind of, if she's standing somewhere here, she generally can reach kind of in this whole area to attack you under tower. Very, very unfun to deal with, so they do well to cut those trees early on. As Flea actually starting out with the boots, going straight into the Yule's Scepter. It's an interesting position for build here. I think he's just trying to use his the mobility advantage here, as well as the better auto attacks compared to Minos and Wisp to his advantage. As they will not be able to contest runes, actually, so it's going to be 3 bounties for Team Brazil starting off this match. So a little bit of an early lead. Again, first 0-second bounties, not the biggest things ever. So I'll just say that one in chat. Yes, indeed. If you're here for Avo, guess what? He speaks in Spanish now. He's on the Spanish stream. He'll be back for our next series. That was Leo style. Again, what we're going to start to see, the first level's not too bad. He's actually able to get some damage on the Storm Spirit, who's got a pretty crappy attack, well, both projectile speed and attack range. So the Empower is going to be doing a bit of damage to him here and there. But again, level 3 is going to really be the big inflection point here. Even actually Leo or ADR doing some really good job here for the CS early on. King Jungles rather. Getting some decent damage on the Matthew. Here we go, actually. Goes to be able, you know, casually, this is where the wave is now, guys. You just, you know, lasted in the river as everyone trying to drag the creep wave over. Lots of shenanigans is going to eventually be countered. There's a lot of creep here in the wave over. King Jungles, of course, summoning the boys, doing plenty of damage. As there's the toss. What was that toss? Tossing the range creep there for some reason. Not really doing too much, unfortunately. As we're about to hit level 3 here. Real quick, we'll just check on this bottom lane. Pretty good start here, actually. I think they're going to be primarily focusing, Battle Hunger as well as Flea, just looking to do as much damage as he can here to Wu to try and make sure that any damage they then do to Minos in return is actually going to be a little bit more efficient. But here's our level 3 here already. Oh, we're not going to go for the Vortex, actually. It's going to be 2 points into the Overload instead. Sometimes you see this when the Storm's just confident that he's able to just land these Remnants very, very effectively. Right now, without Boots especially, Mag does not have the move speed to get out of the way of the Remnants before they explode. So they do a lot of damage to him. So I think getting more damage here per Overload is actually going to end up being a little bit more efficient, especially because going for this little 3-hit combo is a little bit expensive for the mana, especially on a Storm Spirit before he gets his bottle. So that makes a lot of sense. Sacred, though, not having a very fun time. Kind of getting bullied in this top lane by all of the Treants. The Treants early on are going to be a little bit better than the Boars, especially when you're not paired with a support, for example, like Alina, who can kind of right-click you down and get a big advantage with the move speed. We are seeing a TP, though, as it's actually going to be the Furion TPing home. No big deal. It's just a Furion. He TPs all the time. Level 4, now we see the combo, and with the bottle, it makes a lot more sense at this stage as you do plenty more damage here. So Leo style, you can already tell he does not want to get hit by this, but he also has to just contest the waves. Here he goes, 1, 2, 3. Missed the Remnant damage, unfortunately. Not that big of a deal. And 10 wand charges to boot. Oh, really nice job there, actually. ADR could be dead. This might be first blood. Leo style getting the skewer underneath the tower. Needs a little bit more damage, 305 compared to the 285. He could have probably chased down that kill, but with the bottle there activated for ADR, he was going to be A-okay. It was a good call there to just return to the creep wave, get some more last hits there. Nicely done. Very nice job there using the... What the heck was that? Wu's like, must do extra damage, tether the creep to get an extra right click in. But very, very good job there by Leo style. That was fancy. And actually, we have a rotation mid lane. It is going to be Matthew. He should have refilled. No bottle, actually, yet for Leo style. So he just shows up just to say hello, give some moral encouragement here. Oh, I hear the Vortex combo. That's more what it looks like there when you actually hit all 3. And we can really start to see now Mag is not having a very enjoyable time in this lane. ADR is going to be close to leading 21-5, but most importantly, Costabil here, insane. 22-11. 11 denies in the safe lane is really some dominance here, to be honest. That is a very, very good start. Leo Style does have a haste rune. He's going to be looking to just be real annoying here to ADR, sapping some of the experience that he was hoping to get there from the quick little side camp. Once it's level 6 here, the Storm is going to be a real big threat to Mag. You can see that ADR does have about a quarter level advantage, so that's why Leo Style with the haste rune is going to be able to, or that's why he wants to sap as much XP as he can, really, to slow this down. As Sacred forced and then TP back to his tier 1 tower. Again, this is the thing: is this tiny lane is not really the best support to combo. Oh, as we might even get a kill here onto Woo. Dragon Slave just misses barely. As the healing ward keeping our little wisp alive. King RD with the Battle Hunger level 2 doing actually a fair bit of damage. Minos hit with the LSA. It's going to be a bit early though. Flea trying to still get this rune will not be able to do so. Could be in some danger, but with boots and 3 stacks of the Fire Soul, a bit too fast. As we have a little call there. Not really looking for any counter helix attacks there, I guess, as King RD doesn't really want to be put into too poor of a position to open himself up for a kill. Still no first blood, 5 minutes in. This is essay versus essay, isn't it? Right? Right? Yes. I'm hearing from my producer, who is me, that I say yes. So apparently this is an essay game, but we've yet to see a kill. That could change. So we do have now level 6 available, both for Leo Style as well as ADR. Again, that beautiful combo. And he's going to put Leo Style here at half HP. Now has the Bracer. No longer gives magic resistance, however, so not as good here, unfortunately, for our mid lane Magnus, who used to build like 2 Bracers, and at level 10 would have like 2300 HP. It was a really cool period to be playing Dota. Every single game you would just see a Magnus. Quite a strong hero. 6-minute rune spawning in shortly. Leo Style really wanting this one. It's an arcane rune, which ADR would have loved to have. Probably, maybe even considered killing him there for a second with the tiny showing. It's a bit risky. Is now Woo in some trouble. They're actually going to rotate. King Jungle's on over, and here it is. First blood, finally, for King RD. Even gets himself a spin to win there. Speaking of spins, Minos has got one as well. He's got a rotation as well from Matthew. 2-man avalanche, but Minos is really unable to get much more there. Sibyl continuing to do some damage. As Wibbly Sacred, he's still going to be opting actually for, it looks like he's starting off with the Sage's Mask to then eventually go for, oh, apologies, King Jungles is going to die, to eventually then go for oh, actually, that was really cool. Oh, not that good, actually, unfortunately, because the Overload actually reducing the damage dealt. But I'm not really sure how that math works out, if giving more opportunities to spin or if the Overload is better for the damage resistance. Either way, I think they might be able to get a kill onto Woo. Flea popping the stick charges, keeps himself alive. What the heck was that attack range? Valve, please fix. What did you kill him with? Excuse me? Oh, it was an auto attack? I don't know about that one, Valve. I don't know about that one. That was definitely maybe a little bit questionable. ADR has, oh my goodness, actually, the boar has been infested now by Costabile, as they're going to be looking to turn now onto ADR. Out comes Costabile. There's going to be the RP committed. Costabile can't do much, unfortunately, so it's going to be a great kill there onto the Storm Spirit, who did rotate on over for that one, so he's going to have to walk back into the lane. Leo Style nets him that kill as well, which is going to put Thunder Predator in a pretty good position here as we get a dunk down bot lane onto Minos. King RD simply catching him off guard there. Very well played. Very well played. Woo, who did die there to Flea, crucially, did not have the TP scroll available, or did not want to TP, so wasn't really there for the Overload.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I guess Overload doesn't give you damage resist anymore. I apologize. I haven't played Wisp in a while. But that was wrong, so the HP return is certainly not going to be enough to counteract the spin. Beautiful 2-man LSA. King Jungles as well nearby, but Leo Style are making the rotation onto Sir Francis Lee. He goes, and Minos will be able to return the favor there, get the auto attack for the last hit. It's going to leave ADR to try and recover here in the mid lane. Again, not having the best of starts, not having the worst of starts. You know, it's the start of the that one book that we all had to read in English class. I don't remember. I think it's about the French Revolution. I actually have no idea what the book is called anymore. In any case, if Oliver was here, he'd correct me. But guess what? He's dead. He's on the Spanish stream. He can't get to do that to me. Sacred is going to, okay, so he is going to, right, Medallion, okay, make that, yeah, Medallion of Courage there, so he's just going to be looking to farm a little bit faster, but eventually he's going to turn that second Sage's Mask here. Well, first of all, he's going to buy another one, so 3 Sage's Mask for him, and then into the Necronomicon 1, so he's going to be doing a little bit more damage here. Kostabil is going for the Battle Fury. Now keep in mind, we have seen a lot of instances of Battle Fury lifestealers that of course do get the benefit of the farm, but not only that, they actually end up doing a lot of damage in these team fights. So just because it is a farming item doesn't mean that he is going to be fight averse, and not only fight averse, but damage averse in these team fights. So, you know, that's something to just keep in the back of your head, and I'll bring it up once it becomes relevant once again here. But he's going to make him pretty decent time in here. Juggernaut, though, with the Empower, does not have to go for the Battle Fury, and even though the Cleave's not as good, of course, he does have the Wisp to try and make it up, and is doing pretty well for himself here right at the 10-minute mark. We'll switch over to Net Worth here in a second, but just to get a better idea here of the hero levels, we do see both position, well, it's actually position 4, isn't it? Is doing quite poorly, so they're going to do well to give Matthew some solo farm underneath the tier 2 tower, which should be relatively safe. We don't have a blink yet for Axe, so he's able to do this for now, but soon that Blink Dagger is coming, because we do have 1,800 gold in the bank now for our Axe. King Jungles is going to be, well, jungling to try and make up his levels, as Sacred will be able to secure that top tower all by himself. And just a quick little note at current gold, of course, Axe sitting on a pretty penny here, really wants that Blink Dagger, and should allow him to get a few more kills. This just was top lane, but now we're going to miss a kill onto Sacred, who gets jumped by ADR with an Arcane Rune. Really didn't have a chance there. Looks like they even gave him a Laguna Blade as well to boot. Minos continues to do the damage here. Again, just farms really, really quickly whenever he's got this in power. And the beautiful thing about Magnus on a core position here, compared to Magnus on a 4 or even worse, a 5, is that on a support role, he's kind of delegated to just being a buff boy, following around the cores, and just providing empower as soon as it runs out. Whereas this time he can do both. Not only does he get the farm that he wants on a core, and that Magnus can farm incredibly quickly, although he's not opting for an Echo Saber, interestingly enough, he is going for the Blink Dagger, so maybe hoping to be fighting early. Interesting call. Interesting call. They definitely can here, definitely with Roar, as well as RP, right? Juggernaut, that's with the Omni-Slash, Mask of Madness, and the bonus attack speed given through the Overcharge is really, really strong team fight. A lot of things to really buff and empower on the Jug, of course. But we'll see. Brazil, they're going to react pretty well to this in going for the Battle Fury here. And unfortunately, King RD getting the bulk of those last hits after he spins twice there with the counter Helix. And we're all really close now to the Battle Fury here for Costa Beal. So they've read this well. And they might be looking to kind of just avoid fights for now. The problem is Thunder Predator have good push, so they can kind of force the issue here. But again, Lifestealer, even with a Battle Fury, does damage in team fights, especially with a Lifestealer here in the game. There's going to be Roar. Oh, he didn't commit to TP, so he might just be free to TP out. Oh, no, Chad. I mean, look at that. Omni-Slash level 1, by the way. Ooh. Mask of Madness, in addition to the Overcharge, is literally just free Omni-Slash kills right there, left, right, and center. That might be the blink reveal then, as our Axe into the mid lane. He goes on a Leo Cell, still alive, but commits the RP here, trying to keep himself alive, as he will be able to skewer himself through the trees sprouted up by King Jungles, no problem. ADR considering making the deep dive here, and would have to be beyond the tier 2 tower at this point. With the DD rune, it certainly is tempting. Well, he is going to think better of it. Instead, should be a tier 1 here, being sieged by the likes of Brazil after they lost their mid laner, sorry, their safe laner, and were not able to get a kill. Would have been a pretty consequential kill, unfortunately, for Team Brazil, as that would have been the Blink Dagger delayed for Mag, as Minos, the crazy man that he is, simply walks up to the tower and denies it right in front of 4 enemy heroes. But to be honest, what do they do about it? He's got a Wisp supporting him right behind him. It's very unlikely that they're actually going to kill him there. Les Miserables, thank you very much. That is correct, Les Miserables. There's going to be the blink reveal now onto Leo Sao. They want King Jungle. It's not the best kill, but they'll take it here, especially as it does end up going towards Minos, continuing to get the farm going on this man. He's going to be doing real well for himself now with this amount of farm. Super farmed here. But again, Kostabil is, oh my goodness, he's actually still not done with the Battle Fury. I forgot that they did kill him. Activating Rage, you know, just in case here. Why not? He had full mana anyway. Put that mana regen to use. As that will be Minos then claiming the Dire tier 1 tower. Down it goes. Oh, it is Tale of Two Cities. You lied to me. It's Tale of Two Cities. Oh my goodness. All right, well, I'll focus on the game now. Matthew in some trouble here. Maybe going on a warding expedition, will be caught, sprouted up, and Ghost of the Beal is going to be able to farm up, and that is actually going to give him the Battle Fury here, I believe. No, still needs another last hit, but does get him considerably closer here, so he's not too unhappy for that free kill. Matthew, on the other hand here, is going to be looking to save up some gold. I would imagine he is going to be opting for a Blink Dagger on the Tiny. You could decide to maybe go for a little bit of different. Oh, there's a big jump here on the King RD. They want to try and blow up Wu here. Oh, but the healing ward as well as the wand keeping him alive for now. They're really committing for those on King RD. He wants it, but he's not going to get it. Roar committed there even as well. As Minos once again credited with this kill. 7, 1, and 0 right now on Minos. He's got a Manta style of Mask of Madness as well as a Wisp. He's got some real serious damage. That assist gold as well here for Wisp is going to give Wu Dota the mechanism now as well. So it's going to make it even harder to kill him. Even harder to kill him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stupendous. Matriarchal prize.
Matthew is going to be saving up for that Blink Dagger now. He might be getting close here, but they're going to be going for Roche. And honestly, with this Medallion, they do it relatively quickly as well here. Especially with, oh my goodness, this overcharge attack speed here. Look at the numbers just popping up. Red, red, red. It's like Black Tuesday, or Red Tuesday, I believe, in the 20s. Leo style. And it has this RP at the ready, but without the team nearby, it's not really going to be too tempted to go for a kill. Wu, I would imagine, might consider opting for a relocate here. I think that's why Leo style is continuing to stick around on here, as Courier is going to betray his position here, actually, so they know someone is still here. And there's the RP now. He's looking for the kill onto Costa Beal, but we do have Axe in the wings. Oh, the blink! The blink is too short. He tried to blink here, but you can't actually. This terrain is impassable, so he ends up getting put here instead. But it's okay. A lot to do about nothing, as he should still be just free to back off. The distraction is not going to do much here. It's Minos. Oh, Minos. Oh, Minos. And there's the kill onto Wu as well. That could very well just... Oh, no, they have nothing to cancel spin TP. Axe is not here, and then he's free to go. Leo style, in the meantime, having already used the RP, will at least get a kill onto King Jungles. It's not ideal. It's not what he was looking for, but at least it's something for his time and his mana. And to him, that's going to be the most important thing. Denies the tier 2 tower as well. That was getting pushed, and Minos stays alive. That was very, very aggressive. They dove beyond that tier 2 tower. I'm not really sure how that kicked off. I think they saw perhaps a little bit of an engagement there onto the Axe, or they saw the Axe blink in and maybe thought, oh, we can now maybe actually go for a counter kill here, and did not expect that many TPs in return. Yeah, real quick, so Blink has a max range. I think the max range for him was probably somewhere here in the middle, so it ended up booting him right here, and the call completely whiffs, unfortunately, as we'll check back in with the middle lane. Minos looking for a kill here, has the Omni Slash, has the Wisp as well. Matthew with a toss, gives him a good target. The Yule Scepter here, actually. It's a bit of counter synergy. Sir Francis Lee not communicating with the King RD there, unfortunately. And that's going to make, I'm not really sure if he would have lived regardless, if I'm being completely honest with you, but is certainly not going to allow King RD to live either. Pretty close game thus far, 10-6, relatively low kill score here, but Thunder Predator again still farming out of their mind. That kill allows them to then farm up here in the enemy triangle camp. Could potentially lead to a tier 1 push as well to try and solidify their hold here. Really fantastic warding out from Thunder Predator. I want to highlight as well, as we can just take a look toggling over to their vision. We see a nice little chokehold of this area. Sorry about the drawing, guys. I've got no idea why it does this, but they've got really great control here over the triangle, and they're going to scout Furion now heading on in. He might think there's a ward here. Unfortunately, he's not going to guess in the correct position, as this ward is a bit tricky to de-ward, but he will eventually find it here. Could end up dying for it, however. But for now, the rest of Thunder Predator are more interested in actually getting this tier 2 tower. It's a little bit early, you might say, but honestly, with the Inner Beast, with the Wisp, with a Juggernaut, generally speaking, you just have really, really insane pushing power. Questabil, in the meantime, is going to try and do the same down bot, or sorry, top lane. He's going to try and mirror the movements, but unfortunately, he's just not going to be as fast. And if they TP back, that is a big if, because as you can see, they are going to consider going for the high ground here. They still do have another full 2 minutes of Aegis remaining, so they are going to force the issue here. And now that's going to be Conquered with a pretty nice taunt, but Minos not dragged too far. and our Storm Spirit zipping on in, hoping to find Minos there, not spinning. King Jungle's doing a good job to cut the creep wave. Might just force him back now, but Minos wants to farm the entire wave first. Pings are coming, but again, the creep wave is not. So backdoor defense is going to be back up and running here quite soon. They did drop a ward down here. This ward is not going to be revealed either. So you can see Dire, they got no idea about it. This tower only extends here. You can also only do this if you're Radiant to the Dire high ground. It's a little bit broken, so definitely abuse that in your games, guys. It's a little bit of a tip for you. Great warding spot. Sometimes it's dewarded if you're obvious about it, though, so just be aware of it. Everyone knows. But hey, it's going to be Team Brazil. They're doing the best they can here, still continuing to farm along in the jungle. As we do have Costa Bill continuing to do well with this farm. He now should have, I think that's S and Y for him. Where is his courier? Oh, it just delivered the item. No, just the full Sange. Then he's going to be going into the AC. Sange himself is completely fine. It's going to amp his lifesteal, right? It's going to amp his regen. And of course, the status resist is going to be amazing for him to have, especially considering RP and Roar, 2 BKB piercing stuns. That really, really can ruin his day. So any sort of status resist that you can start stacking early on is really, really, really great for you. Back into the high ground goes Minos. It's another tier 2 tower down. Only now 30 seconds left of this Aegis. So with Brazil clearing that wave, and speaking of wave clear, they've got plenty of it here with Alina as well as a Storm. They should be able to safely now move out of the base here, and they have survived this Aegis. It was a very productive one for Team Brazil, though. 2 tier 2s, 1 tier 1 down as well. So Thunder Predator, they're pretty happy with this one. Has netted them 2, right? Minos, on the duration here, has nearly farmed an entire Eye of Scotty. He's going to be a little bit further off from it. We now have an Echo Saber up for Magnus, which is going to increase his DPS as we now hear the Aegis get reclaimed. And a Vlad's for our Sacred offlane Beastmaster, which, again, is going to be absolutely massive here for his team. Storm Spirit, he's got a friend inside of him here with the Orchid, ready to go. Smokes will break here onto Matthew. Leo style Invis is going to make the jump. He didn't find anyone, though. And there's the RP on the 2. They didn't expect him. Oh, we need an LSA or a Yules or something, but it's not going to come in time. Matthew still should die here. King RD looking for a good call. Will only find Beastmaster, however, as down goes Matthew. Does have the buyback. In the meantime, Leo style forcing King Jungles away, as well as King RD. And look who's here as well. It's going to be Sacred. Ooh, the relocate's not going to bring anyone. I think it brought the Juggernaut in, perhaps, as now Wu rotating back into the river. Leo style getting the kill there. And actually, it's just a 1-for-1. Just supports dying there. Big spells used, but nice job there. LSA out from Sir Francis Lee actually stops Skewer or any more damage from coming in. Very, very nice job. King RD back alive. Actually, the Vanguard is fantastic from this game, considering the amount of attack speed they have. My goodness, I'm surprised they didn't see each other there. So we switch on over to our Radiant Vision. The Radiance, where is this ward for them? Ah, this is such a good ward. Look how much vision they have. Again, look how much vision they have. If anyone leaves out of the base, basically mid or bottom, and they're not smoked or invis, Thunder Predator are going to know. This is a huge advantage for them. This cannot be understated, actually. Even top lane, if they see anyone here, this ward not blocking a camp, it's just going to be out of sentry range. It's outside of, as well, the true sight range of... These are fantastic wards. These are great wards from Thunder Predator. My goodness, so much vision. Look at this one as well. This one just freshly planted. Not too very common of a ward. Again, outside of the common sentry spots. Right now, honestly, if you leave your base, Thunder Predator, they're going to know. And that's terrifying. There's a very specific avenue. You have to leave through top and then go through mid. As they have found a roar. Oh, my lord. They found a roar and even a kill. Unfortunately, Storm Spirit, he was zipping in and trying to be a medevac for Costa Bio, but he's going to die. Had no chance there. No chance to act. My goodness.
What did you expect?
Is there also a similar spot on the Dire side as that Axe Blink call location? I believe you're referring to just terrain that's impassable. Generally speaking, yes, you can get messed up here as well. Here as well as some impassable terrain. The cliffs can kind of screw you up. You end up blinking onto cliffs, however. There's a Yule Scepter, could be an LSA out from Flea. Just trying to slow down the push as the tier 3 tower already gone. But there's a few spots like that, yes, just generally speaking all over the map. Yeah, all over the map. There's a few spots as well in the Radiance jungle too, as well as in the Radiant Triangle, as Leo style just trying to blind everyone. If you have epileptic tendencies, please look away from the screen whenever he's doing that. Another LSA, they could try and punish this. We do have an Eye of Scotty. Axe TPing in. It's a long one, though. It's a very long TP. Has the phase boots and the blink, but Minos is just a bit too fast here with the Wisp tethered to him, granting him that bonus move speed. That's just honestly a bottom lane of barracks for free. Team Brazil, they're simply not ready to fight versus the Juggernaut. Even without an Aegis, they're not feeling strong enough. The Juggernaut is feeling real good right now. Looking for a few more spots here. Like this is another spot, right? There's here. I don't know why Val put him in, but it's nice. It's a good addition. As KDR is going to get roared now. They do have Minos as well. My goodness, Wu and Minos just chew through anyone here. As King RD, my goodness, he might spin a few times, but not nearly enough as he's going to get blown up. Next to go is going to be our poor King Jungles, and they call it. They throw in the towel, 15-7. This Juggernaut, he's unstoppable. How do you kill him? How do you kill him, honestly? It's a bit of a tough game. Tough game for Brazil, man. A very solid draft and an even better execution out from Thunder Predator. I really thought this Storm was going to be able to get a little bit more done this game, and even paired with an Axe who had a really decent start, good Blink Dagger, didn't really, as you tend to not be able to do, you can't really stop a Jug Wisp lane to stop farming, right? Unless you have a really hard way to counter the Wisp. It's just because it's so difficult. He's just, the Jug has so much sustain, Any hero that provides healing is going to be doubly amped with the Wisp as well. It's just too much sustain in the lane. 12-1-0 here for Minos. Had an excellent game here. Really didn't make a single misstep at all, and that's, of course, you're allowed a few more missteps than normal when you do have a Wisp, but it was still a very, very solid game. And we still had the insurance plan, of course, of Leo style on his Magnus, was doing awesome as well. Sacred as well, pumping out some pushing power. Only had the Necrobook 1. That's really all he needed. He was kind of recognized that he's kind of just a buff machine for this Juggernaut. At some point, they realized he was way too strong, and they couldn't even kill him. Scotty as well, GPM well over 700, which is a very, very respectable amount. And that's game number 1. A pretty fast one indeed, guys. But do stick around. We are going to be going to a game 2 here in just a bit. You guys are watching me, Seek and Strike, cast you Realms Collide 2, The Burning Darkness. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a bit, as it is Thunder Predator taking early lead thus far in our series. We'll see you in a bit.
Oh, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Voice of the Realm. I am just Richie. Alvaro is still dead, aka he's on the Spanish stream, and you know what? Don't worry, folks. He'll be back here for our next series, so don't you worry. As for now, we still have Game 2 to play between Thunder, Predator, and Team Brazil. We have a draft underway, as I'm sure you can hear. Let's go ahead and toggle on over to that. There we are. Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. As we can see now our... we can see, of course, first two picks underway. Already, first phase already done. Oracle Spectre is a very defensive lane. You shouldn't really be getting too many kills there, especially against a Clockwork. If it's a position 3 clock. Or even against an offlane Viper. But the Viper already picked here in response to Spectre really does hurt. Of course, Spectre with 2 passives in the game, 2 very good passives at that, is completely neutered by this hero. I mean, just especially because one passive gives you your sustain, and another passive gives you, frankly, a lot of your damage. So it really does kind of make the hero just very, very, very lackluster, and generally is why you almost always see it banned. So it's already kind of a problem here. Unfortunately, the Oracle, although he does have some of the best saves in the game, he does not actually have any way of dispelling the break if Spectre wants to fight in Nethertox. And there's absolutely nothing that Oracle can do except for Force Staff or something like that, right? Because even if you are false promised or you get a debuff from the Fortune's End, you are still broken. Your passives will not work. And there's some serious problems here already. Yeah, I don't know if you necessarily... Like, the thing is, the Viper doesn't lane very well against the Spectre. It's one of these weird scenarios. Especially because the dispersion doesn't really bother you much against the Spectre in lane. Once she gets around level 7, 8-ish, it does become a little bit more cumbersome to deal with once it's maxed. But it's not really too much of a concern. Primarily, you're looking for just generally a strong lane against her. You might still throw the Viper there just to annoy her even more because, of course, each little bit of harass, I should say, that you can do to the Spectre when dispersion is simply not working is of course going to be way better. So that's always going to be nice. Damage over time as well that can't be dispelled against Oracle is always very, very nice to have as well. But the disarm that Oracle carries is generally a very big pain to the Viper because he can't cast poison attacks, and he can Viper Strike. Viper Strike, I should say, is fully a spell. It's not related to your attacks whatsoever. So getting disarmed is not going to prevent you from spitting that one out. But a very, very good opening from Brazil. They respond very nicely already with the Spectre, and honestly, we can kind of consider dealt with. Spectre doesn't necessarily counter one specific hero. She's countered by specific heroes, and there are certain heroes you don't want to pick against her, but because you already have the break, right, you are pretty much okay. Addressing inequalities that enemy drafts provide is much easier to do in your own draft than it is to do in game. By that, I mean that everything that you have to adjust and everything you have to do in game has a monetary cost in terms of gold and money. That can cost time, that costs space for you to farm, right? And that takes time, which can force you to not play how your draft is meant to or how you want your draft to be played. There's a lot of things that could always just go really wrong there, right? So the fact that Team Brazil can actually address the Viper, they can address the Spectre here with the Viper, one of 2 heroes that naturally comes with the break, the other being Nyx Assassin with the ulti, who is not really too good overall, especially against Spectre, is a very, very big win for Brazil here, because now, like I said, they can kind of just draft like normal here. And they're going to continue to do that. They will ban out the... Interesting ban there on the Nature's Prophet. It does kind of wreck a Clockwork in lane. It's very, very annoying for him to deal with. So that makes me think we could see an off-lane Clockwork. At least Team Brazil aren't maybe opposed to the idea and just want to keep their options open. For right now, of course, this Clockwork can be played as a 3, 4, or a 5 very reasonably. The Viper as well, mostly as a 2 or a 3. So it depends on how the draft here continues to develop. So we could still see 2 more supports drafted by Team Brazil, especially in this phase. They do have last pick, so that might be a good move to be making here, to be honest. Yeah, we could very realistically see 2 supports, but we shall see. They ban out the Zeus, which makes me think they might be thinking about Alina, who does a crap ton of damage, burst damage as well. It can scare off an Oracle, can burst through a Spectre. For now, they're going to go with the End, so there's 1 support, but that's definitely the position 5. It still leaves the Clockwork and the Viper a little bit vague, so it's not really too telling. It's a good pick. Thunder Predator in the meantime here. We'll see what they want to go for. They're not going to think too long about it. The Tusk. Okay. It's good. Shards can always be really nice to use defensively. The snowball save as well is always very real. And for your offlaner, which we've yet to see here for Thunder Predator, it does give you some decent kill potential. It could actually be still a Tusk 3. I doubt it's, though. I think it's pretty much better as a Tusk 4. But my only concern now is going to be, actually for both teams, to be honest, lockdown. We really only have one person that provides lockdown in both teams, right? So the Fortune Den can be really nice, to be honest, especially against an Ench, right? And the same thing with the Enchanted can be really nice, especially against someone like an Oracle, right? That's basically going to guarantee you kill onto him. But we don't have any really casual stuns that you can just throw out from a distance that either team currently has. We definitely need one, actually, for the Viper. We need one for the Spectre. We actually need one as well for the Tusk, a bit of lockdown here, so this pick should address it. And it does. It does quite nicely. Probably going to be the mid laner for Team Brazil. I know that ADR likes to play it quite a bit here, so it's going to be a good pick. A great Yule Scepter game as well, not to mention. So it's going to be great defensively, but also great offensively. It makes me think that now this is likely, very, very likely, to be either a 4 or a 3 Viper. And we're going to probably see a carry last pick here from Brazil. So keep that in mind for Thunder Predators bans, as they will themselves go for the Pangolier. Decent matchup here versus the Void Spirit. Some great lockdown as well. You can perma-stun just about anyone in the game, given you have the correct positioning. And I spent a little bit, like about a minute overall last game, highlighting some spots where there's random terrain that the Pangolier can use to their advantage. It's one of the cooler things that Valve have really been improving with the map, and I think don't get enough credit on. I think the Dota 2 map it's incredible, to be honest, especially every single rebalance. There's so much attention to detail, and there's so much care put into it, especially with these seemingly random spots. I mean, telling you, if they weren't there, the game would be so much different, right? Pango would be nigh unpickable. Same thing with the Mars, because Dota depends a lot on the terrain you fight around here, especially for some of the newer heroes like Pangolier. I think that's a really cool addition to the team, to the hero roster, to be honest. And a lot of the newer heroes do play a bit more with the terrain. It's something I've definitely noticed. Alrighty, what do we got here? What do we got? Carry bans coming out from Thunder Predator. No surprise. Lifestealer, a very strong pick against the Spectre, so not too surprised there. We still reckon we're banning a few mid laners for the side of Team Brazil, so they might think it's going to be an off-lane Pango. Okay. Interesting decision. Maybe they just also don't want to play against the DP, as there's the Sven ban. PA still in the pool. Not bad once you have the break, actually. Canonically, PA is a Spectre. I should say Spectre is PA after like she goes on her quest and loses herself or something. So it could be very, very lore-friendly matchup here, especially with the Oracle, because Oracle's the one that sends PA to kill. I don't know. The lore is really complicated with Oracle and PA. Don't worry about it. What are we going to see then here out from Thunder Predator? I think they still do need a mid laner. The Lesh is a good ban, to be honest. What else have we seen a lot these days? How do I feel about Ariki? Not good. It's a bad pick here. Don't do it. You may be tempted to go for an Underlord and then try and run the Pango mid. No, sorry. Underlord is banned. Never mind. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do it. The game won't let you do it. Darn. I thought I was going to be really smart with that recommendation because it synergizes very, very nicely with your draft, but no chance. Huh. What do you want to go for here? Not too much time to decide. Put me out of my misery, Thunder Predator. What are you picking? Storm Spirit. Okay, does well against his brother, right? Lots of magic damage to go through and around, really, the dissimulate. Sorry, I should say the Resonant Pulse shield that you get. It only blocks the physical damage, so Overload, Static Remnant, Electrical Vortex will all go through that, as, of course, will the Ball Lightning damage. Really, really decent pick here. Blows up an Ench very nicely as well and can very easily reach the backliners. But they're going to go with the Alchemist now. Wow. Yeah, they could honestly afford to do it here pretty easily. I kind of really like the Alchemist pick, to be honest with you. Very, very strong pick. It's a good pick indeed here for our Alchemist, as they got plenty of ways to protect him, good ways to get him off to a fast start. Off-lane Viper is going to be the move, of course, so I would expect Thunder Predator to go for some lane shenanigans here, probably looking to be swapping that safe and off-lane. The thing is, Brazil, I think once they are settled with the lane, they kind of have to stick with it. Alchemist hates needing to switch lanes because it severely ruins his efficiency in terms of the amount of farm he ends up actually receiving. So I would be very surprised to see Team Brazil engage in any sort of musical lanes. So at least we do have at least a pretty secure, lane swap should Thunder Predator decide to go for it. Overall, though, I think Team Brazil might be able to get away with this. It's a pretty solid Alc game. They deal with the Minos Spectre very, very easily throughout basically the entire game. And, of course, you got that cash, man. You got that Alchemist money that's going to be rolling in this game. I do dare say that I think Brazil might take it here on game number 2, but we're going to see, as we're going to go into a short break before we get underway. We're going to throw it over to our casters in just a bit. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 now getting underway. We do have a 1-0 lead here in favor of Thunder Predator, but a really good draft out from Brazil here this time around. We shall see how well they're able to get it done here. Again, just Seeking Strike here, solo casting for you this time around. Double Plus is dead. He's on the Spanish stream. We'll be returning for our 4th and a final series of the day, folks. Just about another 45-50 minutes. So do stick around until then if you're looking forward to our Quincy crew versus... Who are they playing again? Quincy crew versus Infamous matchup. For now, though, we're going to be just getting underway with game number 2. Again, really, really good lanes here for Thunder Predator. Sorry, for Brazil, especially if they don't want a lane swap, which it doesn't look like they're too interested in engaging in right now. They will go 2 for 2 in terms of their bounties, however, so Costa Bill at least still getting his early eco off to a nice start. We will see Matthew blocking the creep for him, so they're going to try and make him CS under tower, and they're actually going to try lane very early on. Of course, Brazil will know this now that the Oracle is in vision, so we'll see if they want to respond to this. They've also blocked the camp, so they're looking to make the life as difficult as possible here for our Alchemist, who is going to be now forced to CS under tower. Ooh, trying his best to drag him right back out, and will be able to just do so. So very, very well played here. Very, very smart move. We'll see here. It's this all-important early CS, completely and unironically. Why would you move me over there, Valve? Terrible. Please fix. Yeah, no CS whatsoever here. This is a bad start for Costa Bill. He is going to be... Well, I mean, it's whatever. You miss out on, what, 6 gold or something like that? It's not that great. Not that great. Again, top lane, Minos not going to have a very fun time. First point in the Spectral Dagger, so no passives to break thus far anyway. As Wu as well, just kind of getting ran down. Early levels, again, going to be in favor of Void Spirit here versus his older brother. Eventually, especially depending on the build here, I suspect it might be the Resonant Pulse Dissemblate sort of build. It is going to be real difficult eventually here for ADR. So I think that build is nice because it does allow you to jungle a little bit easier as you proceed into the game. As goes to Beal in trouble. Ice Shards, oh, not yet ready, unfortunately, but Sacred bullying him quite hard, nearly even killing his courier there. All right, a bit of a tough start there. King RD out of mana now. The problem with offlane Viper is you don't get levels nearly as quickly, and you tend to run out of mana very, very quickly as well. So you do tend to be short on mana and a little bit short on damage compared to a mid lane Viper, which you might be a little bit more accustomed to seeing as well, especially if you've been watching this tournament.
Sometimes it is as well, of course, the offlane as well, like Lelis, of course, a very famous Brazilian Viper player, not on Team Brazil, maybe a little bit confusing, but just as strong as a Viper player that likes to take him into the offlane. It does very well on him. Usually you see the support rotate out a little bit early. Since it is Sir Francis Lee, he's going to stick around a little bit longer, get a few more levels. Level 3 is really where Clock starts to shine, mostly because the battery assault damage, I believe, literally doubles. Yeah, more than doubles. So he's going to be having a pretty good time here if he can get the levels especially. So we'll see here now. Bottom, Costabil, now there's a few more levels in the, well, he's got only 2 points here in the Grieval's Greed, but did force Sacred out of the lane early. So he's going to have to pop back himself. So our Juggernaut, sorry, make that our Alchemist, who at some point can turn into a pseudo-Juggernaut, might be doing just A-okay, as it's going to be Flea and King RD getting first blood against the Spectre. Bottom supports kind of just bothering each other, but the Hadouken nearby is going to turn the tide in the favor of the Enchantress. That red album, by the way, as we're going to miss a kill, I apologize, is Queens of the Stone Age like clockwork. Not unlike this guy, actually, funnily enough. Oh, to the bottom, they are fighting. Let's not miss here. King Jungle's looking for the last hit onto Matthew. We'll get vision, courtesy of the Satyr Tormentor, right before King Jungle's times out, or shortly after the Tormentor. As Costabil here, still alive, still nice and happy, working his way to get more stacks. Unfortunately, we'll get that creep denied away from him. This King RD could be in some trouble here. He's got the breakdown, no levels, of course, in the Desolate, as they might actually be able to kill Minos here. Good cog pushback puts Minos actually even closer to King RD. Was likely to get the kill either way with the Spectral Dagger, but now in some serious trouble here as we still do have that Rocket Flare to secure the kill. They need to get it now. Oh no, they're not going to be able to do so. Woo! Nice job there, making sure that they share the battery assault damage, as that's going to be another kill down bottom on the King Jungles now. Sacred is in some trouble here, does not have another swashbuckle for a few more seconds. The bottle keep him alive, and the body blocks out from Matthew. Very well played there, using that brown boots. It's a very good use. Bottom there, they're fighting again. They are actually. They're going to go Costabil as well. Yeah, tag team doing the job. Nicely done. This is a very bloody bottom lane. Bloody bottom lane is exactly what I meant to say. Leo Style now level 4, doing some decent damage, but it's going to be Dissemblate, which does help you farm even faster, to be honest, so it's no surprise to see that build. He is going to be able to do a bit better in the jungle there. So, what the heck? Oh, okay, there it is. That was a bit glitched. Wu eventually will be able to get this D-ward. 30 seconds left, and it does block the 5-minute camp as well. So just about got its full worth out of it. Unfortunately, Wu still will get 120 gold for the D-ward, so he's going to make a little bit of money off of that one, as they are probably killing Enchantress as well. But for right now, Wu might end up dying. The Ench is going to end up dying. Didn't miss much there. It was simply another tag team into a storm ganking, but Wu will just be ran down here by the likes of Flea and King RD. So both off lanes are going incredibly well. Problem is, Costabil is going to be able to recover even faster. Elks, of course, no one really likes to build the first item Radiance. Even if the Spectre still normally does build Radiance, this is definitely not the game to go for it. Although I say that, and she just might, to be honest, because it's not also your typical starting build for Minos, who generally goes for the Blade Mail. Mostly that's to do with the fact that your Desolate Aura is not going to really do too much. I should say your Dispersion Aura, not going to do much because it's going to be broken half the time, especially in this lane. So I think she's just looking to try and maximize her farm in the jungle. And I think with Power Treads, as well as this Ring of Taras, that's going to be the best build to go for. 2 TPs coming for King RD now. It's going to be a max duration Fortune's End. Is it long enough? Leo Style with a DD rune, as well as Matthew rotating over, is certainly going to be enough. Maybe even overkill. We did have 4 heroes in return actually rotate on over, in addition to ADR. But they're not going to really able to get too much here out of their own. As Costabil into the jungle, it's just much more efficient for him to be farming right now in the jungle, especially if Sacred is still going to be able to bother him. Rolling Thunder is up and running as well, which is going to be a bit scary for Costabil. I will say it's a bit early, but, you know, Alk does farm a jungle disproportionately well compared to other heroes. Flea getting aggressive here. He's got teammates behind him over. 2 people trapped into the cogs. As King RD does have himself the Viper Strike. Needs to commit onto 1 target, though, and it's going to be Wu for now, as they will be able to dispel the slow, at least, off of our Spectre, right before Wu ends up dying. No one in the mid lane for now, as it's instead going to be ADR ganking top lane here, actually. Stick around and look. As Matthew could be in some trouble. We do have at least one Astral Step, and another one actually here still ready to be used. Great shards will force Flea away, however, and that'll stop ADR from chasing, but that should be then the tier 1 tower here. Just about abandoned here up top lane for the side of Thunder Predator. Brazil, however, are going to do the same, as they will now rotate Minos over to their off lane. And they're going to go out for a lane swap.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Should beat this tower down, especially here with the Siege Wagon doing the work. Leo Style doing well to steal as much farm as he can out from under this Alchemist, who, speaking of Alchemist, where the heck is he? There he is. Goes to Beal then. He's going to lane swap as well. He no longer wants to be anywhere near the Spectre right now. We'll scout him, though, as he's going to try and... He's still level 5, my goodness. Has not really gotten too much experience here. I assume he's just not been able to find any creep for free. Is Sacred now rolling on through the river. We have another Astral Step, as ADR is hesitant to use it, though. It doesn't really need to. Mr. Stomp's about the timeout, looking for at least something. Does get a little stun here onto Leo Style. That's going to allow ADR then a little bit more damage. The break onto Sacred. Quickly purged off, though, is now ADR. Back on the Leo Style he goes. We have a little bit more mana, hoping for the TP out. No more Aether Remnant available, and he is free to go. Nice job there. Smartly TPing and leaving himself just enough mana to leave. Guastabil continuing to farm. Finally does have that level 6. Goes for the points, of course, into the ultimate, make sure he's survivable. And Matthew does really, really well here to go in for the gank. Sacred nearby, doing a ton of damage. Will force out now the Chemical Rage. It might not even keep him alive, to be honest, here. They have plenty of damage. We do have a fellow rotation coming in. It's just King Jungles. Good damage, though, able to provide, especially if they keep fighting in the Acid Spray, but we'll back off eventually. Guastabil here is going to be able to then farm this camp in peace. Bottom, Minos getting ran at, though, by 2. Make that 3 heroes. They need a stun. They need something, some sort of lockdown, but Minos juking them in and around the trees. Unfortunately, now they're going to lose that free pathing because of the Spectral Dagger, and she will eventually be right-clicked down. Lee credited with the kill. King Jungles may be in some trouble. It's not level 6 yet, and the Swashbuckle misses. Sacred seems to be willing to commit the Rolling Thunder. We'll see. King Jungle's quite fast. Guastabil nearby. Might get stunned up here as well. Looking for maybe a kill onto Matthew. Might just save King Jungles' life. Oh my goodness, nice job there on the Swashbuckle. King Jungles continues to run away. We've got a Snowball and another tag team here underneath the tower. They're going to have to go, though, is the problem. Matthew looking for this kill. Snowball will secure him, but I think he's going to end up dying to Guastabil. 200 gold to the Alchemist, an additional 18, of course, because he did have the stacks of the Grievous Greed up at the moment. Not exactly what you want to be giving him, as it's going to be Brazil finding another kill here in the Thunder Predator secret shop. You know, Wu scouted there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not a bad game. Not a bad start, I should say, for Team Brazil. Let's take a look at net worth. Bit frightening for Guastabil anyway. If he could see the stats to see that Storm Spirit is just barely behind him. 400 gold here. Again, no Battle Fury quite yet. Still a little bit early to be demanding it, I suppose, out from our Elk, but he is getting there to be certain. We'll have that here pretty soon, as we do see a smoke up now. The Courier is not going to be gone on. Flea instead will be the target, and it's a really long TP. Not sure where he's going, but he's not going to get there. Hate to say it. Sorry, buddy. Top lane, Spectre just continuing to get bullied. Will now go for the Haunts. Right on over to King Jungles she goes. We do, however, have, of course, the Wildland Ripper here. King Jungles might be in some danger. Leo Style now sipping on the bottle. Needs a little bit more mana to kill this Ench, but should have no problem if he wants to commit for it. But he's not. He doesn't want to commit for it. That's fine. Nice job there, pardon me, from King RD forcing out the Haunt, from Spectre making it so that she has to use it defensively and can't use it to, you know, get those little cheeky kills, those cheeky mop-up kills after the end of a bit of a messy fight here for Thunder Predator, which, by the way, Thunder Predator excel at right now. These messy fights, they're going to do great at, especially early on when we have the Benevolent Ball Lightning, when we have, of course, Tag Team being Max, and not to mention when we have, of course, Pangolier rolling all over the place here, having a ball. Hookshot's going to whiff out from Sir Francis Lee. That's okay. He misses usually just one every single game, and that's about it. Guastabil now has finished up the battle here. 11 minutes in, Boots and a Bracer. Not the best timing overall. You know, sometimes a 13-minute timing with Boots on some heroes is kind of achievable. But hey, a 2 whole minute advantage is no joke either. So that's nothing to be snubbing your nose at either. So well played there. As Brazil now are really going to start to accelerate this farm with the Battle Fury up and running. Our Spectre is going to go for a Hand of Midas, so a little bit of a different build here for the Spectre. I haven't personally seen a Midas in some time. Blade Mail doesn't really have a lot of purpose here because they have a lot of heroes to split the damage with, right? You're not going to scare a Clockwork off with that. You're not going to scare certainly a Viper or an Alchemist off with that. But at least with the Midas, if you're not broken, it does synergize nicely with your Desolate passive, as now if Void Spirit forced to use another Astral Step on the way out. Big break here applied, as now ADR turning, sorry, make that Sacred, turning and burning. Oh, Flea, nice job there getting out the cogs to allow him to lock down Wu. Big cog pushback as well onto 2 is going to allow Wu to be absolutely murdered. Costa Bila is showing up for the fight as well. Full round of 8 is already finished for Leo Style. Taunted up as well by the Remnant. Can they actually kill him? No. He's got plenty of mana to work with here. Sacred. He does not have plenty of mana to work with. Has no Swashbuckle now. He turns, has 30% magic or damage resistance overall. I don't think that's going to be enough versus 5 heroes here, my friend. And that'll be another kill here onto the belt of Costa Bill. Even gets a plus 30 for killing him. He's going to head back top lane. You know there's a big old creep wave push in there. He wants to stop Minos from farming, and he's able to do both at the same time. His team will then be left behind to push the tier 1 mid lane. They will TP Matthew on back without Pangolier, without really an ulti. I don't think they can realistically defend this one. They are going to try, however. Leo Style now returning 8. The Remnant will catch 1. It's going to be Matthew as, ooh, taking a lot of damage. There is Leo. Nearly walks into the cogs. Slowed by the enchants, though. Quite annoying. Now going for King Jungles himself. Does not have the point in untouchable. Wu now back alive as Minos joining the fight. On the Flea he goes. Sir Francis Lee running in the river. Has cogs in 2 seconds, but nope. He's got the hook shot now, and it's going to use that to escape death. For now, this fight going on so long, we got another Rolling Thunder available. Into the cogs he goes. He actually pushes Flea out, and he does not have the shields crash to leave himself. Matthew eventually with the second snowball will get the kill here onto Sir Francis Lee, but the King Jungle's now continuing to fight. Disarmed. They had to use the ulti here for Storm. He does have the healing pod applied, so that's 1,000 HP for him. He's totally going to be fine. Not nearly enough damage there for that. King RD then rotates back into the mid lane, and that'll end the fight here. Or will it? Or will it? Yes. Okay, it will. Finally. Finally. Costa Bill then just looking to maximize his farm ASAP, joining fights when it's convenient, when he's got nothing else to do. Might as well. Kept up the Grievel's Greed stack at least earlier on with a plus 30 kill there onto the Pango. And they will be ganking his jungle here. However, 2-man smoke. Could possibly go their way, sapping the experience as well. Costa Bill, beautiful camp for him to be taken here. Might even try to, no, he's not going to allow the Hill Soul Trumpeter to summon another one here. Smoke has broken here for Sacred. They're still waiting to go for it as ADR will be scouted. Oh, he's going to split the gap here, unfortunately. Sacred just needing to TP out now. Hookshot once again from Sir Francis Lee is going to scare him off. Out he goes.
Dire are scanning.
As Leo Style doing still a pretty good job here in terms of his farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Void Spirit, DD room battle. Going for the Desolator. Wow, they are really looking to not quite all out with this Alchemist once he's online, but pretty darn close. Pretty darn close, to be honest with you. He's going to do a lot of damage here, especially with Viper, who doesn't do an insignificant amount of damage either with his own right clicks, opting for the Greaves, Guardian Greaves here after the mechanism. First item route of Atos, extremely normal on this hero. Earn as well, just because he loves going for early kills, and that increases his DPS. So he's going to be doing just fine for himself here. Let's take a look at some other core items here. Our Spectre still with Hand of Midas, then into Yasha. Should be a Manta style. Again, no real great item for our Spectre to build this game. That's going to stop her from getting broken. There's nothing. It's an AoE break, so even a Dispel is not going to do it for you. Sacred in some trouble. Astral Steps both committed here. Hookshot once again from Fleet is going to miss. I think we've only seen one of them hit this game, unfortunately, but was a bit unlucky. Shield Scratch coming out just in time, as that's going to be now Sacred making that ADR, taking the ball. Spectral Haunt as well. They're looking for Flea, and they should be able to pick up the kill on him relatively easily. Down he goes. Beautiful Ice Shards actually force King RD and King Jungle to not back off. Alchemist tosses in the Poison Spray, doing whatever he can now. Has the break, but that'll force out now the ulti here onto Sacred. King RD still alive as showing up to the fight. Leaves Costa Bill. Nice job here. Good commitment, as he's now going to be looking to just force everyone back. Sacred and barely staying alive there actually through the ulti, surprisingly. Full AC finish, so he's doing a ton of damage. Does he have the attack speed here for Storm Spirit? They need a little bit more. Broken. He can't even turn and fight. Doesn't doesn't even have overload attacks. And that is going to be a big kill then on a Leostyle. 5 times kill streak ended. Gold going the way of Leostyle. King already still alive. Now will die. Wu cuts him down there with the Purifying Flames. And that'll end that fight here. Scostabil then will back up slowly but surely under the guise of the Spectral Dagger. Mino still doing nice. Trying to catch up on farm here. He's number 2 in farm. Just out of Leostyle here. Does take a second. No, actually a first death. Pardon me, Leostyle. We nearly also have the Maelstrom up on the Pango, which is going to be great magic regen, or magic damage. Wow, Flea, there we go. He ran to hit one hookshot and he's going to do it, but now he doesn't have the power cogs and he's in some trouble as he is looking to kick up a fight here. Trying to stay alive a bit long, but the Rolling Thunder now coming in. Might just stun up Costabil. Need someone to throw his concoction to. Won't be able to do so. Leostyle is going to be scouted on a half HP and a little bit of less mana, but they've only gotten the kill onto 1, and it's Wu. Battle Charge is consumed here. No 8th Remnant quite yet ready, but a nice root. Oh, goodness, Leostyle is absolutely melted there. No Desolator even yet. They're going to kill Matthew just as quickly as he's now going to go down. Ooh. That is tough. That's going to be now 16 to 17. Should be Roshan going the way of Brazil. And that's going to be even more progress here towards that Desolator for ADR. Viper for now, though, doing so much of the damage here. Won't even kill the Storm that quickly here. Was it just the minus armor from the AC? Yeah, pretty much. Got smacked twice there by Alk for around 250 damage each. Just a little bit less, 225-ish. But my goodness, so much damage. Minos is doing still all right here. Has the full Manta style completed, but the smoke's going to break now. Hookshot available for Flea. Minos is like, there's no way that's a free kill. If he was trying to kill me, Flea would be missing the hookshot onto me by now. I joke, Flea, I joke. Not having too great of a game here on the Clockwork. That time he does die for the team to initiate and then get Roche, so I can't blame him there as they're looking to now just blow through the Oracle. Now, actually, Minos is a very realistic kill here. They still have the Yule Scepter and the 8th Remnant just waiting for the team to catch up. Sacred nearby. They nearly push him down to the low ground there. Out comes that little bit of damage. Hookshot now committed, but in comes the Rolling Thunder as well. And this is a great spot for him to be rolling around Sacred. This is a pinball bumper zone for sure. Flea killed by the Snowball, if not by Leostyle, and now King RD in some trouble. Costabil joining the fight. Whoa, my lord, the damage onto Matthew as we had a little bit of server like Leostyle zipping down to the low ground. Is going to be safe and sound for now, but there is an 8th Remnant coming for him. Will stun him up now, and look at the damage from Costabil. Not quite enough in this time. No bash either as he finds one on the Sacred. Will force out the False Promise at least, and a 2-for-1 here is going to get Costabil to back off, although they're going to be looking to try and kill him off. Will the Fortune's End slow be enough? He is disarmed with the Lucky Shot. Snowball incoming as they no longer have the Chemical Rage, and there's no BKB on Costabil. He's now dead. He's gone full aggressive build. He's going to be now try and slot in the Bracer to do whatever he can here. Sucked right back in. In goes ADR. King Jungle's in here as well, but that's already the kill onto Costabil. He's dead for 50 seconds, as now ADR is in a bit of a bad spot. They do at least get the kill onto Leostyle, but he didn't actually buy back for that, and the gold, the kill streak gold, goes the way towards Minos, which is going to put him very, very nicely ahead in terms of his timing for this next item. Flea, though, look at him. He's showing up to fight again. ADR here, that's the creep is going to run right in the way here, blocking that 8th Remnant. Minos, nice job there on the Manta style. Will be able to dodge plenty of damage. Has Desolate level 4, so ADR can't really fight him. Look at this. Yet again, another long fight. Like I've been saying, Thunder Predator, you don't want to be taking long engagements against them. They are so much better in these scrappy fights. Who is this? Flea, no! Flea, no! It's a triple kill now for Minos. They've all died in this fight. Hey, Alchemist twice make it. And all of a sudden, 20 to 24, Thunder Predator, they are going to be cutting this net worth lead here by just a bit, but a big amount here considering you are against an Alchemist. The biggest way to stop an Alchemist, yes, is to kill him, or just take his jungles and whatnot. However, to be completely honest with you, this Alchemist, the biggest way to counter him is to shut him down and reset the Grievel's Greed stacks. It is a very, very serious thing there that actually will completely neuter his game. If he's not able to do that, he's not able to get farm, and if he's not an item ahead of you, then, well, his game kind of sucks, to be honest. And we'll see here. This is going to be Bloodstone finished up by Storm. That gives him plenty more mana to regen, or to zip around, even a little bit of HP regen, what, every 200 seconds or something? 85 seconds is a bit shorter than I thought, to be honest. You need plenty of mana to activate it, however. But that gives him a bit more sustain. As we do see now, Spectre Mino is still making decent progress here towards that Eye of Scotty. It's going to allow her to fight a little bit more here against the Alchemist. Scotty does reduce your self-heals by, I think, 40% here, which does include a regen granted by Chemical Rage. We don't actually have an Urn or a Spirit Vessel for him either. Kostabil is actually not even the BKB is going to save him from that one, I believe. But he actually doesn't have a BKB either yet. I think he's going to go full Abyssal. Oh, there it is. He's gone now back for the BKB. He's like, okay, I'll take 2 minutes and farm this BKB. You got me. Top lane, they also have King RD. He is dead. Sacred TP and actually cancels the TP. Thought he was going to complete it, but running their way is going to be Kostabil. All alone, sure, but mighty. All alone. An army of one, and Flea nearby here could potentially... Oh, a beautiful job there, actually. Didn't even have the vision, but now Flea is going to get gone on instead here immediately by Minos, locking him inside. Leo style in the meantime, fighting versus Kostabil. Beautiful snowball by Matthew, at least is going to get a kill on the King Jungle. This is a 3-for-1 here already, but Kostabil is still incredibly strong. And in comes ADR now, pops the BKB, looking for the kill here very easily onto Minos, but they do still have the False Promise. Woo, very well placed here on that one, and there is, oh, a beautiful two-man stun as well. That's going to be the kill onto, oh my goodness, Leo style and Minos. Not enough healing. Oh, beautiful stun. Nicely done by Kostabil there, landing the concoction onto 2 heroes, puts them down as well, and is able to get both heroes dead. Woo. He's in a bad spot here. He's going to be ran down, makes himself immune to magic damage, at least for now, but hey, guess what? Kostabil's just got a crap ton of physical damage for you. It didn't even get the concoction off there. It's not going to matter too much. As we'll take a look here, it's going to be at least a tier 2 tower. Then Kostabil is freely able to get this 10-second BKB charge used there to great efficiency. High efficacy used there, and that is going to now be, well, after this camp here, the full Abyssal Blade now for Kostabil. He is not quite 6-slotted. He still needs one more item to be 6-slotted, then maybe Boots of Travel or something like that. And it's going to be actually Echo Saber, so very, very slot-efficient item. Get a break of his own here for the Spectre that she can't do anything about, because you can move, quote-unquote, easily outside of the Nether Toxin, but doing so against a break from the Silver Edge, not as easy, especially if he instantly closes the gap and has a 2-second Abyssal stun for you. Not to mention, you can also start cooking that unstable concoction. It's not very easy here from Minos, as, you know, as a melee hero, does synergize quite nicely here. Flea, Hookshot's going to sail on through. They're not going to know what's going on here. Dropping plenty of sentries as they were standing right underneath an Observer Ward. Who have they caught here as the 8th Remnant will just catch Leo style. Nice job there on the Dissemblade, dodging out the Rolling Thunder. So far unable to catch anyone. And this is the exact reason why they have random terrain sometimes in the middle of maps. Otherwise that would happen all the time to Pangolier. You can see, oh, okay, Abyssal Blade does get disarmed. Is he going to be able to get the ulti off on himself? Woo, he's going to decide against it. And it's good that he does, because his his death timer is actually only 35 seconds, while the cooldown on False Promise is almost 2 minutes here at level 1, which means that if he uses that ulti on himself, Brazil probably don't even bother killing him. They don't care. That's the whole point. They want to kill him. Oh, the Yule Scepter. Nice job there, at least blocking the 8th Remnant with the Yules, as he was now going to go bottom. They're actually going to get a kill here onto Flea as they turn that Haunt into something, and oh, why not double that efficiency up as the Atos chases him all the way down from the top gank. But he's also going to use that Haunt trip to buy himself that Eye of Scotty. Does not have buyback now, but honestly, against this lineup, it's not going to matter if you've got buyback. Storm needs to get level 25 here before you can effectively cut waves. First, actually, on that step to 25 is hitting level 18 for a much more efficient and stronger Ball Lightning, as there's going to be our ADR doing a bit more damage. They're going to try and turn onto him, but it's not realistic. Arad of Atos dodged by the blink, goes to Beal there with the Abyssal, has another follow-up, so they do force out the False Promise, but good luck saving this guy. Not a chance. Leo style not even joining this fight. He's looking to try and cut waves, as King Jungles is going to be running him down. Pop goes the Weasel. Sacred is dead. He might have even died in Fountain. They let him TP, but no chance for him to live there. Too much damage dealt. Goes to Beal here, breaking the back door with the creep showing up. He's going to be able to easily get this tier 2 tower. They should go for bottom, I reckon, as it will be Roshan respawning in 90 seconds, unbeknownst to them, but it could be alive now. So I suspect plenty of couriers to be heading over into the Roche pit here pretty soon. No, they're going for high ground. They feel real confident here. They get the fortify out before the creep wave spawns, so that is unfortunately not going to protect the creep wave much longer. Kills them off real easily. And Minos, though, he's a bit more of a threat, like I've been saying here, with this Eye of Scotty. It is no joke here, to be honest. A very, very strong item, and doubly so on a hero like Minos if he can actually use Dispersion. If he can use Dispersion. Big if. And that's fine. For now, though, it's a 13k net worth lead here for our Alchemist team. Team Brazil doing quite nicely with this one. 10k of which is on Costabile alone. He has the Shadow Blade now. Likes to go for that one for mobility here, and they're looking to still continue to buff him up. ADR does have this Deso, next going into his own BKB, as they're just looking to try and amp all of Costabile's damage ASAP. 30 seconds till Roche is back up. Thunder Predator, they're going to go and scout it now. They might think it's even up right now. Uh-oh, they could be just in a bit of trouble here, though. No, not quite yet. There goes the courier into the pit. It's going to be Sacred's. Not going to find anything in there yet. Just flying on through, but in 10 seconds they will. In 10 seconds they absolutely will. They are going to be nuking wave after wave here, trying to force the issue. That'll be the tier 2 here now under siege by Costabile. They'll be able to push that one very, very efficiently. Will back off, however, as they have caught the Storm Spirit in the mid lane. Can they actually bring them in time? No. They needed a little bit. They needed to be there a bit sooner, is what I meant to say. As King RD, the Rod of Atos, just a bit late there after the Yules into the Aether Remnant combo. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Still not level 3 Ball Lightning, by the way. It's only level 2 here, so big disadvantage right now for Thunder Predator, who have, I believe, scouted the Roche. ADR about to do so for Team Brazil. Yes, okay, he is. I thought he was going to walk past. We're going to be able to see here how they're able to do. As Costabile then into the pit he goes. And he's going to be able to make pretty quick work of this. Ice Shards will annoy him a little bit, as will the Spectral Dagger. We do have the Haunts up, all the ultis up here for the side of Thunder Predator. And now level 3 Ball Lightning. They're going to smoke up behind the enemy team, but they have found the backliners. Out comes the Haunts. Already dead is going to be Oracle. He does have the buyback at the very least. There's the Haunt. Where's the Haunt target? Onto the mid lanes. He goes, and Sacred with the Rolling Thunder. And a great Walrus Punch will punish him, but look at the damage out from Costabile. Nearly one-shotting there the likes of Matthew, as he will eventually go straight onto Minos. Doesn't even care. Does not even... Oh, he was totally broken by the Silver Edge as well. Matthew, meanwhile, is going to get the False Promise out from Wu. It's still a False Promise level 2, however. Fleet continuing to run them down. They have lost King RD, but they're about to lose Matthew, as he's going to be caught by the Aether Remnant coming out of there with just a little bit of HP. Fleet looking to try and catch up here to Wu, and now Fleet will be able to do exactly that thanks to the Unstable Concoction. Costabile's like, let me in, let me kill this man, and down he goes. 3 heroes dead. That's a dieback as well on our Oracle. Costabile knows that. He's confident. I almost swore unnecessarily. I almost swore, but we don't need to. Spectre does have buyback. I think they're going to try and force that out here for Team Brazil. They cannot go for Megas. They never actually finished getting the tier 2 as they got distracted by the Storm Spirit in the mid lane. Costabile then looking for all of the towers. Does, of course, have that Echo Saber already built into the Silver Edge, so he's got some serious attack speed. And we'll see here. So they're going to get more damage done. This should be at least 2 lanes of barracks. There used to be, by the way, a lane of barracks. There, Costabile is maybe a little antsy, finishing these off manually. And that's going to be 2 lanes of barracks. Absolutely deleted. See you later. And in they go. I think they can still go for Roche. They know that there's no False Promise here for a little bit of time. That's actually going to be up soon here. Level 2 cooldown, much better than the level 1 cooldown, as you can see. But there's no Haunt for certain. And Costabile here, with a little bit left of the Chemical Rage, just a little bit, is going to head right into the pit. And from here, Brazil could potentially seriously close out the game. So Thunder Predator, they have to go for it. It's all a bait, though, but they've now scouted this. Can they turn this to their advantage? Leo Style is scouted here by the Rocket Flare and is going to be kind of letting them know that they know about it. Meanwhile, they have caught Wu. He's going to get the ulti off onto himself at the very least. In the meantime, BK beat up. He's close to Beal. Walrus punched up in the air as they don't actually pull Sacred in. Rolling Thunder will come off at the very least, but there's already the kill onto Matthew. Now Oracle will time out. And Leo Style doing whatever he can, looking to push the mid lane a little bit more here. Again, he can delay the game, but only if he's level 25 realistically with that 25 talent. Both supports already dead. Leo Style getting the mid tier 1, but honestly Brazil couldn't care less. as they're going to go ahead and go straight into Roche. Minos does have that Haunt back and ready, but has no supports here for this next fight. As Flea just pulling the creep wave over, making sure that their tier 2 tower not taking too much damage. And he goes there. Ages of Immortality on our Alchemist, swapping out the boots for that one. Cheese, I believe, should go on over to ADR. Indeed, they do. I heard an Abyssal. I thought I heard an Abyssal Blade, but I hear a hook shot. Please call Leo style, but he's going to force that BKB. That's a 10-second BKB there utilized. And here's ADR. Can't really do much, but provide moral support as the Spectral Haunt now. I think they're going to be looking for the kill. Oh, they were looking for the kill onto Minos, and they're going to find him. They get King Jungles. I was distracted by Leo style. But King Jungles, he's not even scared of a Spectre at this point. He ain't afraid of no ghosts. They're going to kill that. Nicely done. And now all of a sudden, guess who's hitting like a truck now? It's still Alchemist. He doesn't even know what to slot out for now. It's the BKB on the first life. Why not? Don't need that. So he's now got the Eye of Scotty in his inventory. HP increased by, what does this give you? 25 stats of each and additional HP. Gives you a crap ton of HP and mana. Ooh, boy. He's doing some serious damage here. Hook shot from Flea. He's going to land the big ones. Doesn't hit the early game ones. Doesn't need to. Forces the buyback out of Minos. And that's all Flea's to work. Sir Francis Lee now looking to try and escape. Sacred ready with the ulti. Now will commit for it. There's the Abyssal, however, onto Matthew. Great disarm, however, onto Costabile. Cannot purge it off. Doesn't have a dispel. Doesn't have the BKB in his inventory. Running around like a headless chicken here, getting stunned up. But now Sacred a bit too close. Another disarm here. Absolutely going to ruin Costabile's day. But it's okay, because we saw plenty of magic, or just regular damage actually coming through courtesy of ADR. Might consider swapping that BKB back in. Not quite yet. Still wants the Battle Fury in there. I don't disagree with it. Costabile is going to go back out, farm. They only get the kill into one. The buyback out of Minos. And they still are searching for this bottom lane of barracks for the Megas. For now, Thunder Predator, they're holding strong against almost an insurmountable lead. Approaching 30K, 20K experience difference. Nearly 97% here, according to our AI overlords. And we get the job done here. 25 now on our Alchemist. Next closest hero is Minos at 22. Again, no dispel here for Costabile. As Minos just getting right in his face. He will be broken immediately, however, as soon as he steps in there. Now, again, look at a Costabile. Disarm just for forever, however. Can't get anything off now. They're going to focus him down on his first life. The Force Staff out. At least he's going to keep him alive a little bit longer now. Costabile invis, still alive. This man refuses to die. Actually has 2 heals on him now. As there goes ADR, rolling Thunder on in. Leo Style trying to finish off this freaking ogre, but he's so tanky, still alive, doesn't even have Chemical Rage. Finally, in goes Sacred, at least able to end his life with the shield crash, but that's already the tier 3 down, and make that the barracks, as the GG will be dropped. Unfortunately, Thunder Predator, they just don't have it in them. This Alchemist, too big, too fat. Minos, that is, can't do much against the multiple of breaks that they actually have available for him. And that is going to be a 1-1 draw. Brazil, they pull it out. Maybe you can say, yeah, they're on their home server for this one, but honestly, a really solid draft as well for Team Brazil. Very, very well played. And that is going to be not only because of the Spectre pick and then immediately countered by Viper in the first phase, but also just very, very clean execution. Made a lot of space there for Costabile. Flea came in big there in the late game. His early game hook shots weren't there, I'm not going to lie, but he still had some really, really amazing presence here in the early game, and then as well as into the mid game. Definitely helped a lot as well in that off lane. King RD definitely getting off to a fantastic start, making some good space there. Eventually he starts dying, but that's okay because it's all about the Alchemist in this draft, right? And Thunder Predator, they don't really have a way to stop him here. So that's that really, honestly, in my opinion. For me, that's what really does it this game. As for now, that will be game number 2 out of the way. I want to thank you guys for stopping by. Hey, don't go anywhere yet. Just because I'm thanking you for stopping by doesn't mean you can leave, as we got one more game on the day. And guess what? Avo Plus is coming back. So if you hate me, if you love me, if you hate Avo, you love Avo, well, great, because then you got a reason to stick around and watch our next great series, because, hey, there's 2 great teams, too. Quincy Crew versus Infamous. Prepare to see Mr. Jeans versus Quinn, calm, cool, and collected, as well as the rest of the squad here. Quincy Crew, a little bit shaky here in their earlier games in the group stage here, but as we progress now into the middle series here of the group stage, they find themselves here in a comfortable 3-2-2 record overall. 3 wins, 2 draws, 2 losses, which does put them in the top 4. We'll see here if they can continue their win streak, or if it's going to be Infamous trying to get their first win, as they currently have 5 draws and 1 loss, and could use a nice 2-0 to bump them up a little bit and try and get within the top 8 to move on to playoffs here. First shot of the $75,000 prize pool here, available in Realms Collide 2 with a freezer burn. For now, guys, thank you for tuning in, and do stick around. We've got our next series coming up in around 5 minutes, considering the stream delay. So you got some time, go to the bathroom, get some food, stretch your legs, and be back here for our first match, for a 4th match, I should say, between Quincy Crew and Infamous in just a bit. We'll see you then.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to
Oh,
the
you're-
Voice of the Realm.
You're back. I thought you were dead. I told everyone you were dead.
I revived.
He revived
I went over to the Spanish cast,
the Peruvians.
No Man's Land.
You had some ayahuasca.
People there, they speak differently. They have a different language.
Álvaro todavía tiene su acento en español. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize
I
I was.
forget to turn this off.
I forgot I
This
was
is how I
speaking
cast in Spanish.
dollar. Hamburger.
Capitalism.
Okay, and we're back, ladies and gentlemen.
Back, yes, hello. Hello, guys. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's always nice to go over to that broadcast, of course. Of course, the guys who are making this tournament are it's made on the Spanish side, so a big shout out to 4D. Always love casting with them. They're good friends of mine, and they're just great people. You know, they work really hard to make the scene shine. This is the
Definitely.
first.
Yeah.
This is actually the biggest tournament ever made by an SA organizer. So
Yeah.
it's in terms of prize pool.
And if you're confused why Alvaro's going over to the Spanish stream, obviously he speaks Spanish, being, well, from Spain and Catalan, right? So he speaks the language. Also, he casts in Spanish, so that's why he goes over there sometimes. Because people, you know, you might not like him in English, but a lot of the people in Peru do certainly like him.
That's unfortunate. Right? There they go. Alvaro's such a much better caster in English, and here they go. Alvaro's a much better caster in Spanish. So just keep everyone fooled that the other language is
pretty
the one I'm
much.
good at.
Pretty much. The only unfortunate thing is that they can't talk to each other.
Thank God, right?
So,
Otherwise,
yeah.
my reputation would be dead.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the only thing saving him. So don't tell him. Don't tell the Spanish viewers.
Don't tell them, please.
Anyway, we have
Quincy
a,
versus Infamous.
it's a really fun match. Oh, you know what? I forgot to update the titles, so I'll make sure to do that here.
Oh, we apologize for that. We'll
Yeah.
update it afterwards. We're doing all the production and the camera work and the casting. So
I
we
think
apologize for these small
I think our
mistakes.
producer is still trying to find the light switch, so he probably
I told you we shouldn't chain him to the basement. It gets damp in there. Next time we chain him to the attic, because then he gets the natural light.
Well, I think what he has to do is because he has to unplug the light bulb to turn on the the hot plate to cook his cup noodles. You know.
We gave him a hot plate?
Well, I think he made one out of the.
That's why. I guess.
Honestly,
I was
studio
wondering how it smelled like feces there.
The expenses are just they're adding up. You know, we get acoustic panels, a hot plate. All of a sudden, we're spending $15 on this studio. and
I'm more concerned. Yeah, the hot plate is way too much. I don't think he deserves the food.
Anyway.
Anyway, Quincy Crew, Clockwork and Morphling are the picks. Infamous have the Lifestealer Slardar. I really like this start by Infamous. Actually, a very popular start for them, the Slardar into Lifestealer. Because either if it's +5 or +3, it works nicely, right? And the combo has been very, very powerful on both sides. It also counters a lot of the traditional Lifestealer counters. Like, for example, the Trial Ranger, who Lifestealer struggles sometimes against, it gives you a free vehicle and no longer can you counter them, right? Similarly, if the Slardar goes 3, you can't really pick Drow this matchup. It's a bit dangerous because you can always get the
Yeah.
Slithering Crush off. It's a good start, but Quincy's also starting strong with a Clockwork Morphling.
I love the Morphling versus Lifestealer. I think it's a really solid pickup against Lifestealer. You steal the Rage, and the lane of Morphling versus Slaughter is okay, so I like it for now. I think both strats are starting pretty strong.
The Skywrath is the only thing I think that really puts a thorn in one of these two teams, and that's obviously into the Morphling. Yep, that's a real big pain for him. We do have ways of trying to protect them. The Clockwork, the Chain Protector can throw their bodies in the way, Living Armor, Hookshot, Cogs, all the works.
Take me!
But I think the Skywrath Mage, he's only got eyes for one person this game, and that's definitely the Morphling.
Yep, indeed. The Chain Protector is a really nice pick, though, preventing this. I mean, I don't think they predicted, per se, the Skywrath Mage necessarily.
Yeah.
But Trinta is high HP, low armor, right? So he's great at heroes who deal huge magical damage, like Skywrath Mage. Doesn't matter what they picked up here, as long as Lena's not there, because she can deal damage on both ends. That's Lena. Most heroes go on one side or the other. But it didn't really matter what you picked, because Chain Protector would cover against the magical damage and Morphling against the physical one. So it's a good lane overall. And as you said, the Living Armor is great as well for the Morphling, because he heals so much.
Exactly, yeah. Especially if you get the talent, it's a lot of healing. This is also an interesting pick. It's now all of a sudden a target-rich environment for the Skywrath Mage, because Mystic Flare, Rod of Atos onto the Timber is also a really tempting combo.
Yep.
The good thing for Infamous, I think it ought to be a position 4, I would imagine. But the good thing for Infamous is that luckily the Skywrath Mage,
the Skywrath Mage is
he doesn't have to really choose. Like it's not like he has to both kill Morphling and the Timber at the same time.
Right.
Early on, like the more you can kill the Morphling, great, slows down his game. But it's also important that you slow down the Timber, and because you pick such a good counter for the both of them, or I guess they drafted the Timber Saw into a counter. You can try and go. I would at least try and go more for the Timber Saw a bit earlier, slow down his game, because then you can start whittling away at the Morphling, and you don't even need at the point where the Morphling is still weak and the Timber Saw is relatively strong. You don't even need the combo to really kill Morphling, right? So because as long as you boot him away from his farm, making his farm inefficient, you're going to be winning the game, especially with a Mars.
That's what I was talking about, by the way. The pause 5 Slardar, just flexing into pause 5, works fine. You saw that Timbersaw in your lane. Surprisingly, Slardar, despite being a strength hero, is actually kind of decent against Timbersaw. You just need to be really measured with your aggression. You Slithering Crush and you bash him to make sure he can't be too aggressive against Lifestealer. And there comes a point where Lifestealer can just solo this lane. Like, Timbersaw is not going to lose the lane by any means, but Lifestealer will also not lose the lane, so it's just going to be kind of even farm trade. To the point, by the way, that you're making about the Skywrath Mage, the reason I believe the Timbersaw is drafted into this draft regardless is that he will draw the aggro of the Skywrath Mage early.
That's very true.
And if you mess up with your timing, like if you are attacking the Timbersaw one last time when it should be that you're already going on the Morphling, you're going to give your war a lot of space. Because Morphling, once he comes online quick. He's actually surprisingly not that... Like, he's a good late game carry, but he's not a carry that is so slow. Because E-Blade immediately puts you online. You know, Manta style E-Blade, and you could already fight easily and get a pick off.
You're definitely right. And the Timber, it's not like he wants to avoid building a pipe or a Hood of Defiance anyway, right? Like these are very common items. It's totally normal, and it makes you even tankier, right? So he's kind of already accepting this once they pick it into it. It is, after all, not a hard counter, but a good pick against it, right? The Skywrath Mage, I would say, generally strong against the Timber.
But Timber can also burst down Skywrath, by the way.
He can.
If he gets ahead.
He can. He definitely can. We have, I mean, with the Slardar 5, it's a bit difficult because you're going to be expecting the Slardar a little bit closer probably to him. The Mars as well can always counter-initiate onto you. No, it's
Mars is great against Timber.
Yeah, so it's, again, I mean, it's a good draft from Infamous, I got to say. But Quincy, with this last pick, they have last pick overall, of course, and it's going to be Quinn's here almost certainly. Yep. They can really look to tie it together here because one more, like 1+1 hero, especially a Quinn type hero like a Storm, is currently the only one still available that I see because they have banned the Ember and the Void Spirit.
Oh, for the spirits.
And the Monkey, yeah. And the Puck is
banned.
banned.
Quinn. What do you want to ban against Quincy?
Quinn, yeah.
They even banned the Pugna to make sure they can't pick that up.
Yeah, because you know what I mean? Like one more kind of hero to fight with Timber so that Timber can soak all the damage and then Quinn's hero can do the damage.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't mind this game. Thinking. They banned the Leshrac. Maybe they are thinking with the Storm. If they banned the Leshrac, I'm thinking Storm too. Infamous might just pick up the Storm themselves.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's a decent game for Storm for Infamous, actually.
I agree. Hunting down the Train Protector, good damage versus the Timber. Hunting down the Morphling can maybe sometimes leave Cogs if you have a +1 in there.
If they Storm, I think Quincy just DPs, and DP is pretty strong here as well for them. For Quincy, because you do have a bit of burst damage, but Yolsutter's great this game.
That's a good point.
I think that's why they're trying to bait it out. They say you either pick up the Storm or we pick it up ourselves. We'll see. Infamous could respond themselves and just preemptively pick up the DP, which counters, quote unquote, the Storm.
But you're still giving Quinn his comfort pick.
Yeah, that's the thing. Which would you rather have? Are they going to go for something different?
There's a
Okay,
storm?
they will do the storm. Yeah,
Will Quincy go for the DP that I suggested?
I bet Quinn's like, God damn it, these motherfuckers.
They ban 3 of my spirits, and then they pick the other one, or 2 of my spirits,
I
rather.
mean, okay, does anything else really make sense here? I'm thinking of other Quinn heroes we've seen him on.
Like, I actually liked the Kunkka before this, but now with the Storm Lifestealer, it's just too bad. It's not good.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same problems with Pangolier as well. It doesn't really bother the lifestealer. He's good against the Mars. Doesn't really do too
It
strongly.
can be good against Storm. Like, a Pango would be fine. I wouldn't be opposed to a Pango here.
I'm trying to think because I don't know if I've seen Quinn play DP. I'm sure he plays the hero, and we'll see. Windrunner, a bit different. Okay, a bit different.
Bit different, but equally as good, I would say, with this Wind Ranger. Because what I like about... the reason I suggested DP, by the way, or why Leshrac is so good against Storm, is because Storm is a hero that, first of all, it's actually kind of difficult to destroy his lane, because usually level 1 to 3, Storm's natural stats, 7 base armor, 60 base damage, is good enough to just last it, right? But the whole point about the Storm is that he can just stack the jungle himself, go there, retreat, and recover, and come back with a really explosive mid game. The thing is, the best way to counter him is actually heroes that beat him in lane, yes, but heroes that can also push the tower to punish when he goes to the jungle. And Leshrac fulfills that role, so does DP. A Wind Ranger actually also does that with a focused fire, especially early, because it's usually useless against heroes.
I agree, by the way, SVG with a beautiful Stream Protector set, but I definitely agree with you. My only issue with the Windrunner pick is that it's not one of these picks that you feel so confident in, because it's one of these picks is like, Lifestealer, you're going to open wounds me? Haha, I Wind Run away. Starter, you want to kill me with my bash? Haha, I Wind Run away. You try and Wind Run away from a Skywrath Mage and a Storm.
Blood somewhere in the world.
Yeah, exactly, right? But with these two heroes, specifically the Skywrath, the Storm, even to some degree the Mars, right? It's not that easy. So I think it's still a good pick. I think it's a good pick.
Oh yeah, Mars can be a hard counter.
Especially for what you've said here about pushing the tower and punishing him for going to the jungle to try and recover, or just farm his stacks. But I'm still concerned. It's not like a totally free pick. And to be fair, neither is the Storm Spirit either, right? We have Overgrowth for him, which is very, very strong. Timber
Morphling
can definitely
can
blow
burst
him up. Morphling can burst him. Clockwork can lock him down. So can a Windrunner,
That's why Wind Ranger is also really good, because you bring that shackle shot.
Definitely. So it's not like either last picks are like, wow, this team won the draft. But I think that's just a sign of 2 strong teams drafting, to be honest.
I would side slightly with Quincy. I think their execution is a bit better than Infamous these days. I think both have not been at their top level of execution, and overall Quincy just a better team most of the time. So I will side with them a bit. I know Quinn's Wind Ranger's really solid. We'll see how it works out though. We'll see if they show us otherwise, because there is a hard power spike for Infamous. That's how they like to play. I'm
going to go with Infamous here. Okay. I foresee problems for Yawar on the
ultimate trick, guys. You can't say the casters were wrong. No matter what, one of us is right. And Indeed. we have a rhyme before we go in.
Yes.
No matter what, one of us is right. If you follow us on Twitch, our producer will turn on the light.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2, game number 1 now underway of series number 4 of the day, of day 13 of Realms Collide 3. I mean 2. Let's just get it all numbers wrong. We have Avo plus, Avo minus here currently, as we're without him in the team speak. I'm sure he'll join here in just a second. Just give him a sec here. There he is.
Sorry,
Welcome back.
I forgot I wasn't in the team speak.
Yeah. You're good. No worries.
You
You heard me butcher. You just missed me actually butcher all of the different names and numbers in this series. So you didn't miss much.
Weren't you saying a Thunder Putter at Buckeyes as a carry, by the way, the other match?
The other match? No.
Oh, okay, all right. The chat was just trolling then. Okay. I want to say, by the way, you know how sometimes when you listen to a play like an album like too many times, you start to like think of it in that order, and you know what's coming next, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Whenever I start a match of Dota, now it feels weird if I don't hear the specific YOLO kind of line.
Yeah.
And
really
honestly,
they
do it every single time at the beginning of the match. The Korean, I think, is the Korean voice.
It
right?
is. It's definitely the Koreans.
I'm sorry I butchered that
it's-
language, by the way.
it's-
I
it's not-
absolutely butchered
It's not the
that
Koreans, it's the Koreans.
Let's do it. The Koreans. Yeah.
Koreans.
We're not making fun, and that's actually how it's supposed to be
No,
said.
yeah,
apparently.
that's how you say it with a Korean accent. So
Yeah.
It's,
I loved when I heard our good Korean friend telling us, "They always make fun of me because I'm not Korean enough."
I'm not
like,
Korean. They say I'm not Korean. They say Leonard, you need to be more Korean, not Malaysian. I go, oh, Leonard.
I love that line.
And you
Because
missed-
on one
I think-
hand, it's so
What?
Korean.
They get 4 bounties? How the heck did they manage that?
Well, they messed up the battery assault up top,
Hmm.
which didn't get them any of those runes there. And I don't know what happened. I mean, I guess the level 1 for Infamous is much stronger, to be honest, so I guess it makes sense that you're trying to avoid these engagements.
Mhm.
But yeah, battery assault not as strong as Slithering Crush at gathering bounty runes.
Yeah,
right?
but supposed to come and give Axel a high five real quick. I always love that. High five is one of my favorite things in the game.
It's such a cute little interaction between the
Yeah.
teams, you know?
The sound is so satisfying.
Yeah, I agree.
The thing is, Lelis is going to have a pretty fun time here early on against 2 melee strength heroes, right? Of course, Axel, like you're saying, can just kind of play very, very carefully in terms of, oh, I'm going to approach you when the number 3 is above my head and when I have Slither and Crush to get extra damage
That's how
on
you
you
do.
and minimize it, but he's still going to get a Whirling Death off most likely. It's just going to hurt. Lots of strength heroes in this game, actually.
Yeah, exactly, which is why the Timbersaw was actually a pretty decent pick overall for the mid game, and I don't think the lanes are too bad, no? Despite the Skyrath lane's existence, I think that if you are afraid, I mean, this was something, they might have been Gunnar said it on the stream, or maybe it was just Winter that told me. Like, if you as a core player are afraid of being countered by a support, except for very specific occasions, like Ancient Apparition, it's not too good, right? Just because a support is good against you doesn't mean that you should lose to him, because there's always a way to atomize against a support, and support can't really do much if you atomize against them, right?
Yeah.
So in this game, like you said, Hooded Defiance is a good way to deal with a Scythe Mage, and Timbersaw's still a decent pick.
Yeah, yeah. Timbersaw is still a good pick, right? I don't think there's anyone that really hard counters a Timber. I mean, I guess Sky is pretty up there. AA would probably be up there as well, right? Oracle maybe even just burst magic damage, like Sibyl the Vessel saves teammates from death. Either way. Middle lane, though, taking a look at Mr. Jeans versus Calm Cool and Collected Quinn. It's a lot of CCNC Quinn. Like that. A lot of alliteration there. So far so good here. 11-3 compared to the 9-3. So just about even. It'll be 10-3 here after we get to equalize in terms of waves. There we go. 10-3. He doesn't miss. Mr. Jeans, of course, able to farm the side camps a little bit easier thanks to the fact that, well, he is a Storm Spirit after all.
Also, he gets the small camp, so he can farm it quicker. Usually the Radiant, Radiant camp is better, I'd argue, because it gives you more farm overall. Ooh, that was a nice deny. Yeah, he did blow it. Usually the Radiant camp is better, but once you get enough levels to actually farm it reliably, right? If you have a Storm, for example, that only has a bit of damage, it's much better to farm the small camp in Dire side. That's a very important distinction in the mid lane, which is why I argue that mid lane for Radiant's a bit stronger, but it depends on the pick.
Yep, totally. Totally agree. Everyone, shout-outs to everyone telling us what server it's in. It's correct.
It is, yes. Indeed. Yeah, guys. Thank you. No. By the way, we're going to say this again, and I'll keep saying this every single match. Whenever it's an American team, North American team, mind you, we play 2 in USCs, because North Americans do not get good ping to Peru or Brazil or anything, so people have just adapted that, yeah, we're playing in USCs if it's North American.
Correct. That's how you know. If it's an NA team versus anyone else, it's always going to be 2 USC servers. Or if it's the best of 3, 3 USC servers. Or Alvaro. If it's the best of 5, they play in
5
India.
USC servers!
Oh, that's right. Sorry, they don't play in India.
Unless it's Quincy Crew, then it's 3L. There's only 3 servers again.
Yep.
Yep, we'll see though. For now, the latch is just everyone just kind of farming, right? The middle lane did not go as I expected. I thought the Wind Ranger would actually have a better advantage over the Storm. If that's the case, then Storm, like, he just doesn't need to leave the lane at all. So everything I spoke about in the draft is a lie,
Are fortified.
Yeah,
because
that's
he's not going to be able
true.
to push a tower.
Well, there's going to be the wind run activated as SVG
Oh,
and
Mr.
both
Jeans.
MSS looking to gank. Mr. Jeans is going to get a few last hits before he goes, but that'll be first blood as the infamous supports rotating through the river from the north are unable to really counter that gank. Nice rotation, and even a regen rune into the bottle. Ice Rock's like, yes, very nice. Now pretend you're just full HP again. Here it is.
Well, it was odd. I think Mr. Gene suffers a bit sometimes from the look at me daddy syndrome, right? Where he has a really good lane and he all of a sudden goes a bit cocky and he plays a bit aggressively and you're like, hey dude, there's like 5 heroes in this game, not just you. Not just you versus the mid laner, right? And then he forgets his place and here he just allowed a gank to happen. Trim Protector had been missing from the lane for forever because the guy is slow and he still got that kill.
Might even catch Michel, yeah.
Battery Assault level 1 is absolute garbage, as we can see here, but Terminator does hit pretty hard. Concussive shot, myself, Michel, and he's fine for now.
Yeah, surprisingly, I thought he was dead.
Oh, MSS, does he have Cogs? You can push him. Oh, Cogs in a second. Oof, unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Yep, good spear push back there by Pepita. So he will go and refill his own bottle that he's got for the next 3 charges. Yeah, not the easiest lane here versus UR, right? So being on basically full HP and mana all the time to be able to, do things exactly like that, cancel a healing pot, it's going to be real nice. The thing is, of course, you're going to see, obviously, UR now max agility, especially when he's got the natural armor on him, because it's just a much more efficient heal that way, right?
Exactly.
So now you can actually get away with only like a single point in the living armor rather than having to max it in what is otherwise, for some laners, for some safe laners, I should say, a pretty tough lane, right? But UR can get away with this because the heal is going to be disproportionately effective on him.
Yep, he even went for infused raindrops, so Skyrath cannot surprise him here. We know if they go Spear of Mars here, plus Skyrath doing his shenanigans, not going to kill him just yet because of the infused raindrops, very smart. And he does keep a bit of strength, just enough to not get like bursted down by, say, a surprise God's Rebuke or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Which is why Infamous is playing much more around this mid lane now, trying to help out Mr. Jeans. But CCNC Quinn is much more safe about his play stuff. He knows the supports are missing, therefore he's not going to show himself in lane as easily, and is going to keep to his side of the map. Very smart.
Already has the Javelin, by the way, so some already kind of serious kill potential, right? This little extra burst of magic damage isn't bad. Low percentage, of course, but that's a decent amount. I think, what, 25% of the chance? It's like an extra, if you average it out, 20 DPS or 20 damage per attack, which isn't terrible, right? So you can think she's doing basically 95 damage before reductions. Not awful. Not an awful amount. Kind of is the way you think about that when you have some sort of unreliable things. Because here is going to be opting then for the armlet build. I think looking to fight a little bit earlier here, I think makes some sense, right?
Yeah.
At least just in case. I think so far it's okay, right? I don't think he needs to be like early and give time for the Storm to recover. Nothing like that. It's not that dire for them. But I think it's pretty clear that neither Storm, actually, nor the Windrunner are really going to be running away with the mid lane here. It seems to be just about a draw, if not a small advantage for Quinn because of the kill.
Right, yeah, that kill helps, but you haven't been able to pressure the tower too much. Axel can just tank this, well, not tank this, sorry. He can just soak experience. Wow. Axel, come on, dude. You, like, walked in and Quinn's like, yeah, sure, you want to die, dude? You want to die today, motherfucker? There we go, bye-bye, Axel. Well, that's what happens when Axel is in your game. No. Axel tried there to soak experience, but he went a bit too far in because he thought he could soak last 2, but no, you're a 5.
Pepita here, nice spear, good target priority there. Realizes that MSS is the thing that allows them to actually get that kill, so he spears him nice and far away, and he's going to be safe and sound underneath this tier 1 tower.
Yep. We'll see what happens because Infamous still has the lead despite these losses, and I think they can put the pressure a bit earlier than Quincy Crew. They should be playing around Pakaz, hence why I think the Pakaz build of Armlet is such a good idea this game. But Lilith has also had a really easy lane, and he is a nice tank to play around. In fact, Windranger is also leading, well, not leading, but second to Storm in net worth. I think they should be able to create enough space for Quinn to come, or Yawar to come back, sorry.
What the Axel, what are you doing? He's like, hey, hookshot at me again, I dare you, power shot. Haste Rune available for Quinn, though. Still has the power shot on 2. Axel keeping him locked down is going to allow them to get the kill quite easily on SVG. No 2-man shackle. It means Quinn is going to be really unable to use this Haste Rune too aggressively. A nice little turn there by Infamous, picking up the free kill.
Yeah, you see, so that's what happens when you play against Axel. Literally, at any point, you have to question yourself, is he just committing suicide or playing aggressive with his team? And this time happened to be the opposite of what he did last time. Papita in the bottom lane, in trouble, battery assault. Strong enough because level 3, of course. MSS doesn't want to die. They're going to give the kill to Yawar. That's a bit of recovery for Yawar, and he's matched to the Mars, which is as good as it can get for a Morphin.
That was a bit surprising there. You got like sucked into the cogs, and then I thought that spear was going to hit, and then it was like, nope. Cog pushed back, kind of did some weird stuff there. I guess the cog, you know, encagement, encirclement kind of did some weird things to the clockwork there. I don't know. Maybe I was just looking at it weird, but I thought that spear was going to hit for sure, push him away, and maybe Pepita did too, but he is going to die. That's the first death there for the side of Infamous, so that means he has to buy the courier now. We do have a smoke, however. is going to be coming top lane, and they have found one. Ooh, nice shot there, protecting Pakazi. Even Lelis now could potentially set up for a kill. They've got a bash. Lelis actually ran back into that spear wall once. Don't think it would have mattered. Mr. Jeans ends up rotating over as well to make it 4 top for the kill attempt there, and a nice counter there to the rotation from Quinn.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty decent rotation there by Infamous to get the Timbersaw kill as well. I don't think it's too bad, as long as you don't lose Pakaz there is what you're kind of caring about. Lelis was an important kill though for Infamous as well, so you know, getting, sorry, like I said there, getting the Lelis kill was a pretty important one. We'll see how this goes out for Infamous, as they need to turn this into some actual space. Sorry, blubbered there for a bit. Oh.
I think Valve need to clean up the sidebar here, because at 10 minutes, at 20 minutes, and every 10 minutes, there's just like an insane amount of information that pops up. 4 bounties, people putting them in their bottles and activating them, outpost experience. Like, we need a little bit. It's too much. It's too much right there. It covers like covered basically up to Lelis in terms of like where that came up if you're looking at net worth right now. It's a bit excessive, but that's okay. Valve, please fix. Spring cleaning update. We never got one this year. What's up with that?
You think the Shackle Shot will be fixed? Because that skill has been like broken for forever.
Oh,
it's like, oh, she's not gonna shackle me. The tree is like a 60-degree angle. Oh no, she's shackled.
Yeah.
Wind Ranger, the bending the bullet hero from Dota 2.
Yeah, pretty much, honestly.
She's truly the closest thing to Morgan Freeman, right?
Morgan Freeman?
Because he's in the movie, isn't he?
I don't know, actually.
I think he's one of the main characters. In the
I've never
movie.
seen it.
Really?
Nah.
Not that bad, actually. I mean, it's a bit stupid when they like just move really fast when you shoot the gun. That'll bend the bullet. Like, well, that's not how physics works.
I mean,
dude.
sure.
Okay.
If you wanna break down the matrix to that, just break your back real quick, Neo.
No, that's literally what they do, though. They literally say that. Like, you just gotta move the hand fast enough. And they're like, oh, wow, it works. I'm like, that's not... What? That's not how physics works. But, yeah. It's a fun movie. It's an enjoyable time.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it is Morgan
Here
Freeman.
they go. No, they're going to fight. Oh, Orchid onto
a good
Yawar.
silence.
He might be in
Oh,
trouble. Oh,
Mystic
yeah,
Flare.
into the Mystic Flare. He is dead. In the meantime, they do hold down Axel. MSS was probably wishing they knew what was going to happen. Could have tried to counter-initiate there, but he had Axel in the way. And now standing in his way is 4 other enemy heroes. Mr. Jeans then with 2 kills off the back of not only that arcane rune, but a nicely timed Orchid. Big reveal for him. Very, very nice reveal. Good job.
Yeah, that's a really good, huge reveal for Orchid. Infamous now gets the advantage they were hoping for. Now they can play with a Lifestealer here in the mid game. And that's going to be important for Infamous, as this is kind of what they were hoping for to close down the Morphling's game. Now you take some towers ideally, and Morphling won't be able to farm too much, and your greedier lineup of Quincy Crew won't. It'll start to suffer a bit. It's up to Quinn to get some solo kills to open up the map for them. Because not like Lelis is that farmed.
This is a beautiful smoke for Memphis to stop it, isn't it?
Shackle Shot. Oh, this good work with Mr. Jeans is here. As you mentioned, trying to stop him with the Arena of
he
Blood.
sucked him
They
in.
go for the Clockwork, and Quinn is stuck, as you mentioned, destroying both the mid laner and the support here. The offlaner, will he also die? He has a Chakram, he has 24 charges of that reactive armor. Like, it takes some away with that corrosive haze. All they need is some more magical damage with the Spear of Mars. They'll guarantee it.
Yeah.
Okay, Infamous looking scary now.
That was really, really well played. Quinn does well to avoid that arena. I mean, there was a 3-man smoke coming from the mid lane that was really, really well timed by Infamous. And Quinn does well to stick around outside of it. I didn't actually know you could do this, but Mr. Jeans totally electric vortexed him back into the arena, and then Quinn got poked. So Quinn couldn't even activate Windrun, I think, there, and just ends up dying. It was really, really well done by Infamous. I don't know if Mr. Jeans meant to do that. I don't know if they really needed to put him in the arena to kill him, but they did, and it happened, and it was cool.
Yeah, no, I agree. I thought Quinn was out of that arena. That's why I was so surprised when I saw him.
He definitely was. I saw it with my own 2 eyes get Vortex in, and now with my own 2 eyes, he is going to be absolutely murdered in the mid lane. Yes, Your Honor, he was dead in MSS. I think he died next here as he got put inside the cogs. There was an overgrowth by SVG. He made a good effort here and actually managed to get a kill onto 1, but when Yawar showed up, everyone else got scared, Your Honor, and that's how that murder happened.
Yep. Well, thank God that you gave me that witness account, because I wouldn't have been able to tell otherwise what happened there. Yawar even celebrating. Glorious, our team is losing by a lot. It's difficult. This early game, though, let's not forget, I mean, again, this is when people start calling me biased, but let's not forget, this is not the power spike that Quincy is playing around, right? They have to play around the Morphling, and he still has not gotten online. All the Windranger and the Timbers have to do is create space for the Morphling as it stands right now. The problem, though, is that you were hoping that Windranger will create space by getting kills, not by getting killed. And that, unfortunately, has not been the case, because that Storm Spirit has popped off pretty hard this game. I mean, you can always play the Storm Spirit faster like these guys do, you know. I don't know. People always assume it's a greedy pick, and it is kind of greedy, but only if you lose the lane. If you don't lose the lane, Storm Spirit can come online relatively quickly, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, and even Axel going on the hunt here. Oh, well, there's the ward spot. SVG, he might know he's in some trouble.
My goodness.
Yeah, they're going to hit him with the Corrosive Haze, chasing it through the trees. Mr. Jeans. Oh, Mr. Jeans. Mr. Jeans, what do you... Mr. Jeans. Mr. Pantalones, please. What was that?
Oh my god. Mr. Jeans, dude. He like ball lighting like 3 times at the same spot. What was he even trying to do?
You can't ball lighting off the map.
Oh, that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to put a ball lighting to the ward spot?
I don't even know. I think he maybe was trying to get up. Maybe
You
he's like,
can't,
I'm
right?
gonna... No, you can't. You can't get up there. You can't get up out of those cliffs. It's too high. It's too damn high. Valve's like, no. Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to do. I have a sneaking suspicion Mr. Jeans thought he could go up to the ward spot and then wanted to Electric Vortex SVG up there. That's what I think he wanted to do. Especially because he tried it twice. But,
yeah, that's what I think. I think the first time was like, wait, I can't get up there? And then he tried it a second time. I was like, oh, I can't get up there. And,
and then he was out of mana.
Well, no, he had like 400 mana still. He could have still chased. He just didn't want to. Because he was like,
he was scared of the repercussions. He was scared of the
I
repercussions.
think he was talking to his team and going, guys, I can't get up there. And Papita's like, Jeans, there's a game going on. So he was like, guys, I can't get up there. I don't think I can get up there. Jeans, there's a game going on, dude. Please.
Valve.
Valve fix, please.
Valve,
Let me
please
get up to
fix.
this ward spot.
Yeah, and that's a... well, maybe a missed kill here, but they're going to smoke up again. They're not really looking for MSS right now. They want bigger fish, and they know that Quinn is around. He's not power shotted the way, but he also hasn't actually gone back here. Oh, now he... Ooh, I don't think they have vision of that, though. Yeah, they don't know. They don't know that Quinn is there, luckily. They're just going to dodge all, but they have found Yawar, who is going to get off the strength gain. And can they kill him here? It's going to be a bit difficult. Right back into Michel he goes. And yep, they definitely have the damage. Yeah, wow. Even Quinn? They've got Quinn. What?
Yeah, the wind run's about to expire. There we go. Pakas wants to kill him. It's Mr. Jeans this time. Not playing with the ward spot, getting the kill instead. But they do hookshot onto Axel and will punish Axel's play. As Mr. Jeans, completely out of mana, is forced to short jump away. He should still be okay. Pakas doesn't have the Infest. Is fighting till the end. Papita's nearby as well. With a Spear of Mars, stops the Timber Saw, and the Infest will guarantee that kill on MSS. As they all retreat.
They've been picking a ward and like, nah, not even, dude. Not even.
There was no ward there. It was just Papita being too good, dude.
Yeah, honestly, very, very well done. Great jump, great initiation, early kill onto Yawar. They follow up on the Quinn. Because he was trying his darndest to hit that Windrunner despite the 100% mischance that he had. And it did look real funny, but he was only able to actually land any attacks there. Not necessary ultimately, as they do end up getting the kills, and they extend their kill lead here to 8, 5-13 now. We're about to have a Deso up now for Pakaz as they just feel confident in continuing to fight. And I agree, they are strong.
What to do then if you are Quincy Crew right now? Because your space creation plan was not good enough, clearly. Right? You can't keep committing suicide with these heroes.
Yeah, Mr. Jeans is stealing your farm very rudely, by the way.
Literally. And look at Mr. Jeans is going for Bloodstone. So the moment that Bloodstone happens on the Storm Spirit, you can no longer sack your supports to gain space for the Morphling, which you have been doing to some degree, right? I don't even think Quincy Crew is the best team, even when they were in full form playing from behind, to be honest. They really like to snowball from the lanes. And as Choco points out, there's a smoke at his seat, so Infamous wants to keep the pressure going. By the way, look at Pakaz, went for the most aggressive build possible this game.
Yep. Yeah, I just pointed that out. That's what I was just saying. Yeah, he's got some good damage here. As Papita with the blink in will find himself a tree. Destroys all the trees but one, and that one is looking pretty sus. They're going to eject it. It turns out it was the imposter. SVG's dead. Yet again, 1-3-2 here, having a bit of a tough game. Trying his best. This mid tower is pretty surprisingly healed, and that's going to be because of his efforts now, as Lellis does not get pushed back by the Cogs because they're MSSs, but it's not going to save him either, as he gets eaten alive by the likes of Pakaz as well as Michel.
No, it's another tower. Now that's them now taking away your map control. Now how will Morphling regain the farm? Even if you commit suicide on the supports, you have much less space to work with. And they even go for Quinn in the top lane. Electric Vortex. A lot of ball lightninging. Mr. Jeans though, can't get the skill. There's no second stun here.
No second stun.
We'll play it
That's
on
okay.
Quinn.
He scares him off. That sends Quinn all the way back home while they're doing a Roche
Rocket
as
Flare
well.
scouted.
Yeah, I don't know if they can get in here fast enough, though, is the problem. SVG does have the overgrowth. There's no timber either. Yawar is coming over, but what does he have? Only the Yasha right now. Pakaz has no HP, though, so that might be very helpful for their cause here. Papita caught inside the cogs. He will now push MSS all the way back. It's force-staffed by the team. Lawless is alive. They could try and turn here. Quinn also has got a BKB to use.
Pakaz, you better run. What a shackle! That shackle might be enough. No, they don't. What? That shackle barely lasted, actually. Wait, oh, it's only level 1. Oh, okay, so they'll kill Axel instead. The
Oh.
shackle is not really needed because Pagazis gets hookshotted and he's dead.
Nice. And that might allow him to sneak Roche. It's not that low, though, is the problem. Do they do it this fast? I don't know. A buyback out of Slardar might
Papita?
dissuade them. Papita nearby. He's got the blink and
No,
the
Papita!
arena, but he's alone. Does pin one to the wall, but it's only the Tree Protector. Yawar actually gets in there because he wants to keep fighting. Axel has returned. Infamous. They're doing infamous things. All buying back now for the Roche fights. It's 20 minutes into the game here, Avo.
Yeah, Papita's like, guys, I've made so much time for us, and Infamous like, shut up. Dude, come on. Got caught out there completely. This might actually deter Quincy Crew away from Roshan, but you already used 2 buybacks here, right? So I don't think it's a win regardless of that, right? I don't think Quincy Crew necessarily needed the Roshan, nor were they looking for it. It was more Infamous.
Or if they could even have taken it in time.
Yeah, it might have been a risky play. So
Yeah.
Papita playing there was actually good for Quincy.
I mean, I guess overall what you do stop Yawar from farming for a few minutes. Right now he's got only the Mantis style completed, 20 minutes in. 9K net worth, not too bad, not too great. You know, we've seen better performance by Yawar. It's acceptable. That's exactly right. He's had a bit of a tough game. They've killed him 2 times. He's got 3 kills, 2 deaths, and 2 assists. He's got the magic number there, of course. And we'll see as Mr. Jeans will scout him farming here. Does have still. That's Orchid at the ready, but Yawar will not proceed any further into his own jungle. He knows that there's no map control there, and it's just a bit dangerous for him to be there overall. Papita, though, this time with a better arena. Oh my goodness, the triple silence, the fabled triple silence. What the heck silenced him twice there? XL will be caught. That's a dieback on him.
I did not see. So I'm not really sure what's
Okay, so it would have been
Was it the
Orchid.
Orchid? It must have been the Orchid.
Orchid,
Yeah, it's uncooled then.
Ancient Seal, but what was the third one? I swear I saw 3. I'm not really sure what it is.
I don't think so. There was a third one. I just saw the Orchid into the Ancient Seal.
Oh, either way, he is as good as dead.
That was the Regina Rune. Yeah, Choco discovered the mystery. That's a science. Thank you,
Radiant's
Choco.
bottom tower is under attack.
That's Choco.
As Quincy, then they're going to smoke up without Lelis, who's, by the way, his birthday's today. Happy birthday, Lelis.
Happy birthday, Lilith.
Yeah.
Well, performing well for his birthday. So
Yeah?
by the way, Timbersaw is not a pick that he loves, which should be mentioned very often. Because I think Omega was telling me this. Like, they were very surprised when Omega was playing Quincy and they picked Lelis at Timbersaw. Because Lelis does not like the hero very much. I know he plays it in his pubs, but he's not a hero he plays competitive too much. And they were quite confident against it. And they're right. You know, usually, considering how solid a performer Lelis is on Timbersaw, yeah, not the same kind of popping up that he likes to do, right? But it's necessary to learn it for the meta. I think maybe by now he's stronger than the hero. That's something maybe Quincy Crew was planning in the last few days.
All right.
Trying to get used to the meta.
I will say, if Quincy have one way back in this game, it's one word here for instance. It's greed, but not here, because right now it's kill on the necessity. They will be able to finish him off. Arena of Blood is only going to find, unfortunately, the Train Protector, but that's as easy as a kill as it comes. The reason I say greed is not because of engagements like this, it's just because of the itemization, right? Bloodstone already up here for our Storm Spirit. We're also going for an Ags on Michel, right? After
That's a good idea.
It's a
Double
good
Ancient
idea.
Seal. Oh, that's a good shackle though. Can I turn this into a kill difficult? Power shot doing a fair amount of damage.
Lotus on
Makaz
Lotus.
taking here. Mr. Jeans is going away. Hook shot will find Axel. And that's a kill, but Axel is used to die. That's what he's meant to do. It's not a big deal to lose your 5 and then retreat.
Yep. And they got a buyback out of that one as well here onto a position 4, so not too bad. Everyone liking to buy back here at this stage. As Roshan still, you know, if you're joining us from League, is still actually recovering from that bout he had maybe like 4 minutes ago. Slowly getting there, but doesn't instantly basically regenerate all his health like a Baron does. Instead, he takes his time. He takes his time, like a king. Like the true king, not
Does
Roshan.
the king take his time?
No, wait, what?
You said that he takes his time like a king.
Yeah.
Right?
Kings take their time. He's like
Really?
he's like a sapient king, you know?
Oh, it's like the in time kind of thing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
the,
of
like
course.
the movie? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll go with that.
Justin Timberlake movie, not that bad. You gotta get down.
Because you know, in League, like you get outside of the whatever pit, the Baron pit, and then like 2 seconds later he's full HP. And you're
Is
like,
it
what?
Nashor? Because it's like Roshan backwards.
I think it is, yeah.
Like, no, League didn't copy Dota. What are you talking about?
What are you
Nashor is the most normal thing in the
they have
world.
dragons in the game.
It's different, guys. I swear.
Different. Yawar here is going to be going for that Scotty. He's going to be
Oh,
a bit
Vlad's
far
on the
off of it
Mars.
though. That's a good item for them.
I like it a lot, actually. On the a lot of I'm watching a lot of the South American streams, right? And particularly Team Out and Papito, who analyze these games sometimes. And they've been talking about the Vlad as it gives you a really good sustain, the core-to-core matchup. And they actually prioritize, like they say, it's a really good and underestimated item for what it does for the pricing. So that might be the logic behind the game here. They need sustain on the Lifestealer to make sure you can man-fight the Morph a bit easier.
Yeah.
And it's very useful for that.
Oh, wow, that was a good jump there. But unfortunately, they're still going to catch him. So difficult for him to play the game. Lotus, though, he's still alive, actually. Double silence, but eventually they're going to be able to kill him. Godlike now for Mr. Jeans. Definitely having a very fun game. And, they might be looking to fight. They actually latch him to the only freaking tree that exists in the... Well, there's a few other trees in the river,
And
I
they
suppose.
break it.
Yep, and then they break it as well.
No, can they kill MSS? Mr. Jeans, he's a bit crazy. He still has a haste rune though, luckily.
Oh,
Nice
no.
evasion by Pakas. My goodness, with the Manta style. He'll get away. Michel, though, will fall here. Still,
Yeah.
that was impressive, Manta.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, Yuar here doesn't need a BKB, because guess what? As long as he sees Pakaz, he can just go, thank you, yes, BKB for free. I love it.
Yep.
I will say, though, I would actually really, really like to see Pakaz, speaking of him, instead of the Scotty, go for the Nullifier this game. Just absolutely destroy Quinn. Get him out of these fights, right?
Right. Counterpoint, though, to what you're saying is he knows the morphing is soon to become a threat, and Scotty will reduce his healing.
That's a
And you
good
kinda
point.
need it.
Mr. Jeans, you're crazy. Just zipping through. Hello?
Yeah.
Overgrowth not
Okay.
going to catch him.
Just zipping through, leaving my teammates for dead, apparently, because Axel is already gone. Pakaz is being harassed by Quinn, and even when with the Javelin, it should be enough. Montasal does not dispel Focus Fire, which means that Pakaz will, maybe,
armlet.
with the armlet, to help with the Arena Blood. Look at that Arena, Papita!
Wow.
Truly saving Pakaz here. He's going to heal back up with the Infest. They're going to go for Yawar, and Yawar's been bursted down thanks to Mr. Jeans coming from behind. Look at Pakaz. He's back to half HP. He can now hit the Timber Saw. He's been silenced. Open Wound is killing Pakaz. The last Timber Chain will not do the trick, and Infamous will do a ridiculous turnaround thanks to Papita's godlike Arena of Blood.
That was insane. I mean,
That was
Pakaz
incredible, Papita.
Pakaz as well there with the armlet toggling, keeping
Yes,
himself
yes,
alive in
yes.
the first place, of course. And then Papito with a beautiful Arena. In case you don't know, Arena does block projectiles from enemies coming from both going
outside.
in and out of the pit or the arena. So that's why. So Yawar actually gets in there as well, ends up setting himself up for death as Mr. Jeans is going to get the kill onto Quinn. Pardon me?
Yeah, I didn't see that. I'm
Wow.
sorry. He has double damage. Thank you, LB, pointing it out. Yeah, that's probably why, actually. So Orchid plus double damage against a Wind Ranger is enough, right?
That's incredible. Yeah, very, very well played there, because of course the Arena stops all the Focus Fire attacks coming in, also stops Yawar's attacks from coming out, and just really, really well done. Unbelievable turnaround there from Infamous. Really, really well played.
I think one can argue that Yawar tunnel vision there a bit for the kill, right? When you wait for him into the arena, wasn't the safest of plays when you do that. I think that they just wanted to get rid of Pakaz, but Lifestealer is just naturally elusive. And let's not forget, another point to be made in that team fight is that he went for Manta style, right? Which actually gives you a fair amount of extra movement speed on top of your rage. So it's not the easiest hero to catch up to. He used the Manta at first to deal with the Focus Fire a bit better, then proceeded to just run in thanks to Papita's initiation. And all this was only possible because Quincy Crew this whole game has not been winning, and they haven't been able to take this middle tier 1, which is where Papita TP'd to, and where he saved his carry.
Good point.
Yep.
Yeah, towers make a difference, folks. You got to TP very, very quickly. And,
Particularly the mid tier 1 is so important. So important, because it gives you protection of the triangle, it gives you protection of all this kind of middle area, and to some degree your high ground. It's just really valuable. We usually talk about the vision, but we don't always talk about the TP point, which is such an important factor of this game.
Yeah, definitely.
I think Infamous just played that really well, though. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, no,
deserved victory.
I totally agree with you, mate. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a little bit of tunnel vision here and there for sure. Maybe after the arena comes down, you go, darn, they got us, right? You back off, but yeah.
Quincy doesn't do that, though. Quincy doesn't like the backing off.
There's something to be said for a team that likes to chase down kills as well, right?
Yeah, Beast Coast did that, and they were top 8 at TI, so who are you to judge?
OG did that, and they fluked 2 TIs.
Fluked, right? Yes, it's true. Every time they just did a coin toss, we're like, I guess we win this one. I was like,
I mean, we got 50-50 chance. Either you get all heads or you don't, right?
Exactly. Oh, power shot. Let's see. Okay, Axel tanking the hook shot, I think, almost. There's Arena of Blood this time. They go for Quinn. He has a big AB, though, so he's going to be safe for now. But they have to start MSS for Axel. I think MSS is a bit more valuable. The Shackle shot. Ooh, Quinn! Careful with this Lifestealer. Had to use the Wind Run, but Mr. Jeans will punish. He has his own big AB. Mr. Jeans is going to do the same thing as Quincy did, but with much more reliability. Getting the kill on the enemy mid laner. Now catching Yawar. What is Morphin going to do? He's just destroyed.
Couldn't get the rage off. That was unbelievable.
Was it on cooldown?
No, he just couldn't get it off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he just could not get it off, unfortunately, there. You are as well actually standing outside of the arena, probably right-clicked 2 or 3 times before he realized, oh, right, I can't actually do that. Oh, tough fight there. Tough fight for Quincy yet again. Mr. Jeans, you know, BKB active, Arcane Rune active. Nothing's stopping him there. Literally nothing is going to stop him there, right? I guess maybe an Abyssal Blade will, but you don't have any of those yet. And well, we do have a MKB now for our Life Stealer, who's going to be very annoyed to have to come back and hit that tower a bit later. It does double duty, that Fortify, though, as it will actually defend the top tier 2 as well. Of course, they're going to prioritize healing up the mid tier 2 first. As we do have a Blink Dagger now for SVG. Let's see what we can make use of.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Right now, I don't think that's enough of a point of inflection, you know, even with the overgrowth, but everything is welcome. I mean, now it's a 17k difference. Before, I was saying it was possible for them to come back because early game, having a 6k difference, yeah, it's considerable, but it's not game losing. 18k at this point, yeah, now you're starting to struggle. Because even though the Lifestealer versus Morphling match was pretty decent for Morphling, I would even say it's favored. Morphling has a tough time against the rest of Infamous, and if they're not equal in farm, Lifestealer can still win this, right? Especially with an MKB.
I mean, not only that, but let's talk about levels, right? Because there's also a real big net worth or experience difference.
Papito?
Yeah.
They're going to level him now.
Are they?
Yeah.
Bulwark active? Yeah, I think so, I reckon. Dead for
Quinn
90.
likes the sound the Bulwark makes, so he hits him from the front
He
for a
really
while.
does. Yeah, he hits in the front. Why not? MKB goes through it anyway. Mr. Jeans, they're not even going to give us a chance to talk about how farm they are. By the way, Mr. Jeans level 21. Pakaz inside of him, level 22. Is they're going to now be flexing all those abilities now onto 1. They're looking for a second. They see SVG, who is now invis, destroys trees. They have no way. Oh, now they do. SVG's like, no, how could you? You found me. And he's going to die.
Okay. I just saw the Papita play on stream, and I love my favorite comment there is "We love Argentina." that's the best comment you could possibly make from Papita saving Lifestealer earlier. Chat, you guys are great. Thank you for that. We're going for Yols next on Axel. Let's see. I mean, he might not get it before the game ends.
Scarlet Mage, by the way, has the Aghanim Scepter up and running.
Yes, he does, which means double silence and Ancient Seal. We did say how valuable the silence is. Of course, the second one is random, but honestly, I think anything you get here, maybe besides the Clockwork, is a good silence, so who cares?
Yeah, even the Clockwork, if you find him at an inopportune time, can really put a thorn in his side. Right? It's not like he has a Dispel for himself, and he is very, very far down the line in terms of people that are going to receive the Lotus Orb debuff from Lelis, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Clock is like they will concussive shot, and the Ancient Seal Clockwork is about to die, and it's like, well,
it's like, well, sorry, bro. I don't think
sure enough, gone in, dude. Why were you there?
He's totally right though, because you use that Lotus, pretty long cooldown on this thing, by the way, right?
Exactly. It's definitely
seconds.
for Morphling.
It's for Morphling, and maybe for Quinn. You know, not for you, Clockwork.
The two supports know this game is really difficult for, like, there's 2 melee supports fighting against a lineup that's great against melee heroes with like Mars and Storm. It's a Skyrim
especially, right?
Okay, Papita.
Papita, you're allowed to miss that one. It's okay. Hook shot. Okay, there we go. Speaking of good against melee, they're going right back in. Mr. Jeans being beat up. Yawar
good overgrowth.
Trying to run away. The overgrowth is good. As Pakaz now just getting chunked. Down he goes. Quinn just standing his ground. BK beat and laying into him with the focus fire. Now chasing down Papita as Mr. Jeans is out of there. So they will be now likely to get this kill. Guys, Rebuke can slow them a little bit, but it will be then a double kill for Yawar, who now has this Eye of Scotty. And how much gold did he get from that here? Not an insignificant amount. You know, Quinn gets close to 700 there for Pakaz. Yawar gets close to 700 as well with his 2 kills, and you know, it's a pretty decent net worth swing overall.
Wouldn't be an Infamous game without a bit of a throw. You got
just a little bit. That's why I was saying when they were buying back, oh, it's happening. You know?
Yeah, they have to spice it up for the viewers, right? Infamous truly what they are is they're showmen, right? The show must go on, and if the match is going to end too early, they don't get their sponsor book. I'm not really sure. Whatever that was, you wasted the arena, and I was very dubious about that initiation. I was like, oh, I guess they're going in anyway, and I was completely right. That was not a good initiation. And the Blink Dagger and SVG did make the difference, though. They did not know. Yeah, Choco. Wow. Look at how attuned we are, Choco and I. The Blink Dagger and SVG was the big difference maker. I wasn't expecting it to be that powerful, but Infamous lack of knowledge of that mean that they just went in with BKBs thinking they were completely safe, and SVG canceled that, of course, with a really good overgrowth. So, yeah, ended up being quite relevant. Good job here on Quincy crew. Slight breath of fresh air. Let's see if they can turn this into a bit more of an advantage.
Yeah. I think the biggest deal right now that, you know, Yawar is good, he's doing decent damage and all, but really Quinn is, if he's able to get a focus fire into someone, that's the only reason Pakaz dies in there, to be honest. Even if he's raged, it doesn't matter. Quinn is going to absolutely murder him if Quinn just gets to A-click, take his hands off the keyboard, both hands behind his head. He's going to lean back on his chair and go, ah, yes, another day of playing Windrunner. As long as he could just A-click Pakaz, right? Doesn't really matter. Just has to make sure that no one stuns him and nothing else, right?
Right. Now with BKB and MKB, it's kind of
I guess that's not fair, right? It's a little bit more difficult. He has to press BKB before he does that.
Yes. Windrun, of course, right?
And
You have to press
Windrun,
E
yeah.
and the BKB. Like,
And
that's
then,
a whole...
and then he could lean back in his chair, take a sip of his mojito, and go, ah, lovely day, lovely play done. Meanwhile, Lala's like, oh my god, I gotta stun everyone. I gotta make sure I whirling death them, shock them just to slow
Especially
everyone.
stun everyone. This Timbersault's like, how do I stun
How do
people?
I stun people?
I don't even have a skill for that.
Quinn is lovely game here.
He's been getting some mean shackles, though. I gotta give him.
Yes,
Obviously, we're memeing here, but he's
yeah.
been playing a good game.
He's right, yeah.
Mr. Jeans went for the Shivas now to stop a bit of the healing. So Shivas plus Scotty, they don't stack. I believe they don't stack additively. They stack multiplicatively, like a bunch of other stuff in the healing. So of course you wouldn't imagine if it could reduce more than 100% healing, right? So it's like a reduction of like 50-ish% or so.
No, it
in
used to
total.
be a bug that you could do that back with the old Poison Sting. I remember when Ice Frog's like,
really?
Vessel has a passive and an active now. You used to actually be able to get over 100. Was a bug.
Oh, interesting.
So I don't know. Maybe it is additively. I have no clue, to be honest. It's always something I always not sure.
I
on.
was pretty certain it was multiplicative. Well, maybe I'm wrong, Papita. If they go nice hands on Yawar, immediately dispelled. They still have to fight this, though. SVG is stuck in here. Overgrowth use. Pakaz the way to dispel it. Quinn trying to kill the Lifestealer, but Lifestealer has MKB, Quinn! You can no longer do your shenanigans. Papita trying to stay alive. Sends Timbersaw back to the triangle, and I don't think he's going to be able to get away again. Nice little spear there towards the end. Yeah, you lost your two cores, your two supports as well, despite a good overgrowth there by Trim Protector. This time he did have the Manta Style to dispel, which he didn't last time. And the MKB, I don't know if it surprised Quinn, because he's had it for a while, but he wasn't taken into account.
And now, yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, right? That's why last fight when Quinn was safe inside the cogs, he was totally good to go, but here it's a bit more difficult, as that'll be Roche falling right before their very eyes. Not much they can do about that. That's going to be Aegis and Cheese. Aegis on over to Pakaz here in Chislane up. So Jane's confident with only the Cheese, as SVG and is going to be cheesing them out from that outpost, and then immediately blinking defensively away into the trees. Oh, trees and cheese. I like it.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Seeking Strike is getting ideas for his rhymes.
Oh, that'll be my next rhyme. Don't you worry about it.
Pakaz?
I don't mean to be a tease either.
Pakaz, nice. Pakaz has the Rage Duration talent now, so it's going to be much more difficult to kill him. Remember that Morphling does not copy those talents, so you still get the normal Rage. That's like a little bit of an advantage. Like now you're an imperfect copy of Pakaz, before you're pretty much a perfect copy.
But you do have a regular BKB, so that's nice.
Yeah, exactly. You have the Rage plus BKB. Although Yawar doesn't really know what to do. Like if you're adaptive striking, just to reduce the Lincolns, and Pakaz actually rages, so you can't take his Lincolns away. Wow.
Sure, now he still has it for that. You can actually still latch onto him if he's the secondary target of a shackle shot,
Yes.
I believe. So a very good effort by Quinn there. Nice
With
job.
the Lincolns, you mean? Yes.
Yes, with Lincolns. Yes. Because it's only if you're the primary target of something.
Exactly. But what the Lincolns was there to block actually was the focus fire. That was
Correct.
the big thing. Yeah. So you couldn't just shackle into something else and be like, oh, I'm going to focus him. No, you need something to cancel it first. And Adaptive Strike is a slow projectile, so it's not the easiest thing to cancel Lincolns, on a whim with. And you don't actually have really good Lincolns cancel, so it's actually a really good build. Who
That's
with
a good
Lincolns?
point. That's a good point.
Mars.
You don't have anything. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's got to be Leech Seed. No, seriously.
Okay,
Oh,
it's targeted again, right?
yeah.
It is targeted. Right?
It's got to be Leech Seed, right? Because I don't think you can really rely on either
but
adaptive strikes. I mean, Megas.
It is targeted again. Are you sure about that?
It's 100%. 100%.
Okay, so they changed it back. Okay,
100%.
Sorry.
It's targeted. Yep.
Um,
You can see it says ability unit target at the top if you hover it.
Oh, I never actually checked those things. Thank you for that. Okay, so Leech Seed to cancel, maybe the Adaptive Strike, and I think there's something on the Timber as well. No, he actually doesn't even have Yols. Oh my goodness.
Nope. It doesn't have the Yules.
Yeah, the 4 stuff on Clockwork. There you go. Clockwork, you don't even get your defensive item, dude. It's there to cancel Lincolns now.
Pretty much. Oh, whoa. Oh, okay. They wanted to kill, and gosh darn it, they're not leaving without one SVG. You're dead. They're looking for another one. MSS is going to be
Yes, 4
silenced
stuff.
up. He does get the Lotus. Oh my goodness. They Lotus him. Unbelievable. Now they don't have one for Yawar, though. Is that going to matter? Mr. Jeans nearly nuked down. Has the cheese. Arena dropped out of
He
mana.
does have BKB and
Yawar,
Rage. He
BKB.
stacked both.
Yeah, he does have both.
No, but I think he used the Rage there as well, or was that just my mistake? No, it must have been. Yeah, he did use the Rage there.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. That was a really weird play. They're still going for Yawar, of course, trying to kill Mr. Jeans. Now the second Rage, not going to be really that useful.
Did Mr. Jeans hit the cheese? He did, right? Must have.
Yeah, doesn't
Nice,
have
Peter.
anymore.
Oh, can't believe Pepita's still alive.
Bakaz is chunking them. There we go! Slithering crush into 3! Axel, for 1 second, got to be an offlaner this game and got the initiation of his dreams.
Yeah.
They kill
That's-
off MSS,
That's
and
not
Lelis
quite the
has buyback.
initiation, unfortunately. That would be the initiation if they killed him immediately after.
That's what he fans has with.
Oh.
Bakaz, good shackle. They go for Mr. Jeans, much more valuable target. He has no Aegis, of course. Bakaz would have been much worse here. Yawar does another BKB, which means they can just Mystic Flare him, and Yawar will die as a result. Oh no, he doesn't even have buyback. Quinn with a win run. MKB chunking him regardless. That winner is soon to fall.
No.
They have a second arena to make sure that Quinn's crew will lose their mid laner.
Yeah,
The
Mr.
buyback for Mr. Jeans are going to try to push this forward.
Yep, they want to try and end this one here, force all the buybacks out. They're going straight for the tier 4s, SVG. He's just has to sit in the fountain now, throw out the Nature's Grass as far as he can go. Attempt to slow this game down as out comes the buyback now from Quinn. Mr. Jeans here, maybe he's a bit more defensively. Another buyback now actually out from Lelis. Might just force him back because he wants to finish the game. There's another buyback now from Yawar, and now they're on the run. Oh, and that's what we're talking about there, Lotus, but still clearly, of course, shackled. As they will be able to just escape here. Nicely done. Nice buyback. So did they just all get buyback at the same time? What the heck? I swear, none of them had buyback when they died.
Well, Wind Ranger did, right? But Timbersaw and Morphling, I think, didn't, right?
Yeah.
And then they got it now recently.
Must
Yeah,
have
I
been
guess so.
close. Maybe it was
I mean,
SVG
forcing them is still a win, though.
Was it
They lost
SVG
a
with the
bunch of-
bounty? I think it must have been SVG with the bounty.
Oh, right. SPG, godlike.
Yeah, he picked up 2 bounties, and he's like, don't worry, guys. You know, classic support, and meaning to risk my life to get you buyback.
Because my core was too greedy and he didn't save. Though this game, I don't think Yowan was being too greedy. He's just poor.
No, it's tough. It's so hard, right? A 30k net worth lead for Infamous. It'd be mean to say that Quincy are being greedy by not saving for buyback, because how do you do that when you're down this far?
Exactly.
It's a tough
I think
game.
you might still lose the next team fight, right? Because this buyback also puts your net. Like, despite the fact that they could buy back and at least defend their towers,
well.
you still lost so much net worth there. It's very difficult to beat this lifestealer right now. He's actually going for an Abyssal.
Yeah,
I
and
think he
his
might have
Aegis
it.
is about to be reclaimed, by the way. So that's the only benefit here, as I would say, right? You no longer have to contend with
True.
this Aegis, which is here it goes. Please, here it goes. There it is. Okay, and that'll be reclaimed. Today I learned it's a few seconds off, as Yadomin is now pinging that one up. So that's a win for Quincy, albeit, however, small. Of course, we'll see how long it can last here, as Pepita then will pick up another great item for himself, Heaven Halberd versus Quinn, as Quinn's BKB duration must be down to 6 or 5 seconds. Indeed, it is down to 5. And buyback's already utilized here on the whole lot of Quincy crew, so no one's even got one up. And Mr. Jeans as well did use one.
I love that Infamous not even considering saving for buyback. This is the most infamous thing you could do. Why would I save for that? We're winning.
I mean, and the problem is here, you know, if they actually get team wiped somehow, again, I don't really know how that happens, to be completely honest with you, but, you know, being an Infamous game, you know, Quincy crew, they definitely know that, hey, these guys, sometimes they just die, and, well, Mr. Jeans bought back, and, hey, we push real fast with a Windrunner. Maybe we can still turn this thing around, huh? What do you think?
Yeah,
so
no,
it
there's a chance.
makes sense for them to continue playing this game.
Thank you, Adomi, for pointing out that indeed Bakaz has a flicker, but he now changing for Illusion Escape.
Oh, I see.
I like the flicker because the extra movements is actually really value on the Lifestealer, and the dispel is not bad because that way you don't have to use Rage or Manta Style to dispel. So yeah, it's kind of nice. I don't mind this. Quincy Crew is going to defend his last racks to the death, and I think, oh wow, Infamous is actually going to play it safe, and they're going to wait for the Roshan.
Well, it looks like it here.
I'm not surprised because this is the wrong play. I'm surprised because Infamous is doing this.
Yeah. That's yeah, I agree. We'll see. It's going to be a bit of a slower one here, but I think Quincy have maybe smoked out of their base. Indeed, they have. They're looking for one. Bakaz nearby. They've scouted him because of the Illusion Escape, but now they're going to know as soon as these creeps start hitting the tier 3 tower and aren't stopped, Infamous are going to know that they're trying to fight him. So you can see they're all grouping up, actually, and they're going to go for a counter smoke of their own. I love this move. Great read from Infamous. Look at this. They even know. They're going for the scan. They want every single advantage that they can get. Quincy, this move kind of out of desperation, of course, at this point, right? This is what you're looking for. If you kind of just let them come to you, you're going to get run over, right?
Oh.
But, oh, goodness. You might even get run over if you don't even do that, as there's going to be the Abyssal on the MSS. They do give him a Lotus, but it's not going to save him, as he is still DED dead. For 50 seconds here, we'll have buyback available in 10. SVG with buyback in 5.
Mr. Jeans used all his mana for that, so he has a couple clarities to regen a bit more.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
of
it's not
course
like he doesn't have, 28 Bloodstone charges, but yeah.
And Orchid. But yeah, it's going to end Shivas. Everything's going to help a bit, you know. Clarities are important here. Without the clarities, he would lose this game. So, Jackal shot. Bakaz. Yeah, you can't focus fire, and that Lincoln is so annoying, dude. I love that Papita bought Lincolns for Bakaz.
Yeah.
Like, he understands his role in this game is just to help
It's
Light
really
Speed
smart, honestly. It's really smart. I'm not
That's
going
a
to
great
lie.
pickup.
I would not
Preventing
have
the
thought
focus?
about that. I would not have thought about that.
No, 100% not. That's why we're talking about it and not playing. Right?
Can you reflect? You can't reflect that, can you? With Lotus?
What do you mean?
Like,
Can
what
you
if you
reflect what?
reflect it? Does Pakaz get, like, insane attack speed onto the Windrunner then, if it's reflected?
Oh yeah. You
Really?
do get focus fire. In fact, if you get mirror shield, it's very funny. It works a bit weird on melee heroes though, because like you don't get the full effect of it. I think you don't get the moving while hitting kind of situation
Yeah,
unless
yeah,
you move
yeah.
around. I've never tried that, but on ranged heroes it does fully work like a focus
Huh.
fire. Yeah.
Fascinating. I never would have guessed that.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Well, Quincy, they're going to continue holding on. Infamous, they do get the free kill onto the Clockwork, who now has the buyback, but it's still going to be Quincy just sitting in their base for a bit longer. It's going to be a little bit of a longer Roche as well, probably close to 1 minute 30 seconds. About 1 minute of that still remains, and of course the courier here from Michel just waiting for
Radiant's
Roche now.
top tower is
And
under attack.
that then should just about be the game in the bag for Infamous.
Theoretically, right? Let's see if
Yeah.
Quincy Crew can pull off a miracle. Like we're saying, I also think it's really difficult for them to come back, but if they're fighting, it's because there's a fighting chance, and they're
Yep.
not going to give up until this game is over entirely.
Definitely.
And if there's a chance that Infamous will also throw. That I'm trusting almost even more than Quincy pulling a
Here they
miracle.
go, Quincy out again. Oh, they're going to get scanned this time, though. That's really
very good
bad.
scan.
Oh, it's a dire scan.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's-
they're going to get
I said
scanned.
it's a very good scan. is what I
Yeah, yeah.
said.
Oh, I thought you said it's a radiant scan.
No, it's a very good
I was
scan.
like, no, it's not, Alvaro.
'Cause that was awful. How dare they scan that? Anyways, SVG wants to initiate,
Yeah,
but he
they
really
are-
can't be the first person to go in,
No,
though.
No, and
Oh.
Mr. Jeans with the BKB at the ready. It's still a 6-second BKB. He might actually get jumped on, which wouldn't be that bad here for Quincy.
Oh, Infamous is pretending like they don't have the high ground. Or pretend like they're not on the high ground. That's why they're so far away from the...
Oh, that was the smoke
Stairs.
break, though. Axel has broken the smoke.
They
so I don't think-
realize.
He has scouted Letless now. He knows.
Axel is baiting.
Oh, I think Axel is just feeding, though. Oh, no, he is baiting. He's got the
No,
Ghost
he's baiting.
Scepter. In they go. They want to find Quinn, the Abyssal Blade. They have locked him down. Axel is dead, but he is happy. He has got the biggest smile on his face. No, he's dead. He's now bought back over at Letless. He is now dead for us as well. That's a dive back onto him. Yowarrant looks like he's going to go too, and indeed he will. Beautiful game out from Infamous. They're going to end this one 42-19, 46 minutes into the game, and a beautiful, just so patient, just well played overall, honestly. I can't say enough good things about this Infamous game.
I'm telling you, Axel is a support in super position. He is at both, at any time, both feeding and baiting every single gank. And he's doing both, and you can't really ever guess it. And this time they fell for the bait, and of course they lost because of it. Infamous was ready, because they play around Axel's crazy plays, and it works out. There's a reason why, like, Papita is a bit of a captain, but from what I heard from Papita, Axel is starting to be a bit more of a voice in the game. And so, no surprise there. That was a really good way to ensure that the last fight went your way. I think Quincy did not have the early game that they expected, particularly in the mid lane. The Wind Ranger did not pop off as I was hoping to against a Storm. Maybe a safer pick of the DP would have been a better option. The Wind Ranger, which was definitely much harder to execute this game. Again, no fault to Quinn necessarily, right? It's just that one is just a safer way to play your draft, less pressure, of course. But despite that, it's all because Infamous played an incredible game this time. A very well-deserved victory against Quincy Crew. Let's see if they can repeat that in game number 2, or if Quincy can lift their head up high and take the tie.
Yeah, we'll see if they can rally back after that defeat. Yeah, I like the point you made about Quinn, because some people might say, oh, last pick Windrunner, haha, XD, and that's it. But honestly, the same thing could have happened if it was a DP or a DK or something else, right?
It would have just been easier, quote-unquote, but easier is not always better. Right?
But like you said, that's going to be game 1. Infamous taking another game here off of Quincy Crew, who have... Is this their... No, it can't be their first loss to an SA team.
No, they lost. What are you talking about? They lost against Omega Gaming.
Yeah, that's right. That's
2-0.
right.
I think they lost against. No, they beat Beast Coast.
Yeah,
and
they lost to
Thunder Predator.
Zoomers and Omega, and they drew versus Midas as well as Thunder. So
Oh yeah, and Midas was also well, I guess SAT. Yep.
Yep. Well, we're going to be going to a short break before draft number 2 begins, and it'll be beginning quite shortly here. Both these teams ready and rearing to go. For now, we'll be right back after a short break. See you then.
Hello. I didn't know you were swapping so
Well,
early.
you saw me click the
Usually
button.
go one. Yeah, but my brain
No,
takes like 6 seconds to register
that's
things.
fair. I usually do a countdown, but now we're live. Hello.
With the voice of the realm. Welcome to the
We-
voice of the realm.
we are
Wandering
back.
vagrants, lost souls, people of the night.
Yes, it's true.
We have a draft. Let's go.
We are. Last game of the day, last match of the day, last series of the day, as it's been 3 for both of us, you in 2 languages, me also in 2 languages, as I started speaking in Wingdings for our last cast.
I did that too, actually.
But
I want to attribute myself. My blubbering and my stutter was almost a language of its own at this point.
you know, sometimes it is, sometimes
Must-
it is. But all right, this draft already completed here. We had to. What do we have to do?
The word stutter is really mean to stutterers now that I realize that, because it's probably a super hard word to pronounce.
No, but I think the word stutterer is.
Stutterer
Like,
is
if you're like, no, I didn't stutter. Like, I'm not a stutterer. You're a stutterer.
Oh, wow, that's terrible. Anyway, Quincy Crew versus Infamous Gaming. This is game number 2. Let's see. Quincy Crew this time are running one of their classic drafts, the Venge Drow, as a response to the Lifestealer. Again, Infamous will start with the exact same opening as before, which I thought was pretty good. Slaughter plus the Lifestealer. This time they play against the Drow, and it doesn't seem like they're flexing the Slaughter just yet, but we're not sure, though, because it could be 4 or a Slaughter, it could be just 4 Grimstroke here, plus 1. Still uncertain.
Yeah.
I think the answer by Quincy Crew is actually a bit worse. I actually like the Morphling a bit better. Last game, I think the real problem last game was really the mid laner, or the mid lane in general, what happened there. And maybe to some degree also your off laner, because Timbersaw doesn't have a way to recover. He's more of a win now, win now, win now. Oh, I start losing, I guess I'm useless now.
Yeah. Well, even then, when he was in that winning phase, he was not doing a whole lot of winning, was he? Just because they had really good counters to him, unfortunately.
No, I mean, because you have mobility and you had like really good catch. So as Timbersaw, you kind of go in and hope the team overextends and oversteps their boundary, right? If that doesn't happen as Timbersaw, you don't really have many ways of getting kills. Like you are more of a Timbersaw actually kind of similar to Techies in the way that he plays, in the sense that you're there to cover over an area of the map and just make sure that if people go in to farm or do whatever, you're gonna punish them for that. But it's kind of difficult to actually go in, invade, and get kills.
That's a good point. Infamous, though, they had a good lineup to just go in and kill him, though. That's all they wanted to do. I mean, then they took his tower, right, and farmed a little bit and then left, right, because they didn't want to be there for too long. But no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I guess then in that sense, then the problem was that they could literally just hunt down the Timber and kill him whenever they pleased, unfortunately for him. Yeah, and in this game, it's going to be Mr. Jeans, most likely, on the Void Spirits. I would be surprised to see if they don't pick anything but an offlaner or a position 4. Could also be Slaughter 5 again, maybe Grimstroke 4, depending on what the last pick is from Quincy. But either way, I'd be surprised, generally speaking, if it wasn't Mr. Jeans on the Void Spirits. I still reckon we need the Quinn hero as well, yet again, and we see a few more Quinn bans, Monkey King as well as the TA. Ember still in the pool. Pango still in the pool here. But for Infamous, they need... What does their draft need right now? They got decent stuns. Maybe something to combo a little bit nicer. If you're afraid of the spirits, maybe you can draft a Doom here. Not against Drow. I feel like that lane's pretty bad. Especially with the Venge there. What the heck beats a Drow, brother?
Nothing really.
An Underlord, a Mars.
Oh, Mars is a good.
Yeah.
I can't believe Mars was still in the pool.
Yeah.
I honestly had a hard time. Okay, sure. Mars is pretty decent, honestly. I'm assuming it's going to be Mark's Grimstroke, Lifestealer, and the Slardar, and then you put the Void Spirit mid. I think they have good answers to the Drow, especially that Mars is really solid. I mean, Quincy only has one way to protect the Drow right now, which is Vengeful Spirit. Although they pick a mid lane. They're up against a Void Spirit. Quinn heroes. I mean, I guess he could play Ember. He can't play Ember this game.
Yeah, Ember's not bad. The Soulbind, it kind of screws you, though.
I'm okay with Lesh, too. Lesh is pretty decent here.
Lesh?
Because he's good against... Because I was thinking Bad Rider, but Bad Rider is off. Storm is also off. So Lesh, Ember are kind of decent against Void Spirit. I don't like Void Spirit has too many lane counters, like besides Shadowfiend.
There's the Ember. Yeah,
it's a Quinn hero, dude. It's just that simple.
Quinn hero, and it's a good one at that, especially in this draft. They can combo it pretty nicely. He's a nice frontliner, a very distracting, flashy hero, so that you are hopefully can kind of just sit in one place and A-click the ground and hopefully do enough damage to win them the game. Yeah, it's not bad. The only issue I see for both of these drafts, frankly, is especially for Infamous, for more so actually only for Infamous, is a lack of push. All right, you don't really push too quickly at all. And I've said that a lot today.
That's true. I think Infamous can definitely pop off if they like. This is very execution heavy. You know, if Infamous get those early kills on either the Drow or even later with Lifestealer infest the Slardar, there's very good chance of them just bringing back this game. Like you have a lot of mobility to ensure the Drow doesn't have a good game, right? But there's two things that matter here. Mainly, one is the mid lane, and second, can you really execute that well your initiation? That's a bit of a. I don't know what to tell you there. Like, that's not really draft specific. That depends on the teams and how the day they're having. I think Quincy has a very simplistic draft in the sense that their objectives are very clear. It's very easy to execute their draft, and I would usually side with them. But we'll see if Infamous is capable of outplaying them, because right now Infamous is playing really well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially after game 1, I don't see how you could even say that. No, that was wrong, because no, they played so well last game, to be honest. And
it wasn't that Quincy played badly either, though.
No, it wasn't.
But they're just not a team that plays from behind.
Exactly. I mean, and Infamous, they did well there as well. It was looking shaky, especially in 20 minutes when they just kept buying back. And I was like, well, guys, here they go. But no, I think this time I like the Quincy draft a lot better, so I'm going to go for them this game. I went for Infamous last game. I think this time Quincy are going to rally, and I don't know, something about them sometimes, especially after they take a loss that maybe people weren't expecting, or maybe even they themselves weren't expecting, they always come back really, really hard the next game, usually.
Sure, that's fair to say. I think Quincy's execution is still fine. I think this draft is much easier to execute, so I'm going to go for them as well. I always choose the easier draft. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win. I think they can still be outplayed. All right, sir, you thought of a rhyme in the meantime, right?
Well, no, but I have a really stupid one that I'll say that won't make sense unless you're an SEA Dota fan. This draft is pretty easy to execute. And we don't even have ourselves a Kezcube.
I said.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our last match of the day here, our last game of the day, last series of the day for the Realms Collide 2 tournament. bo2 and Zukatrek here bringing you the action. And I'll tell you what, folks, the sun is up, the birds are singing, the betters are crying 3-2-2 in the chat. It's a beautiful day to watch some NASA Dota, isn't it, Avo?
It is indeed. What a wonderful day to watch Quincy Crew versus Infamous after a spectacular performance by Infamous. We're seeing if Quincy Crew can do the same. I think in this draft they're feeling particularly more comfortable. They have, I mean, I wouldn't say last draft was not a comfort pick for them, but I think this time you gave Lawless a hero that he likes playing, thank God. This time you also have a Drow Ranger that is one of Yawar's best heroes, and the Drow Venge combo is always just easy to do. And sometimes after a loss, I really like teams that go for this simple draft, you know? This time, all you have to do is protect Drow and win the game. That's kind of how your game goes, right?
Yeah,
and it's not impossible to do.
They do pretty decently against the Drow, right, is the problem. Will Quinn give high five? No. He will not give a high five. Mr. Jeans is like, please? Please? High five? He's doing it. I mean, now, there it is, yeah. It's basically going to let Quinn know, hey, I've got a ward on my high ground somewhere, or on your high ground, because that's the only way that Mr. Jeans can actually see him down there. It's the classic mid lane thing where they both know they see each other because they both go out there to ward. Classic stuff. Fun times. I'm glad Quinn at least gave him a high five. That taunt on bo2 is just so stupid, though. How are you not going to give him a high five for sure? All right, either way, it's going to be on Yawar down bottom. As I was saying, they do have a decent amount of ways to actually reach Yawar, which is my biggest concern here. But we'll see. They can make it happen here potentially. Best case scenario, though, is that everyone kind of just blinks or astral steps or rage and walks right up in front of Yawar so we can gust him back as soon as he can. But it's not going to be super easy for him either here. And we've seen Yawar sometimes struggle a bit on the Drow Ranger in this tournament in terms of his positioning. Of course, always looking at it after the fact. In the middle of the fight, it's always a little bit more hairy. There's a lot of things going around. Spells are flying. It's hard to get really everything perfect, but I think that's definitely something we've both commented on in the past. As we'll get to see here, Mr. James versus Quinn round 2. Once again, the two brothers.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this matchup goes this time. I think Mr. Jeans actually yesterday, or the last match, showed that he's a pretty solid mid laner, particularly in the laning phase. I usually like Mr. Jeans more for laning, which is why I thought maybe they changed Faker for Mr. Jeans, because Mr. Jeans is a better laner than Faker. They're very similar players. Mr. Jeans is a very laner, but Faker tends to be better in the mid game. And we saw how dominant he was against Quinn, right? Look how aggressive he's been playing this lane. He likes to bully any mid lane or either lane.
Mm-hmm. And he's got a taunt. So that adds like plus 50% lane harass right there, just alone. As he's doing pretty decently here versus Quinn thus far. Michel even doing a great job of harassing SVG, as Yawar has taken the group way behind the tower. Someone's taken the group way behind the tower, whether it was SVG, Michel, or Yawar. It's happened either way. And we see that Pepita has the same here over with him. Looks like they just skipped a creep wave or something. Some shenanigans. Oh, nice deny there by Mr. Jeans, asking for a high five. I think Quinn will deny him this one, however, as he just denied the range creep on him. It's freaking dumb, Mr. Jeans. He's having a good game. He's having a fun time.
Yeah, for now, the top lane is going quite decently this time for Lelis, right? And in a much different way than last time, because you're not actually just farming this lane and hoping that the enemy team will not respond to your Timber Saw. This time, you can actually turn into a pseudo carry this game. You can have a lot of impact early. I think NP is a much more flexible hero in that sense, right? And you're still harassing Lifestealer a fair amount. It's like 7 to 9 last hits, and yeah, I think it's overall pretty decent for Quinn Sikaru. I think the lanes this time are going to be much more comfortable for them. Mid is also seeming to go much better for them, so I'm happy. I'm happy. The prediction is turning out okay for now. Because this time we need Quinn Sikaru to win, right? Because none of us went for Infamous. So.
Oh yeah, I did this game. I think Quincy will take this one here. We'll see.
We'll see if we were right though.
Yeah.
Michel. I'm interested, by the way, in the fact that they ran the Slaughter 4 anyway. We didn't really talk about this, but Pakaz, Inkswell, MSS, slow down by open wounds. Yeah. I'm interested in the fact that they run that Slaughter 4. Oh, really? Pakaz body? What? He was trying to farm the Treant, and Lelis will punish him for that? He still has a teleport. In fact, Axel will die. Oh, there we go.
Yep, Axel's going to die for this one. Nice job.
I get a deja vu there when I say the phrase Axel will die. I feel like it happens often.
Indeed, yeah.
But he did sacrifice himself for Pakaz there. It's crazy that Pakaz really sees his support's life as actually expendable.
No, I mean, it's true, right? I mean, even if it is First Blood, one, it's going to the clockwork, and two, you're not going to be able to get more collateral off of that, which is the important part. It is a pretty tough lane, however, for the Lifestealer, right? Because, yeah, you got a Strength hero to do some lifestealing off of, but also it's really annoying, and it's not necessarily a Strength hero you want to be standing close to, because it does a decent amount of damage. Probably more than, I think, even with a level 1 batter, so I think more than you can lifesteal off of with an equivocal level in the Feast. So I'd be surprised if he really is going to be able to get too much lifesteal off the lane. Of course, good luck lifestealing off of a Treant, or sorry, not a Treant Protector,
NP.
NP, yeah, thank you. What is
He is
Michel? Michel's baiting the Rude. What a
He was,
what a
yeah.
troll,
It's a Slithering
yeah.
Crush, but he got Bash a bit too late because he got level 2 recently and he didn't put Bash up, so he got 2 hits that weren't used to the Bash. He would have actually been able to Bash him and deal a bit more damage, but it doesn't really matter though. MSS comes in for the bottle refill.
Yep.
Quinn's like, slaves! Who's tipping to my lane, please? He's ringing the little bell, you know?
Yeah.
I need my bottle refill!
Pretty much. He's immediately asking for the bottle refill as well. And that's what he gets. I mean, it's what he
Will
needs
Mr.
as well.
Jeans do the same? Watch Axel die this top lane just to come by
You know,
and
honestly,
refill the
I
bottle.
wouldn't even be surprised. The problem is you don't want to really be giving it to Lelis, right? Because he's a strong player. I mean, Pepita can tell them, hey, make sure you don't give the Furion farm, because Pepita also really excels on the off-lane Furion, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Papita is particularly good on the offlane Furion, but very different than Lelis. Lelis takes over the game a bit, but Papita is always a utility Furion.
Yeah, that's very true.
I've rarely seen Papita go for any sort of like aggressive Furion per se in that offlane.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nature's Prophet.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
apologize.
Same guy, right?
I think it's the only one that's still accepted that I can call him that, right? Like if I call it Nikes, people will not understand me. Like,
Oh,
the
yeah,
Furion is
yeah.
fine.
Nike.
Right. Or Traxix.
Oh, well, that one's just lost on me even.
That's Drow, that's Drow. It actually was much more common to color Trax than it was to color Drow. I was surprised they used it.
No trees there, huh? Yawar might be able to escape. Unlikely,
he's
however.
dead.
Yeah, he's going to just go for a little bit of the multi-shot. They need one more. They're trying to give it to Pepita, and because Pepita has a big spear, he will be able to spike him down.
He collects spears. I think that was a bit of a mistake by the Drow, to be honest. A bit out of position. I don't think that was the best positioning there by Drow. because his boss 5 had just gone to pull, and you go in the lane to, I guess Lassets, right? But you're up against a Slardar. You only have brown boots, whereas Slardar already has that Tranquil boots. You didn't see him in the map. You have a lot of kill potential from these two heroes, and they're both melee as well, right? So they're definitely gonna be looking for kills against you because there's no harassment of Abel in lane.
You know, I
love
gotta
that
say,
play,
I think probably one of the biggest reasons why we do think it's okay to call NP Furion is because of the Envy clip. Furion, can you TP top? Furion, can you TP top? Furion, can you TP top? Right? That's such an influential clip, actually.
Yep. That might be why they get it. I mean, Furion, because also he was the main Warcraft 3 character. Is also why.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was like Malfurion particularly was the name of the biggest like Warcraft, like the Night Elves, like not king necessarily, he was like a druid thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna explain to you alone.
Seems really nerdy. Mr. Jeans trying to evade death here. Good silence there onto Quinn. Might save his life. We have another remnant, and NSS is gonna rotate on through, cut the wave, and kill down Mr. Jeans.
This is what Quincy needs to do first. I mean, it sounds stupid, but if they win early, their game it becomes 10 times easier because they really know how to play firm in front. Quincy Crew's a team that knows very well how to put pressure, but struggles sometimes responding to it themselves. Lilith is just going to the trees like, yeah, Pakaz, hide in here, dude. I am the master of the trees. Look how he closed him in. Pakaz literally is forced to fight because there's nothing else he can do. He's regaining a fair amount of health thanks to open wounds. Open wounds about to fall. Lilith, is he really not dealing enough damage? He's going to die. Pakaz with the open wounds. Level 1 was already enough.
That's incredible. I can't believe he fights. Happy birthday, Lelis. You know, there you go. Oh, goodness. I can't believe that. I mean, level 3 Feast, right, is honestly where a lot of that comes from as well. Not to mention, of course, the open wounds does help a little bit, right? Increased lifesteal is absolutely amazing, right? The duration, of course, of 8 seconds, certainly helping out there. No one's saying that. If Pepita will get a second kill down bot lane, now onto you are utilizing that level 6 power spike for the Arena of Blood. Quite an easy kill for him. But my goodness, that's how I cannot believe, actually, that Lelis somehow still loses that. And you know what the biggest difference is there? It's honestly because melee heroes have, like, a built-in stout shield these days. You know that? I mean, I know you know that, but not everyone knows that, right? So they always have a tiny advantage in that.
Yeah, but that's specifically a good advantage against the Treants, but I think the Lelis should have enough damage. He ended up Blightstone and everything, as you mentioned, but I don't know.
I was also shocked. I thought for sure he was dead, and he just kept living.
Like, Lelis was also shocked, right? He wouldn't have played that otherwise. Lelis was convinced he was going to get that kill. That was smart, though, by Pakaz, right? Because in the trees, the moment he realized he was trapped by the Treants, he didn't try to keep running away, and he didn't let himself get trapped by the Treants completely. Instead, he mind-fought Lelis. Really well played by Pakaz as well.
And I think now Lelis can learn.
Went for the last
I don't want him clicking on me anymore.
Oh no, he has an infest and there's too many Treants behind him. Lelis should be dead here. They missed the stun. Mr. Jeans.
Heroes rotating though.
Mr. Jeans, you can't miss the stun and walk away like nothing happened, dude. That's not okay. He has to infest Axel, but Axel will still die, and he might condemn Pakaz with him because they close him in the cogs. Pakaz out of rage. Can he do any counter initiation? Here comes Mr. Jeans, seeing his opportunity. Lelis jukes him, but it's not going to be sufficient as he'll still fall. Lelis will die here. Pakaz gets the kill he was looking for to begin with. That's fine.
Yeah,
mid lane though?
Yeah, Michel is getting a bit aggressive here versus Quinn. Quinn might kill him here. Doesn't have any spells, but doesn't have a lot of mana all of a sudden. Yeah. Should be fine. He should be fine. Mr. Jeans does have an Aether Remnant as well as an Astral Step at the ready. It's a bit of a tough kill, however, onto Quinn, especially now that he's on one of his more favored heroes here. So it's going to be a bit tough for them here, I would suspect. Returning top lane, though, will be Lelis. As he's died now twice in this lane. Of course, this hero can always just TPI right back in, and he's going to be A-okay. You know, it's surprising, right? Maybe if Lelis dies there, it's not too surprising if he has the Mushroom Hat cosmetic, but he doesn't. I think now the problem was there is that he was confident in fighting him 1v1, right? But with his obviously greater HP pool than, you know, a Treant, he's lifestealing close to, well, more than double what he would normally lifesteal off of a Treant. And he thought he had the damage, but because maybe he just underestimated how much percentage that is, just got a bit too confident. They've caught Yuar again. This could be a death, and it is going to be another one here. Quinn really can't do much, walking back and forth. We'll hit him with the Searing Chains and walk back towards mid lane, activating the regen rune. In the meantime, Mr. Jeans, though, looking to punish SVG, who has stolen a bounty rune away from him. I think Mr. Jeans has spent more time just, you know, taunting than even walking normally this game.
Of course, that is the Mr. Jeans special. They're going to find SVG at least. Nice. And he taunts again, of course.
There he goes.
Surprise, surprise.
Back to the fountain.
Yep. it's kind of scary how well Infamous are playing this, to be honest, because this was what the win condition was possible for them. If they execute this really well, they can cancel this Drow Ranger, and I feel like they're finding Yawar relatively easily this game. Pakaz, though, he is farming as much as he can. He's like, guys, I'm going really low on HP, but I have Infest, it's fine. But they know this, so Quinn is coming into gank, and they actually read this, hence the scan. You can tell that Pakaz knew this was going to happen the whole time. He has Rage, though. Should be fine. He can always infest the creep. I would be surprised if he died. Even takes the creep that has the speed aura. Well played. Yeah. Like, he thinks these things to such a degree that he knows he can play aggressive.
Lane on the MSS. It's actually on to Pepita make that. Doesn't have the arena for 10 seconds. Multi-shot in from behind. Yawar needs to land a few marksman procs. Pepita trying to close the gap to prevent that, but there's no way he's living there. Lelis even TP's on in to secure the kill.
Okay, well, you lost your offlaner there, Pepita. Not ideal. But more importantly, though, they take your tier 1 tower. And this is very different to last game, right? Now you have the map control. You should have much more vision than enemy team. And you also have a better TP spot in the middle lane. And that's going to give enough space for Yawar to recover as much as he wants to. He's currently at 4.3k in farm. Not too bad. Going for Dragonlance first.
Yeah, indeed, indeed, indeed.
I know you were looking at the clip of him doing it again.
Might have
it's
been.
too good.
I think you were looking too. I was rewatching and going, man, I really thought he still had that watching it a second time.
Right? Me too. I was rewatching it and thinking the same thing.
That's what I mean when I was, you know, if he blocked with the treants and just put the treants out in front of him, he would have been fine. But, you know, hindsight 2020, of course. But, you know, that's just how it played out. Lifesteal on heroes, percentage based off of the max HP is so strong here. That's exactly why.
MSS, what are you looking for? It's a Slardar. Look, I caught myself a fish. Can we keep it, Dad? Quinn's like, I don't know. I want to cook it. I want to cook it here. Oh, fine. They're not going to be able to catch the fish at all. In fact, MSS will die. Quinn, you sure enough asked him if he could keep it, son.
Yeah,
he just killed it straight up, turned it into fish and chips there.
Literally nothing he could do there. It kind of feels bad.
Pakaz harassed again in the top lane, but he gets away thanks to the Armlet Rage. For now, at least, the Treants are still looking for him. Nice, he Armlet toggles, so the Treants can't get the last hit just for free there.
Yeah, that would be sad if you died to Treant because you Armlet toggled and had 1 HP remaining.
No. Well, it's the full efficiency TP, right? Because then you go back to base and you have 0 HP, and they're like, now I'm healing fully.
Go ahead and running.
Hector has died before for doing that, by the way. That's why I'm mentioning it.
He's going to land. MSS into the cog as he goes, along with the Ember Spirit. It's getting a little hot in there with that many people. And Pepita's not going to be able to take the heat. He will drop then. It's going to be his 3rd death this game. Has 4 kills for himself, most of them onto Yawar. So he's done his role this game, still creating space, tanking these ganks, trying to get the unsafe farm in the mid lane. That is his 2nd death here, though. So he might decide to try and, you know, redetermine where he wants to be farming. They might find Axel as well in the triangle, looking for a stack. And as Quinn will run him down. Level 4 on the Sleight of Fist. There's plenty of damage for Quinn to get that kill.
Okay, 3k lead now for Quincy Group. Quite comfortable with how this game is going. Pushing a decent amount. Just enough so Lifesteal doesn't feel too comfortable farming anywhere on the map, which is why Pakaz, we have seen him being aggressed like 3 or 4 times. And I like as well that due to Lelis' global control this game, they're keeping control over the... No, they're saving, sorry, the 2 tier 1 towers in mid and bottom to make sure that Pakaz cannot invade the enemy jungle. And you're seeing this now as Infamous is reduced to this side of the map. They have to do a smoke. The smoke will open up the map for them a bit, unless the bench stops it. They silence up Lifestealer. He can't rage. He's going to die. Lelis could be in trouble, though, as a result, and they will finish off both Lelis and SVG with a little ghost, stopping here the Ember Spirit. We do have the Yule Scepter, but unfortunately no Spirit of Mars to turn that into a kill. So at least Quinn will be able to retreat. He does leave a Remnant here.
Yuar's TP'd in. I'm not too sure why. I think he should just keep farming. So he's going to go back onto the mid wave. I think this is fine. Maybe he's just TPing in case they need him. Okay, that makes sense. MSS doesn't have a hook shot for another 30. Quinn, though, is running right back in. They will now drop the Soulbind onto 2. Pepita does not have the arena either. And in trouble is going to be Quinn, pinned to the tree. He's going nowhere. MSS stuck inside his own cogs. Now it's turned here. He's getting a little hot with 2 people in here. Axel still alive, will be now killed. Actually, it's going to be Yawar picking up that death. And now Lelis TP's in? Excuse me, Lelis TP's in. What? Okay, hello Lelis. SVG's here as well. And he might end up dying as well. The open wounds applied. As we have now Michel getting close enough just to apply the corrosive haze for even more damage. 4 heroes dead, just like that for Quincy with what started out with a pretty good fight for them, I want to say.
Can you hear that, dude? Can you hear it? It's a choo-choo! It's the feeding train. It's coming in. There's a chain feeding there. I'm not really sure why Quincy did that. I think they lost the plot halfway through the team fight, honestly, because Yawar was clearly retreating, right? And then they still went in, whereas Yawar was retreating, so either a miscommunication or something happened there that they miscalculated that team fight.
Yeah.
And
Plus
this
they-
gave Infamous a fighting chance, a strong fighting chance. Now.
Like, they didn't have Arena because they used Arena to start the fight to try and save Pakaz when they killed him, remember?
Yeah, exactly.
And then Yawar TP'd in, and then Yawar was just farming nearby because the rest of Infamous kind of ran
Silence
away.
on Mr. Jeans.
And then they kind of counter-initiated, and Quincy kind of just engaged them as well with it for some reason. The Yawar kind of shows up, but then they still have Soulbind, and they trap Quinn quite easily, as that's a real great hook shot out from MSS. This should be a death now into Mr. Jeans, as he will be right-clicks down, and that's a big kill here. It's going to be his 4-time kill streak ended. Gold going over to MSS. Not bad, not bad. And cutting away his map control. Taunt now,
Dire's
you
middle tower is
yeah,
under
little
attack.
purple man.
Thanks to the map control, it's easier for Quincy to recover from these bad engagements, so they can afford to make more mistakes per se, rather than last match where it seems like one mistake really dropped them. Let's not forget Infamous is close to hitting his powers. There's power spike, right? Which is usually around Lifesteal's 2 items. Though this time he's going for a Montestel, so I don't know how strong it's going to be. And usually around Papita also getting the Blink Dagger and Yule Scepter. Once they hit that, they should be able to win engagements.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Quincy just needs to take advantage of the map control they have to take objectives like, for example, Ocean.
Yeah, now they've got a Deso on Quinn, right? So he's actually doing some real damage along with Yawar. They can really begin to chunk through this Roche relatively quickly here. There you go, those marksmanship procs really chunking through his health. Although we do have Infamous lurking around, maybe looking to try and contest this. They're not going to be fast enough. There's an Aegis onto Yawar. Wards will be dropped. MSS has the hook shot at the ready. Ooh, canceled that one last second, but he's going to go ahead and decide not to. No vision on the rest of Infamous. He definitely would have died there had he gone in. Okay.
Okay, for now, I think the right choice for Quincy is honestly not to engage, unless the enemy team makes a mistake. Because look at how eager Infamous is to fight right now, right? You can tell that they know that they've hit their peak utility and they want to take advantage of it, because they can't really push towers as consistently with the line that they have, as opposed to Quincy has much easier pushing power. And Quincy wants to bait them out with the Sage and see if it works out.
Well, they're smoked up. That Spear might
MSS?
have actually scouted MSS, I think.
Nah,
Spear,
MSS was not moving, so they can't see him.
the Spear doesn't get vision?
No, I was joking. Yeah, they did. They should.
Oh.
I was just because MSS just stopped there for like a
Yeah.
solid 10 seconds. It's like, oh, I guess.
He's a statue.
SPG. What? Okay, SPG wants to die. The arena blood. Now they
What?
don't have. Oh, it wasn't set up yet. Papita. Confused by arena. They just sent Yawar flying. In the backlines though, as they already killed SPG, they're gonna go for Lelas now. Quinn trying to help out his teammate, and Pakaz. He gets stopped by the hook shot, which guarantees the kill together with Michel. That's going to be a team wipe from Quincy Crew. Though a really odd one, because I could swear if that arena had worked, I think he was dead, but I guess it just took him a second longer to form the arena than you expected.
I don't know if that was Arena not being set up first. Maybe he speared and then Arena. Or I also don't know if that was just a strange interaction where if you're soul-binded and Arena is forming and you get pushed. I don't know.
That was
thought,
really weird.
I thought that
really
Arena was up. I thought
Me
that
too.
was
It
Arena.
looked like it was up to me. Yeah, I was very surprised by that.
Either way, it's going to be a good fight out from Quincy Crew.
Yes.
Whether
And this
it's-
recovers them completely from the bad fight earlier.
Yes, it does. Papita's going to maybe die here again. We don't have hook shot, but he's going to be trapped in cogs. Quinn jumping on in for a little bit of extra damage. Got a Yule Scepter as well as a Slardar with a Blink Dagger ready to go. Oh, no, Michel. You got to use the Blink before you crush, man. Mr. Jeans now, he is going to be looking for some more damage onto Quinn, as Lelis has found the Grimstroke. Axel now dead. Mr. Jeans in some trouble. Quinn with another Remnant. He's going to get the Yule Scepter, courtesy of Mr. Jeans. There's a hook shot from MSS at the ready. Cog pushback right into his death.
There's
I think
almost...
the train has reversed course, Alvaro.
Yes. The train is now going in the other direction. It's docking at Peruvian feeding station. But no, Infamous, there's always one point in the game. Pakaz is going for SVG. I think this is a really
Quinn is
difficult-
nearby.
Yeah, this is
He's
a really
like, Quinn,
difficult
get
one.
in there.
Yeah, get in there, swap it. Steering chains, another swap. They control him. He's near Michel, but Michel gets close in the trees. He's like, I'm a fish. I'm not meant to be near trees. And he's going to die. Right, so there's a point in each Infamous game, and you can actually tell. Like, literally watch any replay from Infamous, and there's one point in the game where they lose their composure. Either because they're winning too much or because they're losing too much. It doesn't really matter. Either state for Infamous is bad. Close games are the only ones where they don't lose composure, right? So what tends to happen is Infamous will feed for a bit, they'll lose a bunch of heroes, and then Papita or Axel, I'm not really sure who does the voice comms, rallies them up again, and they start playing normal again. Because genuinely, it will happen in every single Infamous game.
is under attack.
What do you want?
No, it just sounds legitimate.
I mean, it's true. It sounds like I'm flaming it, but I'm really not.
Yeah,
It's
you know,
just-
I would like to imagine that it's Axel, right? Who just goes, all right, guys, listen, I know I'm dying a lot, but
Well,
I'm
they-
doing
they-
it for you guys, okay? And I wouldn't do this for any other team. So let's go ahead and win this game. You know, get some really
good
hype
one.
going.
Ooh.
Nice juke by Pepita, breaking the ankles.
But he's gonna die now, though. Papita's like, all right, guys, I made it far. I've made the hook shot. What do I do now? Oh, okay, I guess they just pushed me out.
Gonna save him. Yeah.
Quinn still has the Searing Chains in a second. Oh my goodness, the damage from Quinn. They might
Yeah.
kill Papita.
Oh,
MSS puts the extra charge.
They
That's not gonna be
really
enough.
want to, but they're not gonna get him, unfortunately.
So for people that don't know, actually, Papita is this like, genuinely, this is not a joke. He's a Zen master. He like listens to a bunch of he does a bunch of yoga. He listens to a bunch of videos. He's very much into the spirituality kind of thing.
Ah.
And according to Infamous, he is the moral captain. I kid you not, Papita helped a friend of mine lose 15 kilos.
That's not bad.
That sounds like a meme, right? But like genuinely, he was
That
very
is
fat.
like 35 pounds, by the way. Again,
Yeah,
you
that's
can't
a
use-
35
You
pound.
can't use kilos here.
Or some sort of stone.
That's
One
like
stone.
It's like 2 stone, actually.
2 stone. There
That's a
we
lot
go.
of stone.
That's a lot of stone to lose, yeah. Yeah, Papita is just like that kind of guy, so he's the moral captain for this team, so I really think
Who's
it's him.
behind them? Who is this? It's Michel? Okay,
Yeah.
he's got a life stealer inside of him, but he's going to get silenced and killed as well as the BKB. Picaz doesn't want to be here either. That's awkward. They're going to close him off now with the Sprout. In the meantime, there's a fight breaking out on the other front. MSS locking down Picaz. He's not even going to be able to get the rage off. That wouldn't have mattered either. 3 dead for the side of Infamous. What was that, like, haphazard sort of, oh, okay, Michel, go get him. He's like, okay, boss, if you say so. And then just
That was Papita telling them, deaths don't matter, guys. We can still come back. And like, oh, deaths don't matter? Okay, let me die again. I can only imagine because that was a really odd initiation as well.
yeah, that's Aegis Reclaim now, but
I don't think you have enough time to regain your composure this game, honestly.
and they can't go for Megas at least. They
This
cannot
is
go
really
for
tough
Megas.
now to recover.
Oh,
if you're
they might find
Infamous.
Mr. Jeans. No, Wallace is going to run head first in the Anthem Remnant. He should be fine.
Yep.
Although-
Mr. Jeans, though, no, he's fine. They're using the tower for cover,
Yeah,
and they're playing well. Quincy Crew, though, is respecting this tower.
It's a good
Right?
bait.
They play
It's
to
a
the
good
side.
bait. It's a
It is
very good bait.
But Quincy will not fall for it. When they're winning is when they see the game clearest, and they don't ever fall for these kind of traps when they're winning by a fair amount because they always play it safe enough. They really like to toe the line well, so I think they play that particularly well. That's why you should never let Quincy win the lanes. It's their strongest suit.
Dire's middle tower
Sounds like step 1 of getting good. Don't let him win the lanes, as they are going to catch Pepita now with the hook shot into the cogs he goes. Good soul bind onto 2. Quinn unable to actually really do much here, but guess what? They don't need to. He just needs to walk Yawar over and point him in the right direction and just point it and shoot here. Yawar's doing so much damage, even getting the multi-shots arrows
This might be
through
GG.
the arena. There's 3 heroes dead for Infamous, none with buying back 2 cores. The GG will go down. It's going to be a 1-1 draw. And you know what, Alvaro, the most beautiful thing is that we ended the day with both of us on a personal victory, as we both predicted this one correct.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that you get some recognition. Last time I trusted Quincy too much. I think Quincy played this really well. They played to the strong suits, though I've never seen Quincy falter when they do this. Like, most of the time that we've seen Quincy lose, it's not because it's never when they win their lanes and they throw. It's mostly because they don't know how to recover as well as they used to, right? They've lost that capability sometimes. Especially, and I can understand that because when you're losing, there's a lot of pressure. You might lose your composure, especially if it's an online tournament. You don't have the team house aspect. That makes sense. But in this game, you let Quincy play their game. And Infamous, there was one point where they just stopped playing real
Yeah,
Dota, let's be honest.
I'd even like to think, you know, sometimes when there's a new stack of really experienced players, not to say Quincy is that new, of course, but when there's a new stack of really experienced players, like IO Dota 2 here in SCA, where Mushi and a bunch of people came back to former squad,
Yep.
they do
Yeah,
really well initially, and like they're kind of unbeatable, but then people kind of figure them out and they get better. Quincy, for the longest time, were like the kind of the default kings of this region, weren't they?
They were,
Yeah,
yep.
especially here during the coronavirus lockdown period, where unfortunately EG is just unable to play because of, you know, logistic reasons, right? Reasons, I should say. So it's basically Quincy. But now that people have kind of started to figure them out, Quincy, they don't really, to me, it seems like, I agree with you, they don't have this experience of playing from behind, right? Like, not to say that it's a completely new experience for them, and sometimes they
No.
will still complete these comebacks, but you're completely right. When they're ahead, they look unbeatable. They're unshakable. They don't fall for these traps. They know what you're going for. When they're behind, they know kind of what they have to do, but they just kind of don't have the fluidity that they do when they're winning, right?
The thing about Quincy is that when they play from behind, if you actually watch the team for a while, if you watch them play from behind, the way that Quincy played from behind, I kid you not, was like perfection. Like, genuinely. They made no mistakes. That was how they got from behind. They would not commit any blunders. They knew exactly where to farm. They knew the map exactly. But what's difficult with these kind of, and this is something Samael mentioned in TI actually when he was when he was in the analyst panel, right? Players that play really well, that play to that level of perfection, get really easily rattled by simple mistakes that they might make because they go, oh, that's so stupid. They realize in the moment, oh, that's so dumb, you know? And Yeah, their teammates, of course, notice, but they won't call them out. I don't know what happens in Quincy Crew, but they notice, of course. And that rattles you sometimes, which is why when your strategy to play from behind is always this kind of perfection playstyle, it can easily falter if you start having a slump or you start having losses.
I see.
You start doubting yourself a bit more, which is why I always mention this. I don't think Quincy Crew struggles at playing from behind necessarily. I just think that their style recently has not been good enough to do that. But this game, though, when Quincy Crew has the upper hand, you still see how strong they are. They're an incredibly powerful team still in today.
And they're going to be able to drop the series 1 apiece here versus Infamous to go ahead and finish up. That makes them 3-3-2 now overall, and puts them here in a pretty solid position here to move on into the playoffs. That is going to be it for us today, however, as we have 3 more matches tomorrow, beginning at our normally scheduled time. We're going to kick it off with... Yeah, seriously. We're going to kick it off with 4Fun versus Eagle Boys. Following that will be the Zoomers versus Team Brazil, and then we've got an SA exclusive matchup of Infinity versus Thunder Predator.
Yeah, that's very nice. Tomorrow we'll be starting, by the way, for those of you that don't know what the scheduled time is. The best way to find out is to follow us on Twitch, of course. We really appreciate any support that you give us because we're trying our hardest to bring the best coverage possible to the NASA scene. We know we're a bit budget, but we're trying our best to make sure that doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, budget
even with our
fan, and what do they call you, budget who?
I don't know. Dude. some sort of disheveled. They always compare me to someone that's disheveled and can't take care of themselves.
Gods or something. I think
Something like that,
today.
yeah. Budget gods, yeah. Anyway, for those of you who want to know the exact time, though, because you don't want to follow us, that's fine. Tomorrow we hope to prove our worth, so we deserve your follow. We'll start at 3 p.m. EST, so Eastern time, which is also the same time in Peru. Las 3 p.m. hora Perú, por cierto. We'll be starting at 9 p.m., I believe, Central Eastern European time, 8 p.m. if you're in the UK, 10 p.m. if you're in Russia, and if you are from Singapore or Malaysia like us, it's 4 a.m. for you guys. So
yeah, 4 a.m. in the morning. For now, guys, thank you again for watching. Remember to go drop a follow on the channel if that's too complicated. Time zones scare you. Don't worry, they scare me too. Just drop a follow. You'll be notified when we go live. It's super convenient. And that's it. On behalf of Plus and myself, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We hope you guys enjoyed the coverage, and we'll have to catch you on the next one. Until then, be safe and see ya.